Welcome to KUMO-AUDIOBOOK, a crossover anime, The Savior of Villains, Chapter 1. Omni Anime, The Savior of Villains is Dying. Author, Dream of the Snake. Introduction. The godlike Kuri woke up to find he had successfully arrived in the 2D world. Great! As a grandmaster in the 2D field, he immediately decided to see what beautiful girls this world had to offer. Let me use this heart kinder than Uchiha Obito's and more righteous than Griffith Sto conquer you all. Seeing a blonde, red-eyed youth, Kuri was shocked. Is that Kid Gil? Is this the Tight Moon world? Kuri was just about to transform into a Magus killer to hunt down the director of the Chaldea security organization. Wait, what do you mean that's the Emperor from the 2K era? Ghoul, Summertime Rendering, Dark Gathering, Call of the Night, Haruhi Suzumiya, Puella Magi Madoka Magica. In the past, this place was Nio, Sekiro, and Inuyasha. Now, it's a grand battle royale of the underworld, the surface world, and horror movies. Children, can I survive today? Just as Kuri was in complete despair, the system awakened. Congratulations on awakening the strongest medieval farming system. Kuri looked at the subjects gathered around him. Military strategist, Galgame God Katsuragi Kaima. Private chef, Kakyoin Noriaki. Palace dancer, magical boy Ikawa Ayumu. Kuri completely lost it. In a fit of rage, he charged out of his throne hall, which was less than 20 square meters. Enough! I'm done. Today is the day those evil bastards die. Volume 101 My Struggle. I am Haruhi Suzumiya from East High. I have no interest in ordinary humans. If there are any aliens, time travelers, sliders, or espers among you, come find me. That is all. In Tokyo, Kita Ward, at the Kita Ward Public High School, on the podium of Class 2F, a short-haired girl with a yellow ribbon tied around her head was giving an introduction to her new class after transferring in. Behind her, the white chalk marks on the blackboard formed the kanji for her name Haruhi Suzumiya. This kind of introduction, which made her sound like she wasn't quite right in the head, coming from a beautiful transfer student, would usually cause a massive stir in any high school class. However, at this moment, except for the older female homeroom teacher next to her painfully clutching her forehead, the students below didn't react at all. But that was only on the surface. Among the students, there was one boy who felt something in his heart. It wasn't because he felt the need to run away after meeting such a living ancestor, but rather like finally finding the answer to an unsolvable problem could finally let it go. Because. Alright, you all introduce yourselves too, starting from the first row. Ha! Baki Hanma. Yu Otasaka. Katsuragi Kaima. Ikawa Ayumu. Miko Yatsuya. Mahiro Yasaka. Sakamoto. Go. Goto Hitori. Yuno Gasi. Yuki Nagato. Mai Sakurajima. Kagome Higurashi. After the long string of 46 names was finished, Hiratsuka Shizuka on the podium suppressed her rage and spoke through gritted teeth. Very well. So, except for Sato Kazuma, who dared to skip my class again, Sido Kaiba, who took a long leave to manage his company, Kusuwa Seiki, who was on sick leave, and Kakyoin Noriaki, who was traveling in Egypt, everyone is here. We can look forward to another wonderful year together. When she finished, the room was silent. She was used to it, though. This batch of students was an insurmountable peak in her career. In just 1 year, they had already sent her to the psychological counseling center multiple times. Meanwhile, the other person who found this hard to bear had finally recovered from his relieved smile. Back row by the window, the homeland of kings. The wind rhythmically billowed the curtains like a skirt, causing the person in the seat to squint his eyes. Kuri sat in his seat, surveying the class where immortals were as numerous as hemp. Kuri felt ridiculous for having agonized over why Hiratsuka Shizuka hadn't taken him to Sobu High in Chiba, but here instead. All those illogical doubts about everyone's birth eras in different regions were now completely resolved. There was nothing to worry about. With Kudo-kun speaking in the back and the absent Seiki-kun, any time-related issues became clear. After all, Baika Town celebrates Christmas 3 times a year. As for other inconsistencies, one could just point them all at that girl on the podium named Haruhi Suzumiya. It was quite possible that his appearance here was caused by Haruhi Suzumiya wondering if an otherworlder who viewed her life like a light novel would ever become her classmate. Haruhi Suzumiya, in Kuri's knowledge, came from the light novel The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. She was the ultimate living ancestor depicted by an author who would update whenever a certain former prime minister who had his heart opened by a homemade pipe gun stepped down, stop whenever he took office, and who went on an indefinite hiatus after being flamed twice because of his poor psychological endurance. Various factions in the light novel had their own explanations for her existence, such as the center of the universe, an information-integrated entity, or an incomplete god. But to summarize her ability, it was the ultimate power-up, I think. Therefore it is whatever she subconsciously felt might exist could actually appear. To everyone else, this was a materialist world. To her, as long as she believed it, she could bless a machine spirit by singing a binary hymn in a spiritual domain. Watching Haruhi Suzumiya step down from the podium in her indoor shoes and walk toward the seat behind him, Kuri couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. Kuri was 18, an otherworlder. He was certain he hadn't even been hit by a truck, he had arrived in this world in his own body. Then, he inexplicably understood Japanese and was caught on the spot by Hiratsuka Shizuka driving a sports car. She claimed he was her student and dragged him here. Powerlessness was only natural. Forget that godlike person behind him, even in this room full of classmates, every single one had extraordinary qualities and unique secret techniques. Their fighting spirit and patience were world-class, and the ridiculous worldviews they represented were sure to give Kuri unexpected surprises. Kuri never expected that a good person like him who liked watching VTubers and banned anime, played gal games, sang Sunshine Rainbow Little White Pony in front of black people, used the head pat emote in Naruto Mobile, gave positive reviews to Sangwosha, played Paradox games occasionally, lurked in Ninja Slayer, Invincible, and Sea Tiger forums, defended Kanoko Nasu, acted as a troll in various communities, and planned to return a Tenga for a refund after using it would suffer such a disaster. Sigh. Kuri sighed softly. Everyone else was a master, he had no right to complain. System loading, 40 seconds remaining. Suddenly, a voice appeared in Kuri's head. Ha! My temper is coming back. Kuri's expression became extremely strained in an instant. Hold it in, hold it in. 40 seconds. No. I'll laugh in 35 seconds. With this shitty worldview, shouldn't he directly obtain an invincible system, boost his strength to an infinite exponential tower, and perform some ruthless feat like destroying an average multiverse with a single glance? Watching the countdown hit 0, the corners of Kuri's mouth couldn't help but curl up like crazy. Children. Wait until I fight my way back to Earth, handcraft matter to give everyone a lowly succubus mama, liberate everyone from the shackles of labor, and pursue poetry in the stars in the universe. Strongest fantasy medieval lord farming system successfully bound. As the system's voice became clear and a light screen unfolded, Kuri froze. Kuri read through it hiragana by hiragana to confirm the meaning, and suddenly felt a bout of difficulty breathing. Clinging to the final hope that this crappy system's medieval standard might be based on Gundam 0079, Macross, or Warhammer 40k, Kuri focused his attention on the panel and saw a string of words. Initial stage main quest, possess a legal claim to a territory and receive recognition from at least one fully sovereign nation. Reward, 3 tons of high-yield potato seeds improved to adapt to the local environment. Note, the country you are currently in does not possess full sovereignty. Kuri's vision went dark. Why don't you just send me to the Burning Realm, the Second Sun's Empire, or Planet DT and give me a quick death? With a heavy heart, Kuri tried using his thoughts to control the panel, and at work at it was like a mouse cursor following his gaze, clicking whenever he wanted. Clicking away the pop-up main quest, Kuri scanned the system, which was divided into 6 modules: tasks, career achievements, personal panel, territory management, subject life, and daily territory intelligence. The last 3 were grayed out. Obviously, Kuri had to own a territory to unlock those functions. Given that a certain hardcore badass and sucker from the last century had already proven how hard it is to establish a nation in modern times, Kuri acted as if the last 3 didn't exist and excitedly opened the personal panel. What if this system allows for stat allocation? If he could put points into strength or speed, it would be a form of supernatural enhancement. Then Curry found that his last bit of fantasy about this system had, unsurprisingly, met with an accident. It wasn't that he couldn't add points on this panel, but that there were no attributes like strength at all. Appearance, 6, after professional styling, can give people a sense of reliability, but appears slightly immature. Eloquence, 4, ample experience in online arguments makes you good at attacking psychological weak points, but you have no idea how to make people believe you. Political management, 3, at least you know that leaving professional matters to professional people means the layman won't be micromanaging the experts. Production management, 3, at least you know that letting workers eat and live well is the only way to drive domestic demand. Military strategy, 2, at least you understand that war is the continuation of politics. Diplomacy, 1, Zako/small fry. Great, it didn't even include economic management. Clearly, this crappy system was seriously trying to make him a medieval lord, and it believed the economy was something technocrats should worry about. Looking at that freakish panel where nothing except appearance had a plus sign meaning he had to learn the rest himself, Curry immediately chose to exit. Dejected, he decided to use the trash time while Hiratsuka Shizuka was discussing the plan for the new year to see if this thing had any other functions. However, just as Curry exited, another pop-up appeared. Detected that the Lord's current environment is extremely dangerous. Multiple transcendent units are entrenched around the Lord. Worldview integration reward automatically issued, contacting a reliable local mercenary organization to find a potion or item to awaken the host's power. Contacting. Huh? Curry looked at the pop-up, almost unable to keep it together. No, man, what mercenary organization? Don't tell me you're going to contact the US forces in Japan as a mercenary organization and take me to Area 51 to enjoy the Director Merit treatment. Curry watched as the words contacting behind the pop-up shifted back and forth. Matching successful, Party B has accepted the order. Task execution complete, the other party is delivering. Please be ready to receive it, Lord. Seeing the characters jump continuously and the retrieval succeeding in less than 2 seconds, Curry's expression changed. Before Curry could do anything, in the next moment, a pair of crimson eyes appeared in the drawer of his desk. AIEEE. Ninja? Why is there a ninja here? Such a supernatural scene made Curry's facial expression management almost collapse. That's right, what appeared in Curry's drawer was indeed a ninja's head. It wasn't the gloomy kind of ninja from some stagnant village, but it wasn't exactly cheerful either. Curry recognized the origin of this blue-skinned ninja at a glance. Damn it! Why is the Shadow Legion here too? It couldn't be that the Shadow Legion stole a talisman for him, could it? If so, he wouldn't lack for anything now. Curry's gaze quickly scanned the surroundings. He only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that no one, especially that godlike person behind him, had noticed. He saw that as the shadow under the desk writhed, a blue-skinned hand appeared. It didn't reach out of the drawer, but its red eyes looked up at Curry, appearing as if it wanted to shake hands with him. Huh? Curry froze for a few seconds. Seeing that the ninja made no further move and just shook its hand, he tentatively reached into the drawer. Ninja etiquette handshake. However, as Curry's hand made contact, besides an eerie coldness, there was also a slight sting. Curry looked down in confusion and saw the other party let go, nod to him, and disappear into the shadows as if the delivery was successful. After it vanished, what appeared in his hand was an arrow with a pointed tip engraved with intricate patterns. The arrowhead caught a faint bit of light reflecting into the drawer, glinting with a metallic luster. One of its sharp edges had already sliced his palm. This is the arrow that awakens stands? Wait, I remember this thing is dangerous for those who aren't compatible, and might even awaken a negative stand. His thoughts almost stopped there because in the next moment, Curry felt a wave of headaches, as if tens of billions of cockroaches were crawling on his head giving him a foot massage. Curry slumped onto the desk uncontrollably, making a slight noise. This movement quickly caught the attention of the teacher on the podium. She frowned and stepped toward Curry. Curry-kun? What's wrong? Relying on his tenacious will, Curry twitched his fingers to stuff the not-too-long arrow into the sleeve of his long-sleeved spring uniform. Immediately after, he felt a coolness on his forehead. Removing her hand, Hiratsuka Shizuka immediately ordered someone to take Kuri to the infirmary. Cold, shaking. An unfamiliar ceiling. Kuri opened his eyes. Filling his nostrils was the smell of disinfectant that hadn't dissipated from the Kita High Infirmary all spring break, and the warm scent of blankets that had been dried in the sun. By the bed, as if sensing his awakening, there was the faint creak of an old wooden chair moving. Chapter 2. Feeling the arrow still tucked in his sleeve, Kuri breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his other hand and gritted his teeth as he wiped away the large beads of sweat that had long since cooled on his forehead. The pain and discomfort were receding like the ebbing tide. Gripping the white bedsheets until they crumpled, Kuri used one hand to barely prop his body up. It seemed he had survived the stand awakening period. This meant he was someone with potential. He had heard that a stand was related to the deepest desires in one's heart at the moment of awakening. What was he thinking back then? It seemed to be, I must survive. Kuri shook the extraneous thoughts from his head. Now that he had recovered, only one thought remained in his mind. Please let my stand not be a piece of trash like Silver Chariot. PS1. To accommodate those listening via text-to-speech and to avoid padding the word count, subsequent PS content will be placed outside the main text. However, the PS in the first 2 chapters is quite important, so it's in the main body, meow. This site has multiple completed works with over 1 million words. Follow with confidence, my track record is verifiable, meow. PS2. Cosmic Safety Declaration, meow, the characters in this book usually communicate in Japanese. I won't use Chinese homophone puns, and characters won't use memes they shouldn't know or verbal tics like Aya that only Chinese people use. If dialogues resembling memes or shifts in linguistic style appear in the text, it's entirely because the author, acting as the translation group, used a faithful, expressive, and elegant translation method for entertainment effect, meow. Volume 102 The Great God of the Gouge Realm? On the hospital bed, Kuri raised his hand. A flickering, metallic phantom of an arm appeared in his field of vision. Is this a stand? Kuri did not fully manifest the stand. Instead, he turned his head to look beside him. He had heard a noise just now. The homeroom teacher had probably arranged for a classmate to watch over him. He also didn't know where the infirmary teacher had gone off to slack. Usually, in this situation, the classmate with the best relationship with the student would be sent. Kuri really didn't know why he had an identity even after transmigrating in his physical body. Moreover, his classmates didn't seem to find his existence unusual at all. This was a good chance to see who the classmate with the best relationship with Kuri was in their perception. Maybe it would be a beautiful girl with a built-in favorable impression of him. Oh, you're awake. How were those few Yasuga no Sora games I lent you last time? Remember to return them when you're done. Kuri turned his head and saw a brown-haired male classmate whose glasses reflected the screen of the handheld console in his hands. The other party pushed his glasses up with his index finger. His tone was neither close nor distant. Clearly, in his perception, the two weren't very familiar. But Kuri recognized this legendary figure at a glance. Holy crap, the great god of the Gouge realm? Katsuragi Kaima. At only 17 years old, he had cleared nearly 5,000 gouge. He had already conquered over 10,000 female characters in games. Whether lost souls were looking for game recommendations or guides for hidden endings, they would receive his guidance. Thus, he was known as the god of conquest in gouge discussion forums. Unfortunately, such a god was never understood by the world. Because he focused on romance games, some of which contained R18 content, and brought his console to school to play every day, he had other nicknames among the schoolgirls, such as Four-Eyed Insect and Human Cockroach. Seeing that it was him looking after him, Kuri could already predict that his reputation at school probably wouldn't be very good. However, Kuri, who knew him well, knew that while this guy seemed addicted to the 2D world and indifferent to everyone and everything, he was actually quite a warm-hearted fellow deep down. Kuri was anxious to study his stand and wanted to send this expert away so he could check if his stand was reliable. I'm a little hungry. Can you help me buy some lunch? Wait a second. I'll help you buy it after I finish picking this option. He saw the god of conquest with his brows tightly knit and upturned, his eyes twitching as if facing a problem of the century, unable to make a choice for a long time. Seeing this expression, Curry couldn't help but wonder what kind of difficult problem could make this legendary figure who could multitask up to 24 things at once so conflicted. What option? Maybe I can give you some advice. Katsuragi Kaima's face was serious as he spoke in a low voice. Shoot inside or outside. Get out. Just a joke. The PSP only has all ages versions. After Katsuragi Kaima left, Curry checked to make sure there were no surveillance cameras in the infirmary. He got out of bed, slipped on his shoes, went forward to lock the door, and then released his stand following his previous sensation. Curry suddenly felt an unprecedented and wonderful sensation, as if there were another him inside his body. And that other self was bit by bit separating from his body according to his will. Good, it's humanoid. Humanoid types usually aren't too weak. It doesn't seem to be blind. Great. No need to worry like Silver Chariot. Even if the range is enhanced to A, you'd have to worry if it's too far for you to see clearly, causing the stand to be unable to fight. But this appearance. Currently, with its back to the infirmary's medicine cabinet, an unstable humanoid figure radiating a metallic feel stood on the white tiles. Its eyes were constructed like two circular sunglasses, decorated with 4 gold metal strips on each side. Its face resembled a Gundam mask, and the rest of its body was covered in sections of red rings. This appearance reminded Curry of the ancient Yu-Gi-Oh! Card, Magician of Black Chaos. It seems all stands get a name. What should I call it? Curry, whose knowledge of JoJo Part 7 and 8 was limited to Yero singing about Hachimi, rubbed his chin. He looked at his stand, feeling the consciousness he shared with it. At that moment, a small prompt appeared on the system in front of Curry. Detected the Lord's confusion regarding the awakened ability. Information retrieval initiated. Retrieval complete. Some worlds have a stand ability with an 89% similarity to the Lord's, known as Wonder of You, Miracle for You. Curry looked at the system, which had only popped up a name and nothing else, feeling that this thing was truly useless. Wonder of You. Curry muttered the string of English, and the next moment, the humanoid figure in front of him tilted its head. User, is that the name you've given me? The humanoid figure had no mouth-like organ, yet it produced the same voice as Curry. Curry was stunned and looked at his speaking stand. Although this situation was quite rare, Curry was aware of it. This was a relatively scarce type among stands, a self-aware stand. In other words, this type of stand could think and even act autonomously. However, looking at its appearance, it seemed unaware of the content on the system panel in front of him. Curry couldn't help but be curious. Do you have my memories? Also, what abilities do you have? I possess some of your memories, user, but none from after you awakened me. However, we can communicate remotely through consciousness. As for my abilities. Speaking to this point, this thing resembling the Magician of Black Chaos paused, clearly about to introduce its abilities. Curry immediately became excited. Holy crap! Humanoid, autonomous action, all the buffs are stacking up. Isn't this just an invincible stand? If it were a King Crimson with a range covering all of Tokyo, Curry would be willing to marry into the Tsurumaki family, eat well and sleep well every day, and only think about how to pass the time. I have the ability to transform into the appearance of others, the ability to be seen by ordinary people, and a range that covers the entire Tokyo area. Curry nodded repeatedly after hearing this, rubbing his hands in anticipation. And then? Accompanied by the stand's silence, Curry's happy expression also gradually fell silent. Wait, it's not that this ability is useless. In a normal world, he could have his stand silently eliminate a powerful and wealthy scumbag and then replace him to get rich. But the problem was, in such an outrageous world, combat power was the basic necessity. How is this even worse than Silver Chariot? Wonder of You looked at Curry's eyes, which were gradually turning red. Its metallic mask seemed to tilt slightly in embarrassment. Do you have any orders? Curry's gaze became increasingly unfriendly. Since you're so useless, it seems you can only be used as a ditto. Turn into a monster? I can only turn into humans. Wonder if you extended a finger to try and explain, but Curry's face turned solemn. No. You'll turn into Ilya, Akemi Hamura, Young Hyuga Hinata, Terrible Tornado, Traptrix Sarah, Yoshino, and Remilia to post videos on TikTok and livestream to earn money from Lolicon. Hearing the first few names, Wonder if you shuddered. It had thought Curry was planning to use it as a daily rotating pleasure toy. A human shouldn't. At least, they shouldn't do that. Seeing its user was such a legend, Wonder if you decided to come clean about its real situation. Originally, because it felt the user's wish for absolute safety and the safest thing was undoubtedly being unaware of possessing this ability while actively doing dangerous things it hadn't intended to speak. But the user was too terrifying and seemed to have severe safety anxiety, so it was better to say something. Actually, Weshold have another ability. It's just that I've just been born and haven't discovered it yet. Wonder if you spread its hands toward Curry. It could feel that the ability was also related to safety, and it was very likely already starting to activate. It was just currently running wild, and it couldn't control or clearly identify what it was. Curry was stunned. This was actually normal. For a long time after Gold Experience awakened, Giorno, with the 3 donuts on his head, thought his ability was damage reflection. When Star Platinum first awakened, it could even get drinks and manga for Jotaro from all over the city, but later Star Platinum's range became extremely humorous. This was the berserk period of a stand ability, a very common occurrence. However, Curry felt that the abilities Wonder if you currently displayed were already quite complete. It probably wouldn't awaken any more powerful abilities, at most an incidental ability like sheer heart attack. Oh, then tell me once you know what the ability is. Watching Curry, who had finished chatting and gone back to lying on the bed, tapping at the air in front of him as if researching something, Wonder if you was somewhat confused. He was just going to leave it hanging like this? Oh, right. Go pour me a glass of water. Then it heard the command from its user on the bed. Are you treating me like an emperor here? To Curry, such a stand with self-awareness but no shared memory felt more like a teammate with completely tied interests. Katsuragi Kaima returned quickly, bringing the classic Japanese carb-on-carb yakisoba bread. Knowing that some set meal shops even had the shocking combination of fried gyoza with rice, Curry chose to comply. For an entire afternoon, Curry didn't speak, and Katsuragi Kaima didn't speak either. The latter was happy to enjoy playing Gouge here without teacher interference, so Curry silently researched the system. After an afternoon of research, Curry discovered that his sudden ability to speak Japanese might have been a pre-installed feature of this system. This system didn't necessarily require a territory to provide rewards. There were many prerequisite tasks before that, though they were all similar to life achievements. For example, Squad Leader, become the leader of an organization of 10 or more people. Reward, a blast furnace, Paradox Player, have a daughter with your daughter's daughter. Reward, large-scale biological perfect fertilization method, establishment, possess a base. Reward, summon 1 private chef. Moreover, the quantity was vast. There were probably hundreds of thousands of achievements in total. Curry hadn't even scrolled through a tenth of them after an entire afternoon. There were many such things, seemingly intended to ensure that the lord bound to the system could get enough rewards regardless of which path they took. One that Curry cared about more was, Immortal Emperor, obtain immortality by any means before the age of 48, while simultaneously controlling a country recognized by at least 2 sovereign states. Reward, Viltrumite bloodline modification. This was the only achievement Curry had found so far with a clear combat power boost. Even if Viltrumites weren't the strongest type, busting a planet's surface would still be easy. This made Curry somewhat tempted, even though the conditions for achievement were extremely difficult. Just as Curry was calculating whether he could achieve the conditions by tricking Haruhi Suzumiya, the door to the infirmary was pushed open. Hey! You dead Four Eyes! Playing your disgusting games here again. Hiratsuka Shizuka glared angrily at Katsuragi Kaima. Hiratsuka-sensei, I don't think Dead Four Eyes is a suitable title for a student. Please don't use jealous slander against me, who is enjoying all this with Galge heroines, just because it's impossible for you to enjoy a youthful romance like them. Hiratsuka Shizuka immediately turned red with rage. Without a word, she came over and snatched the PSP from Katsuragi Kaima's hands. Katsuragi Kaima remained unmoved with a calm face. Seeing that he wasn't tilted at all, Hiratsuka Shizuka's anger flared. This student, she didn't know if his family was rich or if he was good at making money himself, simply didn't care about such things. Dozens of consoles had been confiscated from him in a year. Even if his game cartridges were destroyed, he would just say he would recreate his memories with them. He didn't care at all, even contacting his parents couldn't threaten him. He was purely invincible. Seeing this scene, Cory on the bed immediately offered a suggestion. Don't break it. I'll teach you a trick, give the game to someone else to play. Hiratsuka Shizuka's eyes lit up upon hearing this, but Katsuragi Kaima gave a cold laugh at Cory's suggestion. Netarare? Unfortunately, I don't care. Whether fat or thin, ugly or handsome, it's fine. Galge are meant to be played by any lonely person in the world. As the god of conquest, I don't mind sharing this beauty. Cory wagged his finger. No, give it to normie girls. Let them play it while saying the female characters inside are disgusting and that such women don't exist at all. I'll fight you to the death, you vicious bastard. Spit out the yakisoba bread I bought. You can't do that. You can't. Katsuragi Kaima immediately lunged, making a gesture as if he were going to strangle Cory. As a result, for some reason, his foot suddenly slipped. On the infirmary floor tiles that should have been full of friction, he lunged forward, his head slamming into the iron railing by the bed with a cry of pain. Chapter 3. Ugh. It hurts. Seeing these two jokers in front of her, Hiratsuka Shizuka felt her blood pressure becoming unstable again. She checked Katsuragi Kaima's head and saw no bleeding, so she simply spoke up. Alright, it's after school hours now, so I'll return it for now. I'll drive you both home. She was somewhat worried about the state of these two students. So, with Katsuragi Kaima's support, the two of them got into Hiratsuka Shizuka's sports car. Hiratsuka Shizuka seemed to know where Cory lived, so she first asked Katsuragi Kaima where he was going. 10 minutes later, Hiratsuka Shizuka suppressed her anger and spoke through gritted teeth to Katsuragi Kaima in the back seat. Didn't I tell you? Let's go to your house. Outside the car window, a large number of otaku were lining up and shouting for the shopkeeper to open the door quickly. It was clearly the launch site for some game. The 2D world is my home, Katsuragi Kaima declared righteously, then immediately opened the car door and rushed into the queue. That brat! Hiratsuka Shizuka stared at Katsuragi Kaima's retreating figure for another half-minute to make sure he wasn't suffering from his head injury before telling Cory to close the door. Meanwhile, in the queue of otaku, a figure sneakily slipped out and looked at the car curiously. This was the only student in the class who had skipped school today, Sato Kazuma. He recognized this sports car. Last year, Hiratsuka Shizuka had driven this very car to his house and solo killed him. He had only just turned his head and noticed the car, missing the scene of Katsuragi Kaima getting out. He thought she had come to catch him. This grade me will not go to that boring school. It's a complete waste of my youth. He quietly moved away from the queue and took another look at the back seat of the car. Isn't that my classmate, right? Called Cory. The pronunciation is a bit like chestnut. He seems to be a foreigner. I heard that Ku is a quite rare surname in China too. I clearly remember him being a fellow enthusiast, yet he's become a teacher's lapdog? Even getting a ride home from the teacher. Just wait until I take a photo of this scene and send it to the school news club to spread rumors. Feeling a bit of curiosity toward Cory, Kazuma turned away from the queue and headed to another street. But just as he turned the corner and hadn't walked far, Sato Kazuma dizzily saw a little girl playing in the middle of the narrow road, with a large vehicle driving straight toward her. Kazuma's mind went blank for a second, but even though he considered himself a scumbag, the innate kindness in his nature took over. He rushed forward, pushed the little girl away, and in an instant, saw two headlights coming toward him. Damn it! Kazuma only managed to say those words before losing consciousness. Then, this scene successfully stunned the old man driving the tractor, the little girl who was fine until he pushed her and gave her a nasty fall, and the surrounding crowd of onlookers. It wasn't until the onlookers noticed he had started to lose control of his bladder that they hurriedly called for an ambulance. If nothing unexpected happens, he should die of heart failure on the operating table in a few hours and successfully reincarnate into another world. In the car, beside Kuri, miracle for you remaining in a state invisible to ordinary people tilted its head. Just now, it felt as though its own uncontrollable ability had activated twice. P.S. Miracle for you, a stand highly similar to Kuri's stand. Because Kuri didn't give the stand a name, the stand currently uses this name for self-recognition. From the stand of the final boss in JoJo Part 8. The ability is extremely simple and crude. Anyone who has seen the main body or the stand and harbors thoughts of pursuing them will be plagued by the calamities of this world's logic. Text or photos cannot trigger it. One must see the physical entity and have thoughts of attacking, pursuing, or investigating for it to trigger. Including investigation out of concern. The manifestation is the inability to complete the pursuit no matter what, while simultaneously encountering varying degrees of misfortune. It can range from tripping while walking to being directly hit by a part falling from an airplane. It's similar to the one who plays with internal organs and sun and moon are both wrong. At the same time, if the thought of attacking stops, the calamity stops. It is a purely self-preservation type ability. PS2, this ability is actually not about creating calamity but transferring it. It transfers the misfortunes of others in the world onto those who try to harm and have seen the holder. In other words, if someone suffers here, someone else over there is spared from misfortune. May the misfortunes of the viewers be transferred to the villains in the book and in reality. Volume 103 Super Plot Twist. Hiratsuka Shizuka's sports car stopped on a road that wasn't very wide. Kuri, by peeking at the teacher's phone screensaver, confirmed that the time in this world was 2023. Kuri had failed his New Year's Eve countdown in 2025 and successfully ascended to the 2D world. This subtle feeling made him feel a bit strange. Hey, are you okay? Seeing Kuri open the car window and looking like he wasn't in such bad shape as at the beginning, Hiratsuka Shizuka breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the old apartment in front of her, which looked at least 25 years old. Do you not lock your door when you go out? You don't have anything valuable at home, do you? Even if Tokyo's public security is decent, don't be so careless. Go upstairs and check. If anything is missing, I'll go to the police with you. Her impatient tone was obvious, but the words spoken by this violent teacher were full of concern. She parked the car temporarily on the side of the road and, not caring if she was in front of a student, got out and lit a long lady's cigarette. Kuri looked up and followed her gaze, his eyes scanning the building with its severely peeling exterior walls layer by layer, stopping at the door of room 404. The plain, patternless door was slightly ajar and not properly closed. How would Kuri know what wasn't closed properly? Kuri was very certain that he hadn't found any information about the identity that the useless system had arranged for him in this world. But there just happened to be such a person. He had finished his first year of high school in Hiratsuka Shizuka's class, even borrowed H-games from Katsuragi Kaima, and had his own residence. Kuri guessed that it might be a version of himself from a parallel world, but whether it was or not, he would only know after seeing. However, it was obvious that if it really were some kind of counterpart, it would be better if the two didn't meet. So Kuri communicated with his stand in his mind. Go through the wall and take a look. No problem. Miracle for you moved forward a step ahead, while Kuri slowed his pace and walked behind, even taking the time to look back at the street scene. Then Kuri's face twitched. Directly opposite this apartment was the back of a hospital's inpatient department. Not far away, a construction site for a building within the hospital could be seen. At this time, probably due to Japan's strict noise control, work had already stopped when students finished school. What made Kuri unable to keep a straight face was the name hanging on the hospital, St. Juliana Hospital. Why is night shift nurses here too? Seeing this, Kuri immediately remembered that in the Night Shift Nurses GAL game adaptation, the scum protagonist raped the heroine in front of her boyfriend, which became popular back then. Even that famous line once spread through the internet: if you don't even dare to eat her ex, how can you say you love her? While Curry was looking at the building, a communication from Miracle for You suddenly came into his mind. Master, it seems this really is you, but he might have disappeared in an accident. Curry was immediately puzzled by this. What do you mean? He's gone, so how do you know it's me? He left a hand behind? Curry didn't quite understand what Miracle for You was saying, but fortunately, he wasn't Silver Chariot. Curry closed his eyes and shared his vision with Miracle for You. Then he saw, on the small-sized cyan interlocking tatami mats, there were some bloodstains remaining, and a lifeless hand was lying there quietly. At the wrist connection, the flesh seemed to have encountered some high temperature and was burnt black, yet half a section of charred yellow wrist bone could still be seen. Damn it! This is literally leaving a hand behind. While Curry was shocked by what he saw, Miracle for You's explanation came through. Master, as a stand that can imitate the appearance of others, I collect data such as fingerprints and iris patterns of the people you meet. Based on my observations, the fingerprints of this hand have a similarity of over 99% with your right hand. And his time of death, based on the common knowledge I inherited from your memory, is likely more than 8 hours ago. AI model, Gemini 3.1 flashlight. Curry, sharing his vision, also looked at that poem. Although he could not see the fine details of the fingerprints, he could see the incredibly familiar palm lines. Lowering his head to look, it was indeed identical to his own. A sudden, ominous palpitation struck Curry's heart. In other words, about 8 hours ago, the version of himself from this parallel world might have been murdered in his own home. Curry rubbed his eyebrows in distress. Ever since he transmigrated, astonishing things had been happening one after another. However, his mind was unexpectedly calm as he contemplated the current situation. He had already shown his face at school for the whole day, and he had Hiratsuka Shizuka as a witness. If the person who killed his counterpart in this world knew enough about the social circle of the person named Curry here, they would definitely notice something was wrong. Now, it seemed he had 2 paths to choose from. The first was to abandon all his legal identities here, leave this place immediately, and survive in this Japan where, much like in the United States, finding a normal job required proof of residence by relying on himself and his stand. Then, the killer would likely realize something was wrong. If his classmates or someone else reported him missing, and if the Tokyo police weren't as incompetent as the stereotypes suggested, they might find out he had appeared in public today after the autopsy results came in, leading to trouble. Or perhaps the Metropolitan Police Department would treat him as a missing person and start searching for him. The second option was to assume the identity of the person here. The killer would definitely notice something was wrong, which would lead to subsequent trouble. Curry had a great strength, he did not dwell on things too much and had strong execution skills. His deliberation was completed within a few seconds. Curry walked past the communal mailboxes in front of the apartment building and went up the outdoor stairs of the row apartment. His footsteps made a moderate echo on the faded, brownish-red metal stairs. When he arrived at the door of the room he had already seen, he pretended to step inside and conduct a search, then waved to Hiratsuka Shizuka to signal that he had not lost anything. He had made his decision. Perhaps the follow-up plan needed some fine-tuning, such as having his stand handle dangerous outings instead of himself, but overall, Curry had decided to stay and see what kind of thing was here playing at being Yashikage Kira. But compared to challenging the execution threshold of a semi-colonial, semi-feudal capitalist society, Curry felt that challenging a serial killer was more reliable. At this moment, in a place Curry had not noticed, the inpatient ward of St. Juliana Hospital, a pink-haired youth tilted his head in confusion, looking toward the opposite apartment building while arranging some flowers. Just now, from his vantage point, he had seen a guy who looked like a high school student across the way. The guy kept looking in his direction, eyes staring fixedly at this side, then lowered his head to look at his own hand, then went upstairs, opened the apartment door, and waved to the person in the sports car below as if signaling some secret code. Who is that? Could it be a thief checking if anyone in this building is watching them, and then they saw me? The youth clearly mistook the dullness in Curry's eyes when he was communicating with Miracle for You, as well as his emotions towards certain people in this hospital, as being directed at him. I'll go check it out later. As the pink-haired youth muttered to himself, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind him. Cough, cough. Itadori Yuji, you are strong, and you have the power to help others. You must die surrounded by people, don't end up alone like me. The pink-haired youth, Itadori Yuji, turned around with a somewhat cavalier attitude, preparing to complain about his grandfather always saying these things that he found troublesome. Old man, you really are. Beep. Beep. But the only response he received was the long, warning-like beeping sound of the monitoring equipment. On the other side, Kuri gloomily surveyed this apartment, which was full of the atmosphere of daily life. The floor was slightly lower than the area outside the door. On the left side of the entrance, where the hallway was painfully narrow, there was a stove covered with cabinets above and below. One had to close the door behind them to reveal the sliding door of the bathroom on the right. The bathroom was so narrow that it could barely fit 4 people standing close together, yet it was, for crying out loud, separated into wet and dry areas. At a glance, there was the equally cramped, multi-purpose small living area. What did multi-purpose mean? It meant that when the futon was spread out on the tatami, it was a bedroom, when packed away, it was a living room, and when a table and chairs were placed, it was a dining room. Finally, there was the balcony outside the sliding door, and that severed hand was lying quietly near the balcony. Never mind those detached houses in Tokyo that often appeared in the homes of anime protagonists, even the rental apartment where Toyokawa Sakiko and her father lived after falling on hard times could be called luxurious compared to this cage-like room. This was Tokyo, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Because much of the land was permanently held by individuals or real estate companies, it was very difficult to undertake large-scale infrastructure projects or build modern high-rise buildings. Moreover, for these 20 or 30-year-old houses, if they were to be rebuilt, many things would have to be replanned, and landlords who relied on real estate rental income were unwilling to do so. Instead, they would just patch things up whenever problems arose so they could continue to rent them out. It was for this reason that Tokyo had so many small apartments like this. Kuri was just about to discuss how to deal with this thing with Miracle for You. Kuri did not intend to passively wait for things to happen. He was prepared to take the initiative to deal with the only person in the world who knew he had resurrected when he heard a system prompt. Achievement completed, possess a base. Reward, 1 private chef. This counted as possessing a base? Did this count as his first partner? Come to think of it, he had read similar web novels in his early years, which all seemed to have bizarre settings like built-in loyalty. Kuri could not help but recall some of the protagonist's adventuring partners, the honest and trustworthy guide Licia hidden in the Star Cup, the kind and reliable green elf Leaf, and the loyal and courageous Griffith. Kuri quickly shook those ominous thoughts out of his head and carefully examined the message. What if this system could actually deliver? Although he hated settings with built-in loyalty when reading novels, but, except for himself. If it happened to him, it was best if it were a mindless power fantasy. He suggested grabbing Lu Maoxing immediately to be his chef. Kuri noticed a line of small text after the message. If the Lord requires the chef to have built-in favorability, this reward includes a crafting method for a slave taming wheel. After the Lord completes the crafting, please claim the reward and place the chef and the taming wheel to increase their favorability. At first, Kuri thought this taming wheel was some system jargon. When he clicked on it, he saw it was something like a millstone pulled by a donkey. The placement method was to put a rope around the neck of the person to be placed, and he himself would have to stand outside with a whip and lash away. Damn it! What kind of favorability is this increasing? Forget it, this was not important. The system was too unreliable, he could just choose not to claim it. He should first see if he could buy fingerprint development powder or something similar in Japan to determine if there were any clues about the killer in this room. Kuri hesitated for 3 or 5 seconds, then could not help it. Not important, my ass. He really wanted to see what this thing would summon. If it were a loyal Shadow Legion or a wolf-like ninja, then would not his safety be guaranteed? He would stay far away and pretend to be a passerby. If the summon guard the system mentioned turned out to be kidnapping an ordinary person, he would pull a mommy to motorn around and leave. Dusk fell, and night arrived. Doors opening and closing could be heard from the neighboring units, and the aroma of cooking wafted from some of the households. Kuri confirmed that this reward could be placed at a distance of at least 15 meters, and it did not require being on the same horizontal plane as him. So, Curry crouched on the fourth-floor corridor, using the corridor's parapet to conceal his figure. He had Miracle for You go to the second floor in its stand form to observe what was summoned, and then he selected the release location in his mind, the alleyway between the side of Kirikawa apartment and the adjacent building where the electrical box was located. Chapter 4. There was no strange flashing light, nor any sound. It was as if a person had simply been standing there all along. With the red curls on his forehead trembling, Kakyoin Noriaki clutched his head and looked around. His memory remained at the moment he shattered the clock tower with Emerald Splash, hoping to inform Joseph of the secret of the enemy's stand. He seemed to have seen, from a very high perspective, the enemy's defeat and their remains being incinerated by sunlight. And just now, a voice in his head had asked him if he wanted to live again, but in exchange, he had to cook for some lord. He seemed to have agreed, thinking of some things he couldn't let go of. Volume 104. Could it be? Through the shared vision of Miracle for You, Curry saw the man on the street in front of him, dressed in the system-issued medieval gray linen clothes and a white apron, and felt a surge of speechlessness he couldn't vent. No, of all people to find as a cook, you found Kakyoin? Why don't you just invite Nurgle to be my kitchen maid while you're at it? Though it was a bit of a stereotype, in Curry's memory, he had only ever seen Kakyoin make that one world-shaking dish. You're turning my place into a member-only restaurant, aren't you? He remembered hearing in class this morning that Kakyoin had gone to Egypt for a trip or something. Maybe the guy was fighting Dio to protect his family, or on his way to crusade against Dio, and the system just kidnapped him. Then, seeing him for the first time, wouldn't Kakyoin think he was some space-type stand user and start a fight immediately? Curry immediately ordered Miracle for You to hide and began an orderly retreat with it. However, Kakyoin in the alley had also woken up. At a glance, he saw a humanoid shadow flashing past in the corridor ahead, a situation he was all too familiar with. A stand. He called out in some bewilderment. Are you that lord? The person who resurrected me? Curry, who was not far away, heard these words as well. Resurrected. In other words, has Kakyoin already died in battle? It was a shame. He had originally planned to ask Hiratsuka Shizuka for Kakyoin's contact information to give him a heads up once he settled down. Explaining how he resurrected someone and being asked to resurrect others would be troublesome. Just as Curry was considering whether to simply not show his face and let him leave, he suddenly heard a dull thud in the alley. In the alley, Kakyoin had just released Hierophant Green, intending to catch up and communicate with the stand from before. However, as he stood up, the back strap of the apron he was wearing from who knows where got caught on a screw on the nearby power distribution box. Normally, Kakyoin would have definitely reacted in time, but he was currently too agitated from having just come back to life, used too much force, and lacked concentration. He was yanked back and fell on his butt, his head hitting the brick wall behind him, causing a wave of dizziness. However, this bump shifted his gaze to the side wall of the apartment. Kirikawa apartment. Kakyoin's eyes lit up. Kakyoin thought that he didn't actually have many acquaintances in his life, but he remembered seeing a classmate who lived in this place, even though they had never spoken. He couldn't help but call out. Kelly-kun, is that you? Crouching, Curry felt a headache coming on as his real name was called out. Why did everyone seem to know where he lived? Is this my home or some public restroom in District 13? But now there was no need to hesitate. Hearing the movements of the neighbors in the poorly soundproofed apartment, who were already starting to show signs of dissatisfaction because of their conversation, Curry stood up helplessly. He kept Miracle for You in front of him, walking to the edge of the corridor as if he were the stand himself. It really is you. Kakyoin muttered a bit helplessly. Having once felt deeply lonely because no one could see stands, he really hadn't expected that one of his classmates was actually a stand user and had even used a resurrection ability on him. Curry turned past the stairs and went down, letting his stand help the still-dazed Kakyoin up. Thank you, but what exactly is this? To be honest, in my memory, I should already be dead. Kakyoin finally adapted to his body. He looked out from the alley, his gaze moving past the few tall buildings in Narama Ward toward the distant night view. Tonight's Tokyo was as bustling as ever, with neon lights flashing eye-catching colors. The sound of traffic rushing home late at night reached his ears, and he could vaguely glimpse lit-up drones flying between the buildings. Kakyoin felt as if a lifetime had passed. Curry intended to let Kakyoin go back directly. After all, explaining his resurrection was quite troublesome. Curry didn't seek to get in touch with the SPW Foundation, nor did he really intend to have him as his cook. For Curry, the fewer uncertain factors in the current situation, the better. Can you see this thing beside me? Your resurrection might have been caused by it, but I'm glad it could help you. You can go BA. Curry didn't know much about Kakyoin's family who went to Egypt with him, so he didn't finish the word home, lest it evoke some bad memories. Kakyoin was surprised to hear this. If Curry wasn't lying, could this stand's ability even reverse life and death? Unfortunately, abilities during a berserk phase were usually hard to retain in the end. On the surface, Kakyoin shook his head unexpectedly, the single red curl on his forehead swaying back and forth with the movement of his head. No, there's no need. If you don't mind, please let me be your cook. This thing beside you is called a stand. It seems you can already control it preliminarily. If it's a stand ability, it might need to follow certain rules, otherwise I might die again. And it's not just as a cook. You saved my life. Kakyoin paused here, pointing his thumb at his own chest. Anything. To repay you, I can do anything for you. I see. Curry nodded upon hearing Kakyoin's reply. He thought for a moment. Having a stand user by his side would indeed be much safer. Kakyoin's character was also completely fine, he could even tell him about the investigation into the murderer. Then, do you know any way to get some fingerprint powder? I was attacked in my room earlier, but I didn't see the attacker before they fled. They might have left fingerprints. Curry casually made up a lie. Miracle for you, teased Curry curiously in his mind at this moment. This Kakyoin is really a man of sentiment and loyalty. He's willing to help you just like that. Hearing the stand's words, Curry tilted his head slightly, glanced at Kakyoin who was listening intently with his head lowered, and replied to the stand in his mind. He is indeed sentimental and loyal, but the reason he's not contacting anyone he knows right now is because he's not sure of my background. He's afraid I resurrected him just to use him to get close to the people he cares about. Anything is also just testing whether I'll make him do evil. Even now, in his eyes, I'm probably some kind of subordinate trying to avenge Dio. I see. Since you don't plan to take action to eliminate future troubles, if you insisted on driving him away, it would instead invite suspicion and investigation. Ordering him to help like this will actually make him trust you? No, actually I just think having an extra free laborer is pretty sweet. Walking back up those damn apartment stairs, Curry arrived at the door. He deliberately let his stand open the door the whole time and didn't step into the room, restoring the crime scene as much as possible. As for that hand, Curry planned to simply push it all onto the stand going berserk. In this chaotic situation, the universal excuse of a stand going berserk where anything could happen was for Curry a scapegoat on the level of Danzo Shimura or LeBlanc. However, it turned out Curry was overthinking it. When Kakyoin arrived at the door and scanned the room, he didn't express any confusion about the hand. Instead, he rubbed his chin and spoke with a frown. Is this where you were attacked, Kelly-kun? Speaking of fingerprint powder, maybe my stand can do something similar. As he spoke, Kakyoin released his stand, a green, liquid-like humanoid figure wrapped in metal rings. Kakyoin carefully observed Curry's reaction. Seeing that Curry wasn't particularly surprised, the doubt in his heart deepened. Curry really didn't look like someone who had just awakened a stand ability and knew nothing about it. But Kakyoin also didn't understand. If the other party really had the power to resurrect someone, what use was he? Although he considered his stand a very important partner in his lonely life, having fought all the way to Egypt, Kakyoin believed his stand wasn't in the powerful category, and the other party seemed somewhat wary of him as well. Suppressing the suspicion in his heart, Kakyoin pretended not to notice anything wrong and explained most of his stand's abilities. This is my stand, Hierophant Green. It can turn into a semi-liquid state and can also stretch out for patrolling. I think I can try using it to extract fingerprints, though I haven't tried it before and don't know if it'll succeed. As he spoke, the entire arm of Hierophant Green beside Kakyoin turned into a wriggling green stream. Instead of crudely interfering with matter, it slowly pressed against the doorknob of room 404. With his careful control, the subtle traces left by biological surface secretions on the metal doorknob, like ink, became very obvious to the two stand users. Miracle for You leaned in, carefully looking at those patterns, then shook its head, indicating that nothing abnormal was found here. Distinguishing whether the fingerprints are yours? What amazing precision! Thinking Curry was using his stand to investigate, Kakyoin exclaimed. He then directed his stand into the room, and the two of them began searching the entire, not too large rental room step by step. It wasn't until they were near the windowsill that Miracle for You raised its hand, signaling a discovery. It seems this is it, Kelly-kun. You can take a picture with your phone. The two of them carefully crouched in the area they had already searched, examining the green traces. It seemed to be 3 fingers that had once touched the floor, leaving marks that made one wonder under what circumstances such traces would appear. No need, my stand will remember this pattern. Curry said it wasn't necessary. He had only gotten the previous host's phone after entering to check, and he didn't plan to open it in front of Kakyoin right now. Two people who could completely trust each other were currently maintaining a subtle mutual distrust while carefully cooperating to search the entire house. However, the result was that, besides those 3 fingerprints and 2 very subtle clues on the edge of the balcony, everything else was just the life traces of the previous Curry who lived here. As for why the clues on the balcony were subtle, it was because, using the light from the opposite building, Kakyoin carefully looked at the marks on the balcony that could barely be distinguished with the naked eye even without Hierophant green, his expression turning strange. This mark on the balcony seems to be a bicycle tire print. Indeed, 2 slender, dusty tire marks were currently sitting on the balcony railing. Curry also took a few looks and felt that what Kakyoin said was correct. Looking at this spacing, it could also be a wheelchair. Could it be? Did Hawking come to attack me? Volume 105, Suspect Number 1. Kakyoin was momentarily at a loss for words by Curry's miraculous train of thought. After his morality forcibly triumphed over his sense of humor, Kakyoin pulled the topic back. To be able to attack you while leaving so few traces, the opponent might also be a stand user. Unfortunately, we have no way to use the Metropolitan Police Department's database. According to you, it's been a long time since the attack. I'm afraid no traces left by the opponent can be found in the surroundings either. If you have a range of suspects, we can just go and investigate them. Curry thought to himself, how would he know the range of suspects? Right now, it was completely like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if he found Menma, he might not find the murderer. Just as Curry was preparing to drag Kakyoin to search around the apartment first. Gurgle. A cry for food came from the stomach of the 178 centimeters Kakyoin in front of him. Gurgle gurgle. And this sound seemed to be contagious, as it rang out from Curry's body the next moment. The day before, Curry was still living a wonderful life in his original world, giving positive reviews to Sangwosha. Now he was here, running around to eliminate an enemy hidden who knows where. After a whole day of stand awakening and system matters, he had only eaten that yakisoba bread and hadn't even had 2 sips of water. Should we go buy something to eat first? The investigation might not be that quick. Kakyoin made a suggestion. A certain member-only restaurant that would probably be very happy to hire Kakyoin as a head chef once said that humans have 3 major desires: sexual desire, the desire for sleep, and the desire for food. Curry nodded to show it was fine, while casually taking out his phone and placing it aside. When they were searching the house earlier, they had seen a few thousand-yen bills at the entrance. Mobile payments in Japan were a mess of competing platforms with high transaction fees, so people were still more accustomed to paper money and change in their daily lives. I'll leave my stand here. Maybe the enemy will notice no one is in the house and circle back nearby to check. Actually, because he hadn't wanted to disturb the scene before, Curry hadn't carefully searched the house. Now, using the excuse of going out to buy things, he could let Miracle for You check the social situation on Curry's phone and some personal items in the drawers and cabinets. Kakyoin seemed a bit surprised that Curry was leaving his stand at home and going out with him alone, but he didn't comment on it, only saying jokingly, "Or see if there are any ingredients." Seriously, my skills aren't bad. In fact, Curry wasn't any more familiar with the surroundings than Kakyoin. He just pretended to be prepared and walked in one direction. Fortunately, in Japanese residential areas, the places still open late at night were usually convenience stores. The two of them had spent quite a bit of time searching the house earlier. The green and white sign of the 7-Eleven convenience store cast a hazy glow over the buildings on the night streets, making it hard to tell if the light was illuminating dust in the air or if a night mist had risen in springtime Tokyo. The automatic door opened, accompanied by the greeting of the late-night worker inside. Curry and Kakyoin walked past a row of 500 yen transparent umbrellas in front of the door and into the store. A young girl living in the nearby Sakurasu, aiming to be a voice actress and working hard to stay in Tokyo, looked curiously at the two late-night customers who seemed somewhat tall for Japan as they headed straight for the discount section. Curry looked at the empty discount section with not a single bento left and felt a pang of grief. Doesn't the discount in Tokyo usually start around 10 o'clock? Isn't it only 11 now? It can't be helped, the economy is in a slump. Besides, everyone is avoiding ghouls, so they come early to buy near-expiry bentos. Kakyoin sighed somewhat helplessly. Curry was stunned when he heard this. He seemed to have heard something very strange. No, this place is already bad enough, how are there still man-eating monsters like ghouls? But thinking of the experts in his class, Curry came to terms with it. He just took an extra look at the JK at the front desk who was still working in such a dangerous situation. Kakyoin seemed to have noticed Curry's gaze and shook his head slightly. Chapter 5. Because of this, night shift wages are much higher. I heard many people choose to work at night to start preparing for student loans early. While speaking, Kakyoin walked over to the sashimi section, where only a few slices of raw fish with faded luster remained. Judging from the living environment that Curry's current financial situation was as poor as Hakurei Raimu's, Kakyoin picked up 2 boxes of the cheapest bonito sashimi. Although the best before date has passed, we can take them back and process them. They're still edible if cooked. Do you have any sauce at home? They taste great with some mayonnaise. It seemed that despite being a wealthy guy who could travel abroad, Kakyoin had quite a bit of life experience. Next, the two of them picked up a bag of cheap instant noodles without seasoning packets and the mayonnaise Kakyoin suggested, then headed to the front counter. However, at that moment, a giant man who was slightly chubby but very tall, reminiscent of the stereotypical impression of Dongjua, also entered the convenience store. At first, the two didn't pay much attention to him, but from the moment he walked in, his eyes stared unblinkingly in Curry's direction, instantly putting them on alert. What is he doing? I don't want to be Lubu. Just as they reached the checkout counter, Curry looked the man in the eye and felt he looked familiar, but Curry really couldn't associate this man's appearance with any works other than Shiwasa no Okina's Dojinshi or Tragic Lovers. The man seemed to realize his gaze was a bit offensive, and a naive smile squeezed onto his face, which showed 3 layers of chin. Are you Kelly-kun from 404, right? The man took the initiative to speak, which slightly eased the two who were originally on guard. I'm Hashimoto from 201. We talked when you moved in last year. So he's a neighbor? Curry glanced at the man's large palms. One didn't need fingerprint identification to see that this person wouldn't be the one who left the fingerprints. He gave a perfunctory response to the guy. Curry planned to keep an eye out and have Miracle and you investigate this guy when they got back, but he didn't pay too much attention. He checked out, took his change from the tray used to avoid contact between the cashier's and customer's fingers, and prepared to leave. But as Curry and Kakyoin stepped out and were about to chat, they heard the part-time JK cashier's voice seeing off a customer behind them. The two turned around and saw Hashimoto jogging out with a few bottles of high-proof alcohol and 2 small bottles of vegetable juice in his hands. Wait, Kelly-kun. He called out to the two and handed over the vegetable juice in his arms. Take it. Young people nowadays need to supplement more vitamins. Looking at the man's naive smile, Curry didn't refuse. He thanked him and took the vegetable juice but didn't open it, while Kakyoin nodded. Thanks, let me help you carry those. Saying so, he helped share the burden of 2 bottles of wine in his hands, which made him sigh in relief and move his freed hands. Then he frowned and leaned forward somewhat uncertainly. By the way, Kelly-kun, have you noticed if anything is missing from your home? Hearing this, Curry instantly raised his guard again. What does this mean? Curry suddenly realized something. With an 8-hour time of death, if the wind had blown the door open during that time, a neighbor might have noticed something wrong. A normal person seeing the state of that room would definitely choose to call the police. It was just that no police or anyone like that had come to the apartment, so he had subconsciously ignored the possibility. Curry turned his gaze to the man's face, but he still wore that naive smile. Is something really missing? Actually, when I went out, I noticed your door didn't seem to be closed properly, so I was a bit concerned. Then, when I was driving past the door, I saw Nishio-kun from 401 enter your room. I thought about whether to call the police at the time, but I saw them come out after a few seconds and even closed the door for you, so I didn't pay much more attention. If you have a good relationship, then never mind. I was just a bit concerned about these things. Curry and Kakyoin glanced at each other. He entered the room, but the two of them hadn't found any traces in front of the door. If a neighbor found something wrong and came over, there would be no reason to deliberately erase traces, and if they really wanted to help, they wouldn't have left the door partially open. That Nishio has a problem. Volume 106, The Man Behind the Door. The three walked back to the apartment together. Curry and Kakyoin just brushed the man off with some casual chatter. After seeing him back to his room, Kakyoin specifically released Hierophant Green to follow him inside for a look. The layout of the 01 units on each floor was the largest. Hierophant Green quickly found a book with his full name. The man's name was Hashimoto Komadai. After that, besides discovering that he seemed to live there as a family of 3, but his wife and child were not home, and that he seemed to be a photographer working for some news agency, nothing unusual was found. The wind was particularly strong tonight, making the old metal signs of the rental house creak, and the leaves on the roadside rustled loudly. After talking for a while at the corner of the second floor, the two decided to send out their stands together to check on that Nishio in 401. At the fourth floor stairwell, Miracle and You came out of the room, shared its vision with Curry, and nodded to Hierophant Green. At this moment, the users of the two stands were standing at the fourth floor stairwell, sharing the stand's vision. The two stands then passed directly through the not-so-thick apartment door together, preparing to see what kind of expert was behind this door. Curry and Kakyoin, standing outside, almost cried out together. The moment the two stands passed through the door, they came face to face with a person. Close, extremely close. The sound of the man's deliberately suppressed breathing blew directly onto Hierophant Green's face. The room without lights was pitch black, and at this moment, the man was pressed against the door, his eye fixed on the peephole while his ear was cocked to the side. The direction his ear was aimed at was precisely the stairwell where Curry and Kakyoin were located. Perhaps because the breathing he heard in his ears paused for a moment, he furrowed his brows in confusion. At the same time, his eyes gradually changed from orange to black with crimson pupils. The red pupils trembled slightly, shifting towards Curry's direction, and his ear pressed even closer to the door, as if he wanted to hear the heartbeats of the two leaning against the stair railing through the door panel. A ghoul. This identity, along with the other party's surname, made Curry realize who this was: Nishio Nishiki. A ghoul lurking in human society who harbored malice towards humans because his sister was reported by them. One of the important characters in the original work, he had a girlfriend living with him in the apartment who loved him so much she was willing to be with him even knowing he was a ghoul, and even let him eat her flesh. Although he had followed the series to the end, Curry didn't like the later parts of the ghoul series. He really couldn't understand what the mutual understanding between humans and ghouls in the later stages was supposed to achieve. You mean to say there's an extreme minority group that survives by eating humans in human society, and the ghoul investigators are all warriors whose relatives died in the mouths of ghouls, and just because the other party can now restrain themselves from eating people and decides to stop fighting, you can suddenly understand them and build peace together, right? Oh, and there's the part about apologizing to ghouls, where most of the victims apologize to a few aggressors and say it's for peace. All those people they ate to live to this age, children, we have no objection. Thumbs up. Outside, seeing such obvious characteristics, Kakyoin's fingers instantly clenched. Obviously, Kakyoin was furious and prepared to take direct action to eliminate this thing. Curry raised his hand, signaling him not to be impulsive. To be honest, Curry wasn't sure if Hierophant Green could break the defense of an A-rank ghoul. These things weren't even afraid of bullets. Moreover, if they fought here, he would have even more trouble later, and the battle would harm the innocent. However, this guy was very likely the one who killed his predecessor, so he had to be eliminated. Curry made a gesture of making a phone call by his ear. If he guessed correctly, this world with ghouls would also have a CCG to deal with them. The best choice now was naturally to find any reason to report him directly and then wait for the doves of the CCG to deal with him. Kakyoin understood Curry's meaning and also thought this was for the best. He nodded to show his understanding and turned to point towards the direction where he had seen a phone booth when they passed by earlier. I feel like we should buy some beer. Ha! You guy, we haven't reached the legal drinking age yet. But it's quite funny. There are many 14-year-olds getting pregnant in Japan now, yet you can only drink at 20. The two deliberately made noise to avoid raising suspicion by leaving silently, while using their long-range stands to watch Nishio Nishiki's movements as they moved towards the phone booth. Just as the two reached the bottom of the stairs, Nishio Nishiki slowly pushed open the room door. A pair of eyes that had returned to human form stared intently at the backs of Curry and the other as they left, without realizing that their stands were also staring at him. He also lightened his steps, following them downstairs while talking to himself. What a pain. I could have held out for a few more days, but I'm starving after smelling blood all day. Why did I have to run into this? Let's find something to eat first. Curry and the other deliberately turned onto another road, while he also rubbed his stomach and walked downstairs. Curry and Kakyoin were about to head straight for the phone booth, but they found Nishio Nishiki walking towards a specific direction with a clear goal. Right, I remember that shop changes shifts at this time. As he spoke, his pace immediately quickened. Shop? And that direction? The two immediately concluded that he was going to the convenience store they had just come from. While Curry was thinking, he suddenly felt his wrist being grabbed. Looking up, he saw an anxious Kakyoin. Kelly-kun, I know this might cause you trouble. But my range only allows me to strike enemies within 30 meters. I hope to stop him from killing. I want to ask you, can you go make the call now while I go stop him? In their brief time together, Kakyoin had already discovered that Curry hated trouble and was very cautious. Even if they were stand users, once they acted, no one knew what would happen next. I will definitely not involve you. I'll move in another direction now, you just make the call. Looking at the anxious and sincere Kakyoin, Curry paused for a moment. Seriously, why was he living his own life a day ago, and now he hasn't even settled down yet and encounters this kind of problem? He finally found someone to work for free, and it's a guy with such an overflowing sense of justice. But Curry looked at Kakyoin frankly. What kind of person do you take me for? For a man-eating monster like this, we'll act together. Seeing Curry's expression, Kakyoin was stunned. Then, a genuine smile appeared on the face that had been wearing a fake smile since his resurrection. Good. No matter how many suspicious points there were about this guy who resurrected him, at this moment, Kakyoin was willing to believe in him. Because on his face, he saw the spirit that once appeared on his companions. Emerald Splash. Do it! Nishio Nishiki, who was speeding up to ambush the reserve food he had been eyeing for a long time, suddenly felt a gust of wind around him. His eyes changed instantly. He covered his face with his hands and turned to leap. Bang! 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 In the next moment, he felt a stinging pain on his skin, as if countless sharp and pointed stones were being thrown at him. At the same time, he felt a sensation like being elbowed in the waist. His clothes were torn piece by piece, but he couldn't see anything in front of him. What on earth is this? Even as a ghoul, he was filled with shock and uncertainty at this moment. He had no idea what was attacking him. However, he knew who was attacking him. Arg! Damn it, is it that guy who clearly died but ended up resurrected? I even smelled his scent, he should have died in the room. But his scent became completely unappetizing, yet he resurrected as a freak with the same appearance. I didn't even plan to mess with you. But this level of attack seems like nothing to worry about. In the next moment, before Miracle and Yu and Hierophant Green, a mass of flesh suddenly exploded from behind Nishio Nishiki. At first glance, it looked like a swollen tumor hanging on a person's back, but it grew rapidly. It looked like a tail made of flesh and blood, with a faint sense of body fluids on it. Under the pale streetlights, it reflected a metallic luster, like oil on water reflecting an unnatural, rainbow-like color that was both eerily beautiful and filthy. Dark blood vessels and pulses could be clearly seen through the skinless flesh, wriggling like a tentacle. Non-human characteristics were fully revealed. This thing used the tail-like Kagun to slam against the asphalt road and instantly burst forward. Its speed was like a motorcycle accelerating at full power, racing towards the position of the two people in his memory. Volume 107 must strike hard. The opponent's rapid reaction exceeded their expectations. Neither Kuri nor Kakyoin expected that the other party would be so certain the attackers were them and would directly charge to kill their physical bodies. "I'll cover you." Without a moment's hesitation, Kakyoin threw the bag in his hand towards the wall and started running. Kuri also gritted his teeth. He felt his stand's output was not as good as Kakyoin's. In the current situation, Kuri decided to let the stand go make the call while his physical body followed Kakyoin to prevent being killed alone. Speaking of which, Kuri had felt it was strange from the start. Even if there were man-eating monsters where Haruhi Suzumiya was, those who could perceive her would definitely stop her from finding out. Yet, the ghouls in this world existed so openly that even Kakyoin knew about them. Also, with Kusuwa Seki's superpowers, even if he didn't wipe out the ghouls, he should have made it so they didn't need to eat people. Something must have gone wrong with this world as these people collided with each other. His thoughts ended there. From the stand's perspective, the wound on Nishio Nishiki's arm made by Hierophant Green healed at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, he crossed more than 10 meters to reach the corner where the two were hiding. Kuri judged that their scent had exposed their position. It was too late to hide now, so he could only pick up a large stone from the roadside flower bed as a small comfort while running. Kakyoin retracted his stand and waved his hand. The stand fully expanded, winding around the surrounding trees and lampposts, turning into several green ribbon-like strips to block the path. Chapter 6. Just a moment later, Nishio Nishiki's body slammed directly into the net woven by Hierophant Green. Unfortunately, he didn't look like a fly caught in a web, but rather like a fierce dog trying to break through packing tape. 2 rows of sharp teeth were bared, and his red pupil stared coldly at the two guys before him. The invisible Hierophant constricted around his body, leaving clear indentations, though it only served to slow his pace. His throat was puffing out hot air. "You trash, are you planning to deal with me using just stones?" Bang! Despite his harsh words, Nishio Nishiki suddenly leaped backward. A barrage of invisible emeralds, like raindrops, swept toward the spot where he had just been standing, sending debris flying across the asphalt. Kuri seized the opportunity to throw the stone in his hand. These two guys' abilities were indeed strange, but they were truly weak and pathetic. Nishio Nishiki sneered and flicked the stone away with his finger. Then, the tail-like tentacle behind him coiled around the ground, actually ripping up a manhole cover embedded with steel bolts right from the roadside. He planted his feet, twisted his waist, and stretched his tail to its limit, preparing to launch the manhole cover at the two of them like a cannonball. "Wait, Misaka Makoto?" Clap. Screech. The stone flicked away by Nishio Nishiki struck the metal sign of the apartment building, which was creaking in the wind. The screws of the metal sign loosened, and it swung and fell off. Because of its size, it tilted slightly as the wind caught it. Nishio, just about to make his move, suddenly heard a noise behind him. Thinking it was another one of those invisible attacks, he frowned and changed his direction, tossing the manhole cover at the tip of his Kagun upward. Whoosh! What? The not-so-thick plaque was struck to the side by the manhole cover, aiming at Nishio Nishiki. However, it seemed to gain force, and like a spinning Fuma shuriken, it plunged straight into Nishio Nishiki's back. The edges, which weren't originally that sharp, gained immense potential energy after the impact, driving straight into Nishio Nishiki's back. He felt his legs sink, lost his footing, and felt excruciating pain from his back. His broken ribs pierced into his lungs one by one, forcing him to fall to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! The stone thrown by Kuri fell along with the sign, hitting the blood-covered Nishio Nishiki on the head with a dull thud. The sudden accident left Kuri and Kakyoin stunned. However, the two reacted, seemingly relieved that such a low-probability accident had occurred. A monster like you, who commits such evil, even heaven. Kakyoin pointed his finger at Nishio Nishiki, preparing for the necessary righteous speech before defeating the villain, but Kuri quickly pulled him back. Stop explaining, finish him off. Kakyoin's spellcasting was interrupted, and his expression froze, but he nodded anyway. He rushed forward a few steps into range, and Hierophant Green immediately turned into several sharp ribbons with pointed tips, stabbing toward Nishio Nishiki. A ghoul's skin is indeed hard to pierce with blades or guns, and it's difficult to kill them with Hierophant Green's destructive power alone, but Kakyoin had his own methods. With Nishio Nishiki unable to resist, Hierophant Green directly blocked his mouth and nose, poured into his body through his throat, entangled his fragile lungs, and pushed out the huge sign from his back. It pierced through him, preventing him from healing, and popped out of Nishio Nishiki's body like a spike, entangling itself around a nearby utility pole. Then, as Kakyoin raised his hand, the impaled Nishio Nishiki was slowly lifted into the air. Nishio Nishiki, who had just recovered a bit of consciousness from the trauma, felt his mouth and nose blocked and his lungs completely unable to breathe. His snake-like crimson cocoon whipped back and forth in the air, creating gusts of wind, but he had nowhere to exert force. Kakyoin had seen blood before. Although he usually just incapacitated many villains, when it came to actually killing someone, he didn't hold back. Just then, the sound of a door opening attracted everyone's attention. They saw the door of room 401 in the Kurikawa apartment being pushed open violently. An orange-haired woman rushed out, gasping for breath, her panicked eyes scanning downward. She wanted to scream immediately, but considering the poor soundproofing of the surroundings, she forced her hand over her mouth and stumbled down the stairs. Because the person came out of 401, Kakyoin became immediately alert. But seeing her stumbling gait, she was clearly not a ghoul, just a female college student with average physical fitness, and he was a bit stunned. Nishio Nishiki, struggling in pain, saw this scene, and his pupils constricted. It was Nishino Kimi, the girlfriend he had met not long ago. To him, who didn't trust humans at all right now, she was a tool to process his desires and also a food reserve. In about 10 seconds, Nishino Kimi rushed downstairs, and the two noticed she was holding a watermelon knife in her hand. Is she an ordinary person deceived by a ghoul? Kakyoin's face darkened with sadness. Surely this girl must realize now that her partner was a ghoul and must be terrified. However, as soon as Nishino Kimi got a bit further from the apartment and opened her mouth, Kakyoin was stunned. You! Let go of Nishio! The woman held the knife with trembling hands, seemingly wanting to approach the two but not daring to. Finally, with a look of struggle, she looked at Nishio Nishiki, who was bound in the air by invisible force in a bondage play setup. Madam, haven't you realized he is a ghoul? Kakyoin spoke up to explain to Kimi. I saw it. But he is also a person. How would you cruel guys know? But I can feel it. He lives with me every day and has the same emotions as us humans. Please, I beg you. Kimi walked closer as she spoke. Kakyoin's brain went numb. He was almost becoming like the can't-hear boy Ichigo Kurosaki. What are you saying? He doesn't want to eat people, it's his nature. You can't. Nishio heard his girlfriend's words and was stunned in despair. So, there are people like this among humans? Kakyoin's chest heaved with anger. No, wait, aren't the people he eats also people? Clap. Kuri took off his jacket and threw it at Kimi. The woman, panicked by Kuri's sudden movement, hurriedly raised the fruit knife to stab the jacket. But then, she felt a pain in her lower leg. Kuri kicked her in the shin, then punched the woman in the stomach. After the knife fell from the woman's hand, he stepped back, kicked the knife away, and delivered a full-powered rider kick to her face as she bent over. Phew, that feels good. As expected, this kind of thing is like a human flesh wooden fish, hitting it just accumulates merit. Kuri clapped his hands, stood with his hands on his hips beside the woman's fallen body, and made a KO pose. An evil ghoul actually has a human accomplice. Volume 108. So I am. This.
Kakyoin, who was still full of logic about whether the people the ghoul ate were also people, was stunned watching Kuri knock Kimi down with a few punches.
Is this right? Weren't we supposed to be here debating the logic with her?
Meanwhile, Nishio, who was hanging there, was furious. Seeing his girlfriend whom he cherished so much even in bed and who had just made him realize something being beaten like a sandbag by Kuri, he was filled with rage. But, even as a powerful A-rank ghoul, he was helpless at this moment, unless. Pretending to still be swinging his tail, Nishio Nishiki suddenly exerted force. Ignoring the injury on his back, he raised his kagun from behind and gouged into his own body. His entire lungs and the connected ribs, along with his esophagus and other things, exploded out from his back. The sudden situation caught Kakyoin off guard, and Kuri also hurriedly retreated. Nishio Nishiki, whose entire back was a bloody mess, stared with those crimson eyes as he fell from the air. His tail acted like a spring, pushing off the ground. No matter how strong his vitality was, he was at the end of his rope. Regardless of what happened next, having lost his respiratory organs, he was certain to die. Nishio grabbed his girlfriend on the ground and lunged at Kuri. He had already decided. Since he was going to die anyway, he would let this human girl, who loved him with all her heart, live on as a victim. And before that, the hot blood boiled in the monster's veins. Die. Human. Unable to make a sound, Nishio lunged at Kuri with his last few seconds of life. Just then, he caught a glimpse of a strong light shining on the person in front of him. Looking back, he was stunned to see a truck speeding along this residential road, where there shouldn't be any traffic at night. What? A mere human vehicle. Don't get in my way. Nishio's kagun swept backward. And then, boom! Nishio Nishiki's moving remains were sent flying, spinning in the air while holding his girlfriend, and landed 5 or 6 meters away, covered in blood. Clearly, Nishio had overestimated the stats of a ghoul. He died on the spot, and even the girlfriend he was holding had dislocated bones and fell into a coma, seemingly unlikely to survive. Screech! With the sharp sound of brakes, Miracle for You, who had transformed into the appearance of a truck driver, clapped his hands and jumped off the truck. He wiped the bloodstains off the front of the truck with his clothes. Boss, I'm not late, am I? The call has already been made. Kakyoin blankly turned his head to look at the ghoul he couldn't break through before, who was now lying on the ground without a breath left. He then looked at the truck, whose headlights had extinguished like a giant beast closing its eyes. He suddenly realized that his previous understanding seemed to be wrong. It wasn't just stand users who could defeat stand users, a truck could do it too. Kuri and Kakyoin looked at each other. It's quite troublesome to explain things to the CCG. Let's go first. Kakyoin looked at the scene hesitantly. Should we return the truck to someone else? In fact, given Kakyoin's personality, he was a bit inclined to save that woman. For someone of that level, at most, he would inflict the punishment of Noriaki's porridge. However, since the ghoul had delivered himself and his girlfriend, him messing around now would only affect the slim hope of treatment, so he went upstairs with Kuri. After the two returned to the room, Miracle for You transformed back into an ethereal dog, walked up, and crouched down to examine the fingers of the two people soaked in blood, then placed 2 fingers on its own head. Main body boss, the fingerprints don't belong to these 2 people. I know, you come back first. Miracle for You tilted its head, picked up the plastic bag from the ground, wiped away the stone with Kuri's fingerprints, and returned to the room. In a place no one noticed, Hashimoto Kamada stiffly backed away from the entrance, shaking his hands and pretending to be nonchalant as he returned to his bed. It didn't take long before the front of the apartment became lively. The red and blue lights of police cars and ambulances illuminated the surrounding night scene. Every household opened their doors to check, and in front of the door, several people in white clothes walked between the police and the stretchers. The patient will likely be a lifelong vegetable at best. Contact the family quickly. Several medical staff stood by the roadside, feeling a bit helpless, looking at the tragic state of Kimi, whose spine was clearly broken, but they couldn't act. Because in Japan, there have been cases of women falsely accusing ambulance personnel of sexual harassment. Their all-male team needed to confirm that the cameras were on before they could start the rescue.
A drunken driver was blankly brought nearby. Mr. Yasuda, right?
Thank you for calling our CCG in time to inform us about the ghoul. However, you were too reckless to hit it with your car, and you are suspected of drunk driving. But because you helped us this time, we will plead your case to the traffic authorities.
You probably won't be punished, and we will even apply for a bravery award for you. Next time something like this happens, you should prioritize protecting your own safety.
If the ghoul hadn't been hit by the accidentally falling sign, it would generally have been able to dodge the vehicle.
Ha!
The driver touched his head, confused, not understanding the situation. Why did he remember his order was for tomorrow, so he just bought some alcohol and found a sheltered place to drink? After confirming Nishio's identity in the human world, several personnel in white clothes took notebooks up to the 4th floor, asking neighbors door to door if they knew him.
Curry also pretended to be a normal neighbor, opening the door to watch the excitement.
Curry had already instructed Miracle for you to put the hand in the freezer.
Kakyoin was hiding in the small bathroom near the door, listening to the movement outside.
There was no need to worry about the traces of the battle.
Japan is not like the neighboring East, China, which adheres to small government principles and advocacy for protecting residents' privacy.
Apart from public areas like large supermarkets, there are no security cameras. Although this is actually a narrative promoted so that the public feels they have privacy, and then the district government can save a large amount of money on camera installation and maintenance.
This is also why professions like private detectives and high school student detectives have such fertile ground for survival here.
And because the ghoul was already dead, the people from the Countermeasures Bureau were just asking casually and preparing to close the case.
Chapter 7.
One of the blonde-haired women glanced at Curry with a puzzled look, then looked down at her phone and walked over.
At first, Curry didn't react.
Seeing Curry acting like he was just watching a show, the woman seemed slightly displeased and knitted her delicate brows.
Curry, as a prospective investigator, you must be observant. You didn't even notice a ghoul so close to you? When I met you at the White Mansion Orphanage, didn't you say that once you graduated high school, you would go to the Investigator Academy for advanced training, join the CCG as quickly as possible, and avenge your family?
Ha!
Curry was stunned by what the woman said. No, wait, what is going on now? Can I get some Ninjago-style recap?
Seeing Curry looking at her with a blank expression, the woman shook her head.
I am Rank 2 Investigator Mato Akira. Do you remember when I came to collect your volunteer applications 3 years ago when you left the White Mansion?
You told me back then that your parents brought you to Tokyo for a trip when you were young, but they were killed by a ghoul. You were raised with CCG funding, and you swore to exterminate the ghouls, leaving not a single one behind.
Do not forget your ambition and your hatred.
The woman gave Curry a look as if she were viewing a fallen member who had abandoned the organization, then continued walking toward 405 behind him.
Curry was dumbfounded. Only now did he understand why his parallel world self had a Chinese name but wasn't attending high school back home. At first, he thought there was some unusual setup.
So, the version of himself here was basically a Batman who could hold a bridge with 0 losses and play Valorant just to find a mom.
The CCG, or the Ghoul Countermeasures Bureau, had a tradition of adopting and training orphans whose families were killed by ghouls. That cleared things up. Curry immediately felt it was a pity. If he had known this earlier, he could have claimed credit. Volume 109. I'm already crying.
After Curry followed the neighbor's lead and vaguely expressed that he didn't know much about the neighbor Nishio, Mato Akira led her team further back.
Curry returned inside and closed the door. He glanced at the time. It was already 2 a.m.
After relaxing, the fatigue from not sleeping all day and a sense of hunger hit him at once.
Curry still frowned and communicated with Miracle for you in his mind. How did the check on the phone in the cabinet go that I asked you to do earlier? Boss, I was just about to tell you. It should be exactly as that woman just said. The original owner who lived here was a beneficiary of CCG funding. There's a Rank 3 Investigator candidate ID card under the bed. In the cabinet, there's a game console packed away.
The contact list on the phone is very sparse, with only one entry labeled Special Class Investigator Shinohara and the phone number for a nearby Chinese restaurant, Hojo Building Takeout.
There aren't any friends on E, but there is a notepad app on the phone. It seems he was recording an investigation into something nearby. After listening, Corey only felt a bigger headache. He should have interrogated that Nishio guy. He hadn't expected him to be so fragile and just get smashed to death like that. Many questions, like why he came to look and what he saw, would now go unanswered. Ghouls. They can't even handle being hit by a truck. Useless. Since the killer wasn't Nishio, he could only check the phone to see what teacher de Kyuho wanted to be Aaron Yeager was investigating, and if it had anything to do with his death. While Curry was pondering, Kakyoin opened the door and walked out, clapping Curry heavily on the shoulder. Hold on, I'll make some food now, and then you should get some good rest.
As he spoke, Kakyoin squeezed in front of Curry, took fish fillets and instant noodles out of a plastic bag, turned on the electric stove, and washed the kettle.
Curry was a bit confused by Kakyoin's sudden change in attitude.
Kakyoin had just heard what Mato Akira said through the door about his parents being killed by ghouls when he was young, and his ambition to exterminate ghouls. This resonated deeply with Kakyoin. He felt it was truly wrong that he had doubted Curry, and that he had even considered saving that woman in front of Curry, who had such a deep vendetta against ghouls. He felt like slapping himself twice for it after waking up in the middle of the night. You sit for a while, it'll be ready soon. The room was soon filled with an appetizing aroma. Curry moved the dining table out and opened the phone left behind by Teacher Deku. To be honest, Curry didn't have much hope for the content on the phone. After all, if he had offended someone while investigating something, it made no sense to just kill him without destroying his data. The fact that the phone was left behind suggested the other party wasn't trying to stop the investigation. Still, Curry opened the notepad app to take a look. Model Merchant. Curry scanned it roughly a few times. It recorded the movements of an investigation target called Model Merchant over the course of a month, and also mentioned some jargon that seemed to be for model enthusiasts, like HG, RG, and MG. Yet Curry remembered that these seemed to be terms used in the Gundam model series to describe the detail level and scale of the models. In the past, Curry had just understood them by equating them to the rarity levels in Yu-Gi-Oh! Curry flipped through the entire content and found it was all records of the model merchant selling an HG model at a certain place on such and such date. Curry was immediately puzzled. What is this, Teacher Deku? Are you a Bandai fanboy, arresting people for selling bootlegs here? He didn't quite understand what it meant, but Curry opened the map and clumsily searched using the Japanese input method. The locations marked were all within Naruma Ward in the neighboring Musashino City, not far from the Kirikawa apartment. Just then, Miracle for You leaned over. Boss, actually, I have a way to make money without showing my face, but I need you to buy a computer. What? Curry was taken aback. I can change my voice to a female one and become a VTuber. Miracle for You explained. Although the budget wasn't very high right now, if he could accept second-hand equipment and the boss took out a loan, it would be doable. Curry shook his head after hearing that. Do you think you're K-Angel? 1 million followers in a month? Doing this is less efficient than you going to kill that piece of trash female director at the hospital next door, taking her place, and giving me her salary every month. Miracle for You glanced at Curry. In the partial memories inherited from this SOB, he was always talking about stringing people up on street lamps online. It seemed Curry was no better. Then what if I pretend to be a Japanese girl, stream on YouTube for 2 days, move to Bilibili, stream learning Chinese, watch 3 Kingdoms, and accidentally show the game Senran * Banka running in the background? Then I pretend not to understand memes, get baited into saying something wild by the Chinese chat, edited myself on a burner account, connect with circles like the LOL Zoo, and finally create memes where the audience calls me mommy? Curry was shocked after hearing this. Good heavens, this stand really inherited the essence from his memories. It's just a bit rare. However, Curry looked down at the time on the phone. It's 2023 now, the redemption codes have all expired. Miracle for You paused, its sunglasses like eyes emitting a glow of wisdom. Then I'll pose as a Japanese girl, say that Japanese marriage only requires a dowry equal to 3 months' salary, attack the marriage market, then say that Japanese girls love Tokyo University men because they are responsible, then start critiquing overseas execution thresholds, make critique rankings, sing hajime music, say that life is bitter everywhere so let the world's proletariat unite,
and finally make the audience call me mommy. No, is it absolutely necessary to call you mommy?
I don't even dare to imagine how mixed the audience in your stream would be, but it doesn't seem impossible.
Cory nodded, admitting it was actually not bad. Good plan, right?
I can use a free, public VTuber model first. So, the computer and recording equipment, miracle for you, rubbed its hands. Besides the fact that getting mass reported every day is a feature, how about this? You go find some black market job to work tomorrow, and once you've saved enough money to buy a computer, you start streaming as a VTuber immediately.
Is there any humanity left? I'm already crying. Miracle for You completely lost its composure. Even though I don't need to eat, drink, or rest, you can't treat me like a piece of trash.
But at this moment, Kakyoin had finished. He scooped out the instant noodles he had soaked, added the seasoning, and mixed it evenly. The aroma of cheap spices filled the room. He used Hierophant green to search around, took bowls and chopsticks from the cabinet, and washed them. He and the stand each held a bowl and walked to the small table. After setting them down, he bowed theatrically with one hand across his chest.
Please enjoy, seafood mixed egg fried instant noodles.
It was the first time Cory had ever seen someone make instant noodles sound so refined. However, he was starving, so he gestured for Kakyoin to sit down, and the two took the vegetable juice that Uncle Hashimoto from downstairs had given them and started to eat and drink.
Ugh! How can something this disgusting even be sold in convenience stores?
The fish fillet Kakyoin pan-fried was tender and tasted good, but after one sip of the vegetable juice, Cory was almost knocked unconscious by the taste. In his memories from his time at Tokyo University in his original world, there was a mixed fruit drink that was common in his childhood that tasted a bit like this, but this one had a much stronger grassy flavor.
By comparison, doji could be considered delicious. Kakyoin, on the other hand, took a sip quite calmly. That just means you didn't pay attention to your health before. It's because of the agricultural cooperative, vegetable prices go up every year. Except for cabbage, everything is just too expensive. Sometimes the cabbage in store-bought bento boxes isn't even enough. So, many salarymen trying to save money by this, drinking 1 bottle a day to supplement the nutrients from vegetables. Cory felt relieved upon hearing such a reasonable explanation.
Oh, the agricultural cooperative.
That explains it.
After eating, the two cleaned up, pulled out 2 sleeping mats, and chatted about their theories regarding the killer.
Cory shared the notes left by Teacher Deco with Kakyoin, using the excuse that he had found a record while investigating earlier.
He also told Kakyoin about his stand's mimicry and visibility abilities, since he would definitely need the stand to act alone tomorrow. The two had originally wanted to go downstairs to take a look, but since the area was swarming with police and they were physically exhausted, they both went to sleep. After turning off the lights, Kakyoin asked curiously,
"By the way, since your stand has the ability to be seen by others and to mimic, are you having the stand go to school tomorrow?" Cory thought for a moment.
"No, I'll go myself." Although there seemed to be a flaw in Haruhi Suzumiya's cognitive barrier that allowed news of ghouls to spread everywhere, Cory still intended to go and see for himself to understand the situation.
It couldn't possibly be the melancholy of Yuki Nagato or some world line where Haruhi Suzumiya was a normal person, right?
Besides, investigating outside with Kakyoin meant only having Kakyoin as a protector, whereas going to class with so many powerful characters would actually be safer.
By the way,
Kakyoin's appearance made Cory realize that some of the rewards provided by the system were actually quite useful. So he could try to complete some of the achievements, like those for becoming the leader of certain organizations. In this society, there was probably no easier way to accomplish that than by becoming a class monitor or running for student council president.
Good night. Volume 1, 010 Second Day of School, Want to Skip? Knock knock.
Having slept for only about 5 hours, Cory was woken up by noises in the room. The back of his head felt like it was covered in a thick layer of gauze.
What time is it? Curry prepared to check the time. If there were still 15 minutes left until his usual wake-up time, he would make a gamble with his body. I bet I can wake up when the next alarm goes off. I'll bet my life on it. But what greeted his eyes were the rolled-up bedding and the set-up small table. Kakyoin was holding a frying pan, stir-frying the softened instant noodles, while his stand was leaning against the wall, connected to a charger, looking at a phone. Only then did Curry remember that he was no longer in his original world. Climbing up from the tatami mat, which felt like it didn't even have a fraction of the comfort of a Simmons mattress, Curry staggered toward the bathroom. I saw that toothbrushes were on sale when bought in packs of 3, so I bought a pack. Don't worry about money. I talked to your stand, and I plan to take on some part-time jobs if I have free time outside of our investigation. Leave the bed, I'll roll it up later. Hurry up, or you'll be late. I put the extra stir-fried noodles in a lunchbox for you to eat at noon. Curry unwrapped a new toothbrush, picked one at random, didn't even bother using the cup left by Teacher Deco, and just rinsed his mouth directly. By the time Curry sat back at the table, Kakyoin had already sat down with the noodles. Curry glanced at the green liquid in the soup bowl next to him, feeling a bit puzzled. This is vegetable juice. I saw you didn't like drinking it, so I bought some today and added a little sugar to adjust the taste. Vitamins are still very important. For a split second, Curry had a hallucination that the person in front of him wasn't Kakyoin, but his own mother. Then he shook his head violently. No mommy boyfriend, no mommy boyfriend. My taste in mothers is the same as Char's. If it's a mommy boyfriend, I have to go block a bridge immediately, or play a lockdown deck with a teammate in a Yu-Gi-Oh tag duel, strike first. After getting dressed and ready, Curry found the school uniform left by Teacher Deku in the closet. Kakyoin disguised himself. Curry's clothes didn't fit him very well, but he pretended to have hay fever, putting on a large mask and a pair of sunglasses he found in Curry's drawer. Are you sure no one will recognize you like this? Curry questioned him, looking at Kakyoin, who hadn't even changed his hairstyle. Don't worry. Kakyoin was very confident about this, leaving Curry speechless. Although the school was in the North Ward, it wasn't far away, about a half-hour walk. Curry decided to just walk there. On the way to school, the second daughter of the Yukinoshita family, from a certain Chiba politician's family, was sitting in the back seat of a sedan, looking out the window, speechless. She had heard rumors that her family, having realized she was always being pranked by classmates due to her outstanding appearance, had specifically sent her to a school famous for having a large number of beautiful girls. The car happened to stop at an intersection to wait for a red light. She turned her head to look out the window, and then she bizarrely saw a tall, red-haired boy wearing a mask and medieval linen clothing, following a tall boy in a North High uniform like a bodyguard. Ha! That's a second-year senior, right? Is this school really famous for having many beautiful girls, or is it just full of weirdos? And is he bringing a bodyguard to school? She couldn't help but feel a bit curious about the two people walking by. Bang! Then, at the next intersection, her family's luxury sedan hit a guy who was riding a bike to save a dog. Chapter 8. Hearing the sound of a dog barking, Curry turned his head in confusion to take a few looks. It seemed like there was a car accident back there, but the people appeared to be fine, so he turned back and continued on his way to school. Kakyoin, however, pondered for a moment upon hearing the dog's bark. By the way, if the apartment allows it, you might consider getting a dog. Especially sensitive small dogs like chihuahuas or teddies. Most people find them troublesome because they bark at the slightest movement, but they are perfect for keeping watch. Kakyoin probably felt that keeping a stand active continuously also drained mental energy, so he thought of finding something to replace the stand for the night watch. To be honest, though, Curry didn't feel much of anything even after keeping it active for a day and a night. I remember seeing someone downstairs with one. Curry didn't have any objections to this and nodded. Having an extra layer of security wasn't a bad idea. Once Curry entered the school, Kakyoin and Miracle for You turned back. Upon reaching a deserted alley, Miracle for You shifted its form. Why did you transform into Katsuragi-kun? I've only had close contact with a few people. Miracle for You spread its hands helplessly.
In class, before the first period began, Hiratsuka Shizuka stood at the podium as usual today.
I have a tragic announcement for everyone. Our classmate, Sato Kazuma, acted heroically yesterday afternoon.
He pushed a passing girl out of the way, only to be scared into incontinence by a slow-moving tractor. Resuscitation, failed. Hiratsuka Shizuka was currently doing her best to use her professional ethics as a teacher to fight against her urge to laugh. If she laughed while announcing a student's death, her career as an educator would be over.
Phew. Ultimately, resuscitation failed due to excessive shock leading to cardiac arrest. Phew. Ha.
Because the tractor in front of him was actually moving slowly, and the girl was only pushed down and scraped, no compensation was awarded. Anyway, everyone, when acting heroically, you must do so within your limits. Today, there's also an underclassman who was sent to the hospital because he tried to save a dog. Hiratsuka Shizuka felt she really couldn't hold it in anymore, so she quickly ended the conversation. She took a small transparent vase with a white flower, placed it on Kazuma's seat, and announced that school would be dismissed this Friday afternoon so everyone could attend Kazuma-kun's memorial service.
The class, which rarely reacted to Hiratsuka Shizuka's words, finally showed some response.
Everyone was originally holding it together, but Hiratsuka Shizuka's own endless laughing made it quite difficult for them to keep a straight face. The lesson began amidst the laughter. For an unfortunate youth like Kuri, who had experienced the exam-oriented education of the neighboring country where high schoolers read while running at 5:30 a.m. and 3,000 middle school students plus the principal fought for one restroom, a situation more miserable than Shrek Academy, the classes in a Japanese public school were practically like a vacation. After all, not every school's treatment was like a prisoner of war camp. However, in Japan, there was also a sort of academic caste system. Ordinary people received relaxed education, and nearly half went straight to work after high school graduation. The children of the so-called elite mostly went to private schools to compete to the death. Places like Tsukinamori were okay, but in St. Lucia, students with poor grades were practically thrown into a dungeon. During the break, Kuri wanted to ask around about who the current class representative was. The student council president would likely graduate in the new semester, and he wondered if he had a chance.
He found Katsuragi Kaima.
He was, quite unusually, looking a bit sorrowful. Sato was a fellow enthusiast. I didn't expect him to go like this. This world truly is cruel to the likes of us. Kuri offered a casual word of comfort. It's fine, he just reincarnated into a work he likes. Katsuragi Kaima pushed up his glasses. It's nothing. I'm actually more worried about whether the 50 gal games I lent him will be destroyed by his family. Also, his favorite series was Rants. Kuri couldn't hold it in, that was indeed tragic. By the way, who is our class representative? Does our class have such a character? Class reps usually wear glasses and have braided pigtails, right? Katsuragi Kaima looked around with a blank expression. Kuri felt there was a genuine communication barrier with this bastard. After thinking it over, he went outside to find Hiratsuka Shizuka. Volume 1, 011. It's actually not allowed. You say you want to be the class representative? Hiratsuka Shizuka scanned Kuri with her gaze as if she had discovered an alien. Given the level of management in this class where they were like a pile of sand when together and scattered stars when apart, no one had ever taken the initiative to ask to be the class representative before. She had previously tried to appoint Gota Hidori, who seemed cold but generally normal, to the position. As soon as class ended, Gota Hidori had come to her with a dejiza to resign. Her usual coldness vanished as she wailed and cried. After that, she also tried to give it to Yuki Nagato and Kagome, but both refused. She had originally planned to see if she could ask the class representative from the neighboring class, Senjugahara Hitagi, to help manage things this year. She hadn't expected someone to volunteer. But Hiratsuka Shizuka stared intently at Kuri. Be honest, what is your purpose in wanting to be the class representative? Who would jump into a pit knowing full well it's a pit? Did he have a peculiar personality and just had to taste the bitterness of this position? Hearing the questioning, Kuri stood tall with his chest out. To serve the class community.
Hiratsuka Shizuka turned and walked away.
If this kid had said he wanted to use the position to occasionally go to student council meetings where there were many beautiful girls, or that he coveted the class funds, she would have accepted it. Giving a reason like that made her suspect he wanted to cause trouble during the cultural festival or home economics class. Seeing that his petition to Hiratsuka Shizuka to become the class representative was actually rejected, Kuri was furious. He prepared to go up and argue the merits with Hiratsuka Shizuka. However, at that moment, the unscrupulous teacher ahead said something that reminded Kuri. "If you're bored, you can join a club. We have quite a few strange clubs in our school anyway." Kuri pondered. It seemed Teacher Deku's reputation in the school wasn't very good, so being the class representative was indeed a long shot. He should look into the student council matters himself. And even if he got into the student council, in a place like Japan where seniority mattered, a newcomer like him would have to wait until next year to become the president. He might as well check out the club area. It shouldn't be hard to grind out a 5-person leader or 10-person leader achievement there. Anyway, a club wasn't like a band, he wouldn't be hounded for quitting, and it wouldn't take up much of his time. After battling through math class, Kuri headed to the student council's club announcement board during the lunch break. The green chalkboard was covered in printed papers, with the currently registered clubs handwritten on them. Dungeon Club, Far East Magic Society, Siesta Club, Human Observation Research Club, Classics Club, Light Music Club, Apparition Investigation Club, Teruhashi Kokomi Fan Club, Astronomy Club, Mahjong Club, Underwear Enthusiasts Society. Kuri scanned the list and realized that while his class might be the wildest, North High was a place of hidden talents and eccentric experts, comparable to Arkham Asylum. Kuri was debating whether to start a new club and recruit people on the spot, or to infiltrate some random club and become its leader by distributing adult books to his classmates. Just then, a head leaned in beside him. Apparition Investigation Club? Interesting, but it's probably just like the occult clubs in my previous school, all fakes, right? Kuri felt something brush against his arm. Looking down, he saw the troublemaker from the seat behind him. Haruhi Suzumiya, who changed her hairstyle every day hoping to attract the attention of eccentrics and was sporting a right-side ponytail today, was standing right next to him. Haruhi Suzumiya's attention was drawn to Kuri. "Oh, you're the one in front of me. Since you suddenly fainted and went home yesterday, have you checked if you've awakened any superpowers?" Seeing Kuri's strange expression, Haruhi Suzumiya shook her head in disappointment. "Never mind, talking to an ordinary person like you is a waste of my time." Actually, Kuri's expression was strange because he was surprised by the accuracy of her guess. He really wanted to ask her if she knew about ghouls to see if her perception had been isolated. But worried that a single sentence might bring some change to this world, he kept his mouth shut. Kuri thought for a moment. He'd eat first. Starting a club and recruiting people wouldn't be difficult. As it turned out, not long after they parted, Kuri ran into this troublemaker again. After lunch, in the staff office, Haruhi Suzumiya stood with her arms crossed, looking down at the teacher in front of her. "Hiratsuka-sensei, so my sekai wa uni mori ajarate no Suzumiya Haruhi no Dan, the Haruhi Suzumiya brigade to spread excitement all over the world, can't be approved?" "That's right. You need at least 3 members before you come to me to be your faculty advisor." By now, Hiratsuka Shizuka was wearing a mask of pain. "Oh, how troublesome." "Fine, my club doesn't need the recognition of a mere school anyway." Just as Haruhi Suzumiya was about to leave, she saw Kuri walking in with a form in his hand. Hiratsuka Shizuka took the form in despair, expecting to see something else that would challenge her worldview. But she glanced at it. Gal Game Club? Honestly, with any other teacher, this would definitely be seen as a provocation. But after spending a year with these students, she actually felt this club was somewhat human by comparison. If you're willing to change the name, get 3 people together, and don't do any R18 stuff at school. No problem. Let's call it the funeral parlor then. Kuri didn't care about the name. No using such unlucky words. Oh, then Chaldea Security Organization. I'll be the first director.
I know I can't say our activities involve playing gal games.
Publicly, I'll claim our activity is ensuring humanity's survival against various world threats.
I'll submit regular reports to you.
Hiratsuka Shizuka actually wanted to say he didn't even have to submit them, but considering this might be the first normal-ish club in her class, she nodded with difficulty.
Very well. Go find the other 2 members.
As Kuri walked out, he was called out to by Haruai Suzumiya. Hey, I say, you're on good terms with that guy the classmates called a four-eyed cockroach, right?
Why don't you join my command? That way we can form a club.
Then you guys can play your games, and I'll do my things. On the other side, below Kirikawa apartment, the rental company responsible for maintenance was having a headache discussing with the neighborhood association.
They needed to carry out construction to put up a new sign for Kirikawa apartment.
In Japan, landlords usually leave rental and maintenance matters to rental companies rather than meeting tenants face-to-face. If something breaks, one can't even fix it themselves, they need to contact the real estate company, which then contacts a maintenance company, otherwise, it's a breach of contract. Meanwhile, Miracle for You and Kakyoin, who had returned to the vicinity, were searching for traces based on the location where the model merchant had been spotted during Teacher Deku's previous investigation. The 2 of them happened to walk past a parking lot. A car passed by, and neither of them paid much attention until the car stopped and the window was rolled down.
Oh, you're Kurikuin's friend from last night, right? Yesterday was really quite a close call.
The person was Hashimoto Idai, the fat man who had given them vegetable juice yesterday.
Volume 1, 012 The Cardboard Box Immortal Part. Yes, last night was indeed a close call. Kakyoin echoed the other person's sentiment, treating it as just casual small talk. By the way, where is Kurikuin?
He turned his head curiously inside the car window, looking around.
He has some things to do. Kakyoin didn't explicitly say Kuri had gone to school. Oh, I see. Hashimoto nodded as if in realization, but then changed the subject. I work at a TV station, and let me tell you, this neighborhood isn't very peaceful.
Originally, we got calls saying homeless people were disappearing nearby, but we didn't come to film it. It's best to be careful, especially near Musashina City. I didn't take it seriously at first, but after what happened last night, I don't even dare to go out at night anymore.
You should tell Kurikuin too.
If possible, move to a safer place.
I've already started contacting real estate agents lately. Chapter 9. I see, thanks for the heads up. Kakyoin nodded.
The other person rolled the car window back up, looking like he was preparing to head home.
Kakyoin was a bit surprised. It was still morning, so was the other person coming back already?
However, there was nothing suspicious in his words. On the contrary, he was quite friendly and even advised them to leave. But after the car drove away, Miracle for You tilted its head.
Don't you think this guy is a bit strange? What? Kakyoin was a bit bewildered by what Miracle for You said.
They saw that we are clearly students, and given that we just brushed past a ghoul last night, they didn't show any suspicion at all while we were wandering around here.
Normally, they would ask what we're doing before starting to advise us to stay away from this area, right?
After Miracle for You pointed it out, Kakyoin felt that it was indeed a bit odd. However, they had already confirmed yesterday that this was just an ordinary person, not a ghoul. On the contrary, the Musashina city he mentioned.
Besides the 23 wards, Tokyo also has 26 cities mainly concentrated in the west. Kirikawa apartment, located west of Narama Ward, is very close to Musashino City. Kuri said that part of the records he investigated earlier indicated that the model merchant's transaction locations were there. Let's go check that area first.
The records ended a few days ago, and the locations where the model merchant appeared had almost no pattern, just moving back and forth within this area. The only characteristic was that the recorded transaction locations were mostly in cafes or Chinese restaurants. Since homeless people were mentioned, the two could go see where the homeless people there were working under the table to solve Miracle for You's employment problem. In Musashino City, Kakyoin and Miracle for You used the excuse of trying out phones at a mobile store to get on 2CH. They looked for posts complaining about homeless people near their homes, quickly locked onto a few locations, and then found a place relatively close to where the model merchant appeared. I thought the locations where homeless people appeared would be closer to residential areas. Miracle for You looked at the shopping street in front of them and sighed with emotion. No, those neighborhood associations will drive the homeless away.
Kakyoin shook his head with a look of reflection.
Because they feel it affects their property values and house rentals.
It's not just the homeless.
An orphanage was going to be built around my neighborhood before, but the local residents refused, thinking that seeing orphans was bad luck. Later, the district government stepped in and forcibly built it. Those people would go to the orphanage entrance every day holding signs like "Social trash, hurry up and die and orphans, don't waste our tax money." They even secretly went to the orphanage entrance at night to broadcast, "Mom is waiting for you to come back."
In the end, it just fizzled out.
Miracle for You's face twitched.
Playing only mom is good in the world at an orphanage entrance, huh? The Japanese really know how to turn dark jokes into reality.
The two walked into an alley in the shopping street, turned around for a while, and soon found several large cardboard boxes. Some were empty with mats laid inside, while others had faint sounds of breathing. They were even arranged quite elaborately, leaning under rain shelters by the roadside, looking like little castles pieced together from many cardboard boxes. It was slightly different from the situation in the West where a bunch of people lie in garbage heaps. One could even see a touch of ingenuity in these cardboard boxes. The space everyone occupied was just the limit of their curled-up bodies.
There wasn't even anyone placing a bowl in front to beg.
In fact, upon seeing someone enter the alley, two of them who had their heads exposed tucked their heads back into the boxes. It was filled with a sense of extreme oppression. Those people seemed to still retain some dignity in their hearts, not wanting others to see their failed appearance, nor wanting to disturb anyone. Generally, these homeless people are relatively scattered, but perhaps because ghouls exist in this world, they also huddle together for warmth.
It is currently the year 23.
Japan has already introduced relevant legislation to try and reduce this homeless population. However, if Curry had paid more attention to Japanese news before ascending to the 2D world, he would probably know that this plan completely collapsed by the end of 25 under the new administration of a certain female prime minister, with the number of people growing uncontrollably and crazily. Kakyoin and Miracle for You walked along this street, originally planning to ask around about part-time jobs, but the homeless people all put on a look of refusing to communicate, which immediately gave the two a headache. Just as the two were standing in the middle of the street, a bit at a loss, a cardboard box beside them opened a tiny slit.
"I say, you two students, you're here to extort people, right? Get lost, get lost.
This place isn't what it used to be careful you don't get kidnapped yourselves." The other person's voice was exceptionally hoarse, like a distorted loudspeaker in a small town that had been used for many years. Kakyoin noticed that he used the word kidnapped. Associating this with what Hashimoto said earlier about people going missing, he told a lie out of concern.
Kidnapped? We just wanted to come and find out about these things. Has someone among you gone missing? Put. Upon hearing Kakyoin's question, the box opened, and an old man with white hair and beard and unfocused eyes laughed while panting. He. Cough cough, missing, isn't that normal?
The whole society knows we are here.
Ghouls, black market factories, and the Yakuza could all snatch us. Without them, isn't it expected that people like us will die of illness somewhere someday? Kakyoin realized he had indeed asked a stupid question.
He wanted to explain a couple of things, but the old man shook his head.
Forget it. I know you're asking about the people I said could even kidnap you, right? Since you brats aren't here to extort, I'll tell you to get lost quickly.
Then, the old man said a few things. The general meaning was that although they were in danger here, because it was close to the red light district at night, there would still be police or similar people patrolling at night. If a street murder really occurred, it would definitely be investigated. There were also rumors among the homeless that the situation with ghouls near Narama Ward seemed to be less frequent than in other places.
Overall, coming here wasn't it the same as telling the ghouls to come and eat at a buffet?
However, in the last 6 months, a situation has arisen. A group of people has been hiring surrounding miners to drive away the homeless, forcing them to constantly change locations. And some who couldn't stand it and wanted to move to more remote places were never seen again.
Volume 1, 013. Now I understand. Instead of giving me these, you might as well bring 2 cans of beer. To thank the other person for explaining the situation and introducing where there was black market work to be found, Kakyoin went to a nearby convenience store and bought some small bread, but the other person seemed to look down on it a bit. After walking out of the alley, Kakyoin rubbed his temples. Tell Kelly-kun that this money is a loan, just like my meal money. I will work to pay it back. Kakyoin was a bit conflicted. In his heart, when encountering such things, he actually wanted to help these people. Although he couldn't save them from homelessness, he could at least teach the people behind it a lesson. However, this matter didn't seem to have much to do with Curry's situation. If he got involved, the progress of investigating the incident where Curry was attacked would be delayed again. For Kakyoin, he didn't want to let Curry down either. One step at a time, miracle for you said. Yeah. Kakyoin nodded and glanced at the time on the electronic screen at the front desk of a nearby shop. The lunch hour was almost over. Kakyoin thought about going to the nearby Chinese restaurant where the model merchant had been active to see if he could use Hierophant Green to collect fingerprints and try his luck. After walking a distance, he arrived in front of the marked restaurant. Through his mask, Kakyoin smelled a spicy scent. He looked up and saw a small sign with the Chinese characters Sichuan Chinese cuisine stuck on the glass window. Miracle for you thought for a while, then found a deserted place to turn ethereal and returned to stand mode, following along as well. Kakyoin lifted the curtain and walked in. At this moment, the restaurant wasn't full, and there were still quite a few empty tables. Kakyoin walked to the front desk, preparing to order something very cheap to sit there for a while. He took the opportunity to release his stand, counting on the fact that others couldn't see it, and floated into the restaurant with Miracle for You, preparing to start a fingerprint search. Unexpectedly, inside this small storefront, there were 2 small private rooms. The 2 stands randomly chose one and dived right in. Before the stands could even start searching, their attention was drawn to a strange scene on the table. On the table, a man and a woman, both wearing gloves, were sitting face to face. There was no rice on the table. Instead, there were 2 plates of mapo tofu that were steaming with alarming heat. Just by looking at the appearance, one could tell that the spiciness was at a terrifying level that the average Japanese person couldn't accept. The 2 people sitting there kept using spoons to put the mapo tofu into their mouths, seemingly savoring the delicious food with eyes full of happiness. However, after a burst of chewing, they would spit the crushed tofu dregs mixed with saliva into black plastic bags placed beside them. What is this? Both stands were a bit stunned, but the 2 people at the table, after spitting it out again, stopped while panting. Hoo-hoo! Not bad, this shop. The woman sitting on the right side of the table spoke. Right? Any chance of bringing your young master to taste it? He, you're joking. Our young master is a famous gourmet. He wouldn't accept this way of comforting himself with disgusting, strange smells. Oh? Then what quality does your young master want this time? Let's start with a PGU Gundam hand replacement part. Although your craftsmanship is indeed well known and I think it's good, as a gift for the young master, I still need to package it. I can't just take it over like that. No problem, I'll give it to you at the usual place. I believe your young master will become a long-term customer of mine after seeing my craftsmanship. The conversation between the 2 ended abruptly here, and they continued to eat the mapo tofu in that weird way, with the spoons and porcelain plates clinking together. However, having heard the keywords, even a fool would know that it wasn't Kirai Kotomine and Kanade Tachibana having a meal here. Is this that model merchant? Both stands instantly focused their attention on the man. It was a somewhat sickly face, with sunken eye sockets and yellow teeth. When he opened his mouth to spit things out, one could occasionally see his atrophied gum tissue, which was a bit greenish-yellow. It was a pity that he was wearing gloves, so they couldn't immediately check for fingerprints. Facing his strange behavior, Miracle for You asked Curry in its mind. On the other side, Curry was currently having a headache in class dealing with Haruhi Suzumiya. He ruthlessly rejected Haruhi Suzumiya's proposal to build a club together. Honestly, if he became someone who could meet Haruhi Suzumiya at least every day, he would likely be protected. At the very least, Kuri was certain that Yuki Nagato in class was there specifically to observe Haruhi Suzumiya. But correspondingly, he might also be dragged into the small circle that maintains Haruhi Suzumiya's perception of daily life. That wasn't just about protecting the worldview in front of Haruhi Suzumiya, it was about having to deal with a godlike being who, if unhappy with how her summer vacation went, could make the world loop tens of thousands of times in August. That was no different from being beaten to his knees by this woman and being dragged off to be a miserable slave. Receiving the message sent by Miracle for you in his mind, Kuri just pondered for a moment. It's a ghoul. Kuri gave this answer and immediately provided the reason. Ghouls cannot eat human food and will find human food tasteless as wax. But spiciness, numbness, the sensation of heat, and the texture of tofu do not belong to the sense of taste. Spiciness is pain, and the others are sensory perceptions. After Kuri finished speaking in his mind, he couldn't hold it in anymore. The model merchant is a ghoul, so now he knew what the models were. Now he understood. After synchronizing the information that he believed the other party was selling corpses to the stands, Kuri frowned and pondered. This situation was actually a bit counterintuitive. In his memory, except for the one codenamed Mom and Jukiyama Shu who did performance art, ghouls generally wouldn't resell human flesh. If they did resell, it would be special items, like the eyeballs of a gypsy girl or the liver of a patient with severe fatty liver. Because for a ghoul, predation itself is a dangerous act that could leave traces. Generally, ghouls endure as much as they can and only prey when absolutely necessary. Not to mention, under this abstract worldview, ghouls are likely the lowest level special creatures. Recalling the frequency in the records left by Teacher Deco, it was precisely in such a situation that one or a group of ghouls were selling corpses at such a high frequency, which was very illogical. Kuri pondered deeply but didn't find any answer. However, Haruhi Suzumiya, who had been left ignored by him for 2 minutes, was getting anxious. What do you mean? I am talking to you. I asked you why you refused my condition when you could have just established a club. Are you some kind of secret society? No, it's just that we only recruit normal people here. Kuri waved his hand, indicating that wasn't the case. If he wanted to avoid getting involved with Haruhi Suzumiya, he didn't need to be too polite to her, just act like a normal person facing a Chinibu, trying to avoid her as much as possible. After receiving Kuri's answer, Haruhi Suzumiya looked him up and down suspiciously. Is that so? But I think you were very suspicious just now. It felt like you were having remote brain communication with someone. Fortunately, the class bell interrupted this godlike being's pestering, allowing Kuri to continue pondering his club-building grand plan. He also glanced and saw that it was Hiratsuka Shizuka's Japanese literature class. Kuri immediately made a decision that went against Hiratsuka Shizuka. He directly synchronized his senses with the stands during class and started stalking the two people's tracking process. Volume 1, 014 Reverse Thinking. Clatter. Throwing the change into the tray, the male ghoul with dark circles under his eyes wiped his mouth and walked out of the Chinese restaurant. Kakyoin paid the bill behind him and followed him out. The advantage of a long-range remote-controlled stand user was fully displayed at this moment. With a 20-meter range and the ability to synchronize vision, Kakyoin's tracking could basically be carried out from nearly 100 meters away. He didn't even need to cover his tracks much, because he was always separated from the other person by a street corner. If worst came to worst, he could have Miracle for you tail from behind, and he would follow Miracle for you. However, Kakyoin also discovered that the guy in front had an extremely strong sense of counter-surveillance and was very familiar with the surrounding terrain. Clearly, he hadn't noticed he was being followed, yet he circled back and forth in one area several times. At the same time, he was clearly consciously avoiding some surveillance cameras and even making himself appear in reverse under several cameras. Kakyoin, following him back and forth here, was getting a bit dizzy. Just as Kakyoin followed him to a certain intersection for the third time, in the stand's perspective, the man looked down at his phone, and his pace suddenly quickened. Kakyoin was stunned, then his expression changed. Could he have been exposed? When? Could it be? Kakyoin suddenly thought, perhaps the other party was originally active in the area and had installed cameras in hidden locations nearby. He had alerted the enemy. Kakyoin felt a bit guilty inwardly. In fact, he insisted on chasing after him and not letting Miracle for You act alone because he was still a bit afraid of another situation like last night. If a ghoul was preying, he could stop it. Kakyoin suddenly thought of a way to remedy it. He stood dazed on the spot for a while, then opened his phone, put on a look of sudden realization, and walked in another direction. Hashtag 10 Section 10. Chapter 10. Leaving immediately would only arouse suspicion, so Kakyoin could only hope that this would lower the other party's guard. The rest would have to be left to Curry's stand. Curry was currently synchronizing his vision with Miracle for You and noticed the man in front accelerate, realizing that Kakyoin might have been exposed. However, there was still a chance. Miracle for You also accelerated to keep up. After the man rushed into the bustling downtown area and turned again, Miracle for You followed him through the crowd. Yet, even after checking his phone again and not finding Kakyoin, this guy's level of caution remained ridiculously high. Once he left the crowd, his pace accelerated again, and he rushed straight toward a certain area. Miracle for You looked up to see an unfinished building ahead. The gray concrete formed an anthill-like frame, devoid of any decoration or vitality, with many steel bars exposed. The thing skillfully leaped over the barbed wire, its speed so fast that it even kicked up a cloud of dust from the ground. Miracle for You floated behind, diving straight into the unfinished building. But immediately after, Curry and Miracle for You witnessed a somewhat dreamcore scene. Apart from the load-bearing columns and concrete stairs, the empty floor was completely vacant. Looking up, there were countless floors spiraling into infinity, while looking down, there was a massive pool of water. Light filtered through the gray columns all around, faintly revealing that the pool had a dreamlike, strange green color, bottomless and murky. There were stairs on the shore leading down, half submerged in the emerald water, with the other half exposed. Why would there be a pool here? Doubt arose in the mind of Miracle for You. Curry's voice of explanation echoed in its mind. This must have been intended as an underground floor, but it wasn't connected to drainage facilities, or the drainage was blocked. It's accumulated over years of rain from the surrounding area. No need to go into the water, it's definitely impossible to see anything underwater. Go to a higher vantage point and observe for a while. If you don't see him surfacing, he might have some unique escape route. Curry, sitting in class, was shocked. Are these ghouls really this ruthless? Who knows how many bacteria and microorganisms have taken root in this kind of accumulated rainwater? If it's not Nurgle's soup, it's at least a bacterial maggot pool. That thing dove right in headfirst. This move was too ruthless. Even without considering ordinary people, if a special class investigator didn't have isolation equipment and rashly followed it in, and if they had any wounds or choked on a gulp of that water, their immune system would be fighting a free-for-all battle. Whether the thing would be caught was unknown, but the investigator would likely be in grave danger. Until Hiratsuka Shizuka announced the end of class, and for 20 minutes afterward, Miracle for You hadn't detected any signs of anyone about to emerge from the water, not even a single bubble that might indicate a secret door opening underwater. Unless the other party was a half-cool, half-deep one undersea dweller reliving Atlantis, it could basically be concluded that this tracking attempt had failed. Curry wasn't particularly annoyed. After all, he didn't have much suspicion about the model merchant to begin with. Now that he discovered the guy's personality was this cautious, it basically ruled out the possibility that Teacher Deku had been discovered and retaliated against while investigating him. Such a cautious creature that wouldn't even take off its gloves when going out wouldn't leave a hand behind when dealing with pursuers. However, Curry wasn't prepared to give up the investigation either. Because if the other party was this vigilant, how did Teacher Deku manage to capture so many of his transactions? Curry even suspected whether Teacher Deku might have had some dealings with this guy. After all, who knew if he would end up like young hero Mark, with a bunch of born-again counterparts in parallel worlds? Records were just traces of work. So, taking advantage of the class break, Curry approached Katsuragi Kaima. What do you want now? If you really want to be friends with me, could you please become a bit more sunny and cheerful, and then take the initiative to act as my wingman for conquest? That way, I could consider you the second male lead. That dead guy Katsuragi Kaima seemed to still be holding a grudge against Curry for the advice he had given to Hiratsuka Shizuka earlier. Sensing Curry approaching,
he retorted without even turning his head.
Curry raised an eyebrow and rubbed his chin.
I recently got my hands on a highly open-ended stalking-themed H-game. I'm not interested in the tail-following series, those types of porn games without a conquest process.
Katsuragi Kaima adjusted his glasses.
Curry didn't care what he said and just continued to state the situation. Curry described today's events to Katsuragi Kaima, metaphorically framing it as him stalking a non-human fox spirit beauty in a game, where he was a righteous monk capable of invisibility, preparing to use dick-repelling magic to make the fox spirit eat his Daruma stick. He explained that many things in this game could be utilized, but he didn't know how to clear it in one go. Although I'm not interested, it sounds like the development team put some heart into it. Fine, as the god of conquest, I will not refuse to help any lost child, even a bastard like you.
Listen up.
If the freedom of choice is truly sufficient, then it's almost impossible to track normally in this level. If you want the other party to reveal a flaw, the best method should be the opposite: act harmless and let the other party track you and take you away.
Let me give you an example. Fox spirits with this kind of setting definitely like Shota.
You can see if there are any Shota NPCs available, or camouflage items, and then let the other party take the Shota away. Then, you can use the Shota's location to track and find her lair, and finally unlock a special CG. After listening to Katsuragi Kaima's strategy, Curry's eyes lit up. I see. There is indeed a Shota NPC as you mentioned. Is it really feasible?
Of course. I've already seen the ending.
Katsuragi Kaima adjusted his glasses with one hand and then lowered his head to continue playing his game console. By the way, tell me the game's release date. I'll support an innovative creator.
Aren't you not interested? Curry curled his lip and walked away.
Haruai Suzumiya, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation for a long time from nearby, had a dark expression on her little face. She had fully understood why that Four Eyes had so many nicknames. Volume 1, 015 Hanging the Bait.
When school ended in the afternoon, Curry, who was already prepared, once again blocked Katsuragi Kaima as he was about to go home to play games. I'm telling you, are you treating me like some short-haired tomboy or a cold-faced tsundere?
You can touch and see, I'm not cross-dressing.
Can you please stop bothering me?
Katsuragi Kaima spread his legs and made a gesture inviting inspection.
Fortunately, Curry wasn't a hot dog person, otherwise he might not have escaped unscathed. Curry slapped his club application form directly in front of him.
He glanced at it with his peripheral vision, seeing the Chaldea Human Order Security Organization club application form, and then spoke in a deadpan, monotone voice.
I'm not going. Actually, this is a gal game club. That's just a name to appease the teacher. Then I'm still not going. I'm not so short on money that I need to use club funds to play games. The equipment at home also makes me feel more at ease. Katsuragi Kaima just paused for a moment and continued to refuse Curry's invitation.
Oh? I remember someone claiming to be the god of conquest, willing to guide all those lost on the path. This club will definitely gather all the gal game enthusiasts in the school, but it seems some people are not as tolerant as they claim to be.
Katsuragi Kaima's nose bridge wrinkled. You dare to use my own spells against me? Potter. A low-level provocation. Even if I don't go, they can still ask me.
Seeing that soft tactics wouldn't work, Curry's face stiffened. In order to get the achievement and increase his probability of surviving in this shitty world, he was willing to use some methods he originally didn't want to. Seeing Curry's change in expression, Katsuragi Kaima also raised his eyebrows slightly.
It's useless. No matter what you say, I won't go.
No, I only need one sentence, and you will definitely agree.
Oh? Interesting. If you can make my expression change with one sentence, I'll agree.
If you don't agree, I'll have to go to 2CH and dox you. You have quite a few fans on there, right, God of Conquest?
May I ask, do I sign here? Katsuragi Kaima gritted his teeth and filled in his name on the club application form.
The sense of humiliation was so strong that one might think he was signing a contract of indentured servitude. Damn it, I'm going to give a bad review to all the shitty works with coercion elements in this issue.
Katsuragi Kaima wasn't actually afraid of being doxxed.
What he feared was the trouble of being disturbed while playing games after being doxxed.
Incidentally, this guy wasn't that resistant to meeting offline enthusiasts.
However, he felt like a cold female student who did fan service online, caught by the scum in her class with compromising material, and was about to have to take a photo with a stick blocking her eyes. After the other party signed, Curry snatched the application form, flicked it, and nodded, preparing to head to the school atrium.
Since the new semester had just started, many clubs should be recruiting there. However, at this moment, another classmate stopped by their desks. "Whoa! Are you establishing an FGO player club?"
I didn't expect the school to approve such a proposal. The person who stopped was a gray-haired boy, Ikawa Ayumu, a classmate of the two. Because everyone in this eccentric class had different personalities and were basically all passive social types, even after a year, no small circles had formed at all. Everyone's main theme was living their own separate lives.
Curry could be considered the first to start connecting other isolated islands.
Even though Katsuragi Kaima had already joined the team in humiliation, he still didn't want to see Curry succeed so easily, so he immediately threw in a snide remark from the side. "No, it's this guy who wants to start a gal game club and is using that name as a cover.
Plus, this guy has very average taste. He only likes works like Sunrun Banka, Meijo no Ai, and Nikapra.
He doesn't play romance works without scenes that integrate more author ingenuity at all. The club will definitely be full of those works in the future."
Could I have an application form?" Katsuragi Kaima fell silent.
He watched with cold eyes as Ikawa Ayumu, upon hearing that there were only porn games, not only wasn't upset but quickly signed his name and jogged away. He suddenly felt a sense of shortness of breath. A few minutes later, in the teacher's office, Hiratsuka Shizuka rubbed her temples while looking at the small team Curry had put together in just one afternoon.
"Fine, so you have 4 club members now."
"Leave it here, I'll take it to the student council later. You're the only one in our class building a club, so you should be able to get a classroom."
Curry nodded and was just about to leave when he suddenly paused. 4.
"Oh, just after school, Haruai Suzumiya came to submit your club's application form, and I approved it.
I think it's good to have a girl.
If I really let you boys be in there, and the student council catches you playing our 18 games, I'll be the one responsible."
"I don't agree."
Curry never expected that the crazy woman Haruai Suzumiya hadn't been pestering him all afternoon, not because she had given up on annexing the club, but because she had been plotting something big here.
Curry couldn't understand. Didn't Haruai Suzumiya say she didn't need school recognition? Why was she so persistent? Obviously, Curry had ignored Haruai Suzumiya's demon ball personality, which could make her force the future person's senior and the Esper classmate to film a kissing scene just because she was unhappy. "I approved it."
Hiratsuka Shizuka crossed her arms, fingers tapping her arm.
"Hiratsuka Shizuka, you will regret this." "Curry, I am the club advisor." Bang! Feeling that he had encountered trouble, Curry left the teacher's office indignantly and headed outside the school.
A few minutes later, Kakyoin and Miracle for You, who had been waiting at the corner near the school, met Curry. Everyone went home together and discussed the follow-up plan. In the evening, after making some arrangements at home, Curry and Kakyoin, wearing masks, left the house and headed toward the border between Narama Ward and Musashina. On the way, Curry suddenly saw a notification. "Congratulations to the Lord for achieving the achievement, Scratch Team, become the leader of an organization with actual members. Reward, a set of well-fitting formal wear, a special high-density cane, 1 healthy adult Plowbox free of infectious diseases, can be claimed and released separately."
Curry checked the time. The evil, lazy Hiratsuka Shizuka only just submitted the report now?
After thinking about it, Curry didn't claim the items immediately, especially that ox. He wouldn't know how to handle it if he released it. During this season, basically everyone on the street was wearing masks just like Curry and the others. Although no one in Curry's class wore masks, the infection rate of hay fever in Japan was as high as 42%. This couldn't be blamed on Japanese people being frail, nor was it the kind of situation where someone with a nut allergy in America eats nuts in another country and suddenly finds they are fine. It was because after World War II, Japan had a shortage of wood resources, so the government at the time started planting fast-growing cedar trees everywhere, and once the cedar trees reached a certain age, their pollen could cause allergies. Especially in the 26 cities in the West, many were planting areas in the past, and Narama Ward couldn't escape the disaster either.
And this wasn't just about physical constitution.
Under such pollen concentration, people who were originally fine could also develop allergies under the long-term torture of pollen on their lungs, so regardless of whether they had symptoms now, they would generally wear one. This time, if we take action, don't use Emerald Splash instantly. Just find an opportunity to shove the stand directly into the other party's mouth, or charge up Emerald Splash aiming at their weak points. Prioritize destroying the eardrums and corneas. Even for a ghoul, those parts shouldn't be very hard.
Curry was reviewing the battle from last night with Kakyoin.
He remembered that Kakyoin's Emerald Splash was at least capable of shattering a clock tower. The poor performance last night could only be attributed to his impatience in using it instantly. Of course, the best-case scenario is that we don't have to do it ourselves. We find the location, let the CCG handle him, and then even if the probability is low, I'll just check the fingerprints while I'm at it. While the two were communicating, miracle for you, the Shota in this so-called plan who was picked up by the fox spirit, was already doing its job. Miracle for you first mimicked Katsuragi Kaima's appearance and made its body look very dirty and messy. It found some cardboard from boxes that were about to be discarded after unloading at a convenience store, and then placed them near the unfinished building where the other party had escaped.
According to Curry's speculation, the model merchant left footprints when running in the dusty unfinished building.
If he discovered no one was chasing him, he would definitely try to find a way to clean up those marks, or try to determine if other pursuers had left marks nearby. At that time, he might discover miracle for you. Now it just depends on whether the fish will take the bait. Volume 1, 016 The Person Collecting Parts. Miracle for you laid the cardboard box down and lay inside, feeling as if it had laid into a coffin.
Section 11. On the street, pedestrians occasionally passed by.
Seeing the way Miracle for you sat on the roadside, apart from a few who raised their phones to flash their lights at him, the rest all avoided him as much as possible. Perhaps it was indeed as that old homeless man said, the entire society knew that a group of people who could be kidnapped, snatched, extorted, or eaten at any moment were lying right here, yet it was as if no one knew at all. Last night, Miracle for you spent the whole night looking at Curry's phone and saw many opinions from the human world. Young people in Japan now, especially girls, no longer liked using and had switched to Instagram instead. There were many humans on it sharing their hopes for legislation to protect stray animals, raising funds to build stray cat protection centers on places like Cat Island, and spending money to spay or neuter stray animals. Some also criticized the Japanese government for culling bears every year, claiming that every life should be loved and respected.
Loved and respected?
Miracle for you watched people who should clearly have regarded him as their own kind quicken their steps to walk away and shook its head. Regardless, even though it had some memories of its main body and human-like thoughts, it was just a stand, not a human, and could not understand. Time passed minute by minute, and the sky turned from dim to pitch black. Miracle for you finished another call with the main body. It seemed that it wouldn't be able to catch the target anytime soon, which was within the main body's expectations.
It's fine, just wait there a while longer.
Anyway, ghouls have territorial divisions, that guy will definitely want to hunt nearby. If you can't wait for it today, just come back tomorrow.
Yes, yes.
Miracle for you acknowledged this, then continued watching the opposite wall, where worker ants were bit by bit orderly transporting the seeds and food scraps they had collected back to the ant nest in the wall crevice.
Pa-ta. Pa-ta. Sounds came from the street. Miracle for you looked up and saw a few people running and laughing quickly.
Behind them were figures in pursuit.
Huff. Huff.
You bastards. A middle-aged man stood at the mouth of the alley panting heavily, his lungs making sounds like an old bellows.
Jean. Jean, forget it, forget it.
Behind him, a person who looked like a woman, speaking with a pinched voice but clearly having an Adam's apple, was also panting and patting the man on the shoulder.
Forget it? What do you mean forget it?
Those bastards.
Miracle for you narrowed its eyes at these people.
It had seen them before, they were the homeless people on the street during the day who had hidden away upon seeing it in Kakyoin. While Miracle for You was sizing them up, they also noticed it. Although Miracle for You was using the same face as it had during the day, they clearly didn't recognize it. The group walked directly toward Miracle for You, which made it somewhat vigilant. As it turned out, the leading middle-aged man stopped a few meters away from Miracle for You, seemingly wanting to give it a sense of security.
Hey, young man over there, Huff, don't stay here, it's dangerous here.
Go to our street, it's better there with more people. There's a hotel nearby that foreigners often stay at. Aside from the police not allowing us to be on the street during the day where foreigners might see us, it's relatively safe. The other parties seemed to be worried about Miracle for You, which gave the stand, who was originally fishing in a dangerous place, a bit of a headache.
Still safe? We finally managed to get some milk powder, and now it's all been stolen?
Don't undermine me, Ehua, it really is safer over there.
Miracle for You confirmed with Curry in its mind.
Curry told it that it could follow these people over. It was a good opportunity to understand the size of their safe zone, and by the way, perhaps these two had ill intentions.
Oh.
Thanks for the reminder. And Miracle for You nodded, stood up, got out of the small cardboard box, and followed behind the two people while dragging the box. The cardboard box made a harsh scraping sound as it dragged along the ground, and Miracle for You listened to their conversation from behind. It turned out that the two in front and another scavenger had been scavenging in an abandoned shed at a construction site a short while ago and had accidentally found a baby, along with a letter hoping that whoever found the child would treat him, her well. Consequently, the three of them had a dispute. The man who spoke with a female voice felt that this was a chance heaven had given him to be a mother and didn't want to give the baby to the police, while the other two both hoped to find the baby's parents. And today, they had finally managed to find a can of milk powder, but unexpectedly, those guys who harassed them came again and snatched the baby's milk powder.
Miracle for You asked a question in confusion. Did you check the expiration date on the milk powder you picked up?
The two, whose train of thought was interrupted by its words, paused.
No. We picked it up from the cemetery. It was probably an offering for a baby who had just died, right?
Not picked up, and there was cemetery shopping.
Speaking of which, you kid are lucky.
Today, Old Man Sato said that a kind person gave him a big bag of bread during the day, and he's planning to share it with everyone. You, if you ran away from home, go back early once you've had enough of your temper tantrum.
Can you smell the stench on us? Don't end up like us.
If you truly have nowhere else to go, then just adapt to this life.
I've been homeless for over a dozen years.
The middle-aged man didn't look back, but kept chattering on, speaking of his years of homelessness with what seemed to be a bit of pride. However, Miracle for You felt that surviving as a homeless person in such a dangerous world for so long was indeed something to be proud of. Come to think of it, the old man and the bread must have been the old guy Kakyoin thanked during the day. Miracle for You was still marveling at the wonders of fate when it heard a series of cries for help from ahead.
Help! Someone, help quickly! Still yelling! Still yelling!
Miracle for You hadn't reacted yet, but upon hearing these sounds, the two people in front suddenly started running regardless of anything else. Miracle for You hadn't figured out the situation yet, but when it chased after them, it saw a young woman and an old man rolled over on the side of the road. Cardboard and bread were scattered all over the ground, all stained with mud, and a few people wearing student uniforms were kicking the two on the ground fiercely.
Those two ghosts are here!
Someone shouted without looking back, and those people in student uniforms hopped onto bicycles parked nearby and fled as if flying. The uncle running at the front rushed to the two fallen people in a few steps, calling out anxiously.
Sato! Miyuki! Are you okay?
Don't worry about us, call the police quickly. Kyoko was snatched by those guys. The young-looking girl, clutching her hand that had been scraped until it bled by the shoe soles, shouted to the two people beside her.
Damn it! So it was a diversion.
The middle-aged man anxiously felt his pocket, pulled out a coin, and rushed to the side, likely in the direction of a phone booth. After the group of students ran a certain distance, they scattered. One of them ran to the bottom of a bridge pier on the riverbank not far away and handed the baby, whose mouth was covered, to a person with their face completely covered.
Big brother? Where's the money?
I talked for a long time before that bunch was willing to help me sweep out those social dregs.
They don't know about my affairs, do they? He. Of course not. If they knew that they usually only snatch a few hundred or a few thousand from homeless people, while I get tens of thousands from you, big brother, wouldn't they want to ask me for a share? That's good. Although this time it's just a baby from a homeless person, it's inevitable that it will attract police investigation. I remember your family only has you and your grandmother left, right? Hearing this, the high school student suddenly felt that something was wrong. Big brother, you? You investigated me? I don't want the money. Rest assured, even if I'm beaten to death by the police, I will not. The charge of kidnapping a baby and fleeing to avoid punishment is quite good. But I have to be more restrained afterward. If it weren't for the young master of the Jukiyama family specifying that he wanted quality parts, I wouldn't have to be in such a rush. The man took the baby from the high school student's hands and revealed a scarlet kakugan. Your meat quality is also good, it can be made into RG grade. Volume 1, 017 Snatching food from the tiger's mouth. He withdrew the finger that had pierced the other person's forehead and even thoughtfully took something out of his bag to stop the bleeding. The model merchant lifted every inch of grass and soil splattered with blood and threw it into the river. The high school student, whose forehead had been destroyed, fell to the ground and convulsed for a while, but did not die. Although he didn't know the specific principle, the model merchant had studied it. While the taste didn't differ much, the fresher the body consumed, the stronger the satiety for a ghoul. He took out a cloth ball to plug the baby's mouth, then put the baby down and turned his back to deal with the high school student. And in a place he hadn't noticed, behind a decorative pillar on the river embankment, Kakyoin and Curry, who had come after receiving the news from Miracle for You, were hiding. 20 meters away, beyond even the range of Hierophant Green, plus the night wind on the river embankment was quite strong, blowing the surrounding spring grass to rustle, accompanied by the sound of flowing water close by, which was enough to cover the voices and sense of the two people in the leeward spot. However, the place the other party chose was simply too good. Besides the open field of vision on both sides of the river embankment, if someone went to the bridge from a place that couldn't be seen, they would also be heard. And he could jump into the nearby river at any time to escape by leveraging his physical fitness, which far exceeded that of a human. Even before this, he had used others to drive away the homeless and take the baby. It was a prey as cunning as a fish. If it hadn't seemed like he really needed to complete the transaction and acted that very night, perhaps Curry and Kakyoin would have needed more time to find him. And catching the tail of such prey required enough patience. Or Hierophant Green stretched itself to the maximum, almost becoming a green line. It wasn't making a Hierophant barrier, as that would expose the two people's location in advance, but instead chose to aim at a tree branch in the distance. There, a pair of swallows was resting in their newly built nest. In a few days, they would probably start laying eggs. Apologizing to the swallows in its heart, the Hierophant Green, which had become a thread, hooked the bird's nest and brought it to the edge of the branch when the night wind blew again. Whoosh! As the wind rose, the sound of birds flapping their wings and the sound of the swallow's nest falling into the water came one after another. The model merchant, who was tying things up, stood up abruptly. His steps had already reached the water, and only after seeing the bird's nest floating on the water and the two swallows did he curse in his heart, return to his original position, and glance back vigilantly. The baby was still there in the shadows. However, he felt that the baby seemed to be looking at him with those dark, round eyes. Shaking his head to shake off what was in his mind, he continued to lower his head and tie it up. However, his feeling was not wrong. Just at the moment his attention was drawn away, Miracle for You quickly picked up the baby and moved away from his line of sight, then mimicked the baby and appeared in materialized form, while Hierophant Green, relying on the cover of the bridge wall, silently withdrew without touching anything. And next was to solve the last problem. Curry was not sure if the scent would change in the ghoul's senses after Miracle for You replaced it. They had to force the other party to make a choice before they could react. The green Hierophant Green rolled up Curry's phone, pulled it to the furthest distance where it could move while dragging the baby, and played the recording that the two had prepared when they heard Miracle for You describe the situation. Huff! I heard that group of brats ran to this area. Search! They might be hiding somewhere.
Because of the mobile phone recording, both of them felt that their voices were a bit distorted. The two stared fixedly at the bottom while playing it. If the plan failed, they would choose to expose the fact that they were following and save the baby. Both felt their heartbeats were fast enough that they might be heard by that thing below, and both were a bit nervous, waiting to see if it would succeed or not. Splash! The model merchant didn't hesitate at all, didn't even glance at the baby, turned around, wrapped the baby's mouth and nose with a cloth, and jumped into the water with the tied-up living corpse on his back. Gulu! Although everything was very smooth, as soon as the model merchant entered the water, he realized in confusion that a rusty iron spike had pierced his ankle. Fortunately, a ghoul's vitality was strong enough, and he struggled a bit and freed himself. The sound of entering the water was not loud, the unconscious living corpse did not wake up, and Miracle for You, who had been dragged into the water, felt the water flowing rapidly past its body. Perhaps afraid of suffocating the baby, Miracle for You soon felt something like an air pocket pressed against its face. The light underwater was dim, and Miracle for You couldn't see clearly, but it guessed it was something like the cocoon that looked like a tail it had seen that day. The mystery was solved. This guy had a way to stay underwater for a long time, no wonder his activities all revolved around water. Then Miracle for You was transported away just like cargo. On this side, Curry and Kakyoin were not in a hurry to track. According to their experience during the day, rushing over might lead to being counter-surveilled. It was better to wait until they reached a definite place before looking. Before that, Kakyoin and Curry turned back. Coincidentally, they met the middle-aged man and the bruised and battered old man searching everywhere. They had already called the police, and after the police from the nearby police box scolded them, they separated to find out if the news about the baby they mentioned was true. The old man was stunned when he saw Kakyoin and the child he was holding in his arms. "You're the one from the day?" Kakyoin didn't say much, handed the child in his arms to the other party, and the child's crying quickly attracted the police. Without waiting for their thanks, Curry and Kakyoin had already left. Watching the two disappear into the night, the old homeless man wiped his eyes in a daze. Damn it, if it weren't for the urgent matters I have to do now, and the fear that the subsequent disappearance of that high school student might implicate me, I would really want to go and claim the award for a righteous act. Curry flexed his fingers. Relax, that high school student is dead anyway. After the matter is resolved, you can go and claim it. Kakyoin laughed happily, not feeling anything wrong with Curry's thoughts. Because although he said that, Curry still came with him. Curry squatted down and picked up a brick, and Kakyoin also found a metal water pipe on the road. The two walked through several intersections along the white marks and saw 5 high school students playing with the milk powder can. "Who are you?" The high school students opposite had unfriendly expressions. "It was you who snatched the scavengers' things, right?" Kakyoin still wanted to confirm. "Ha! Those social dregs, if they had just worked a little harder, how would they end up on the streets? We are helping them push themselves, you bastards." Chapter 12. What? Are you two actually sympathizing with that kind of social scum? We're just teaching them the law of the jungle in society. Kakyoin was so angry he was speechless. A bunch of students, here to lecture the most wretched people in society. Don't look at us like that, we're minors. Even if you call the police, they'll just give us a talking to. The two said no more. Curry and Kakyoin stepped forward directly, initiating the beat up the kids minigame. Hearing you say that reminds me, I actually still have a newbie protection period. Volume 1, 018. Trying my best not to laugh. Facing the menacing Curry and Kakyoin, the leader shouted. Don't be afraid. Kango. Get the weapons. Big bro. Big bro. We were wrong. We'll never dare again. Stop hitting us. Stop. A few minutes later, in the alley, several high schoolers were lying in a heap, each clutching their faces, some missing teeth, others with broken noses wailing in misery. Baki, let's go. Curry flicked his wrist, and he and Kakyoin turned and left, sleeves swishing. After the two left, the high schoolers who couldn't even get up ground their teeth in fury. Damn it! I'll go find our big brother, Tachibana Takashi from the Inagami group, and have him deal with these two. In Japan, aside from the societal atmosphere of turning a blind eye, there's another reason school bullying is often tolerated. That is, by high school age, some are already prospective wakak in outside school gangs. They don't even need to worry about finding a job after graduation, they can join the Yakuza directly from 0 frames.
Oh right. What did they say their names were?
Oh, the red-haired one said he was Baki Hama from North High.
The black-haired one said he was Kaoru Hanayama from East High. Good. We'll notify our big brother tomorrow and take care of these two, Baki and Hanayama.
Meanwhile, Kakyoin, having exited the alley, looked somewhat troubled.
Was it okay for us to use Baki's name like that? It's fine.
If he finds out, he'll probably thank us for finding him a few human punching bags. As they talked, Kuri received a communication from Miracle for You. The target had stopped moving. Kuri immediately pressed 2 fingers to his temple, connecting to Miracle for You's vision. The ghoul's night vision was decent, but overall, having light was still better. As soon as the connection was made, the sight that greeted him was dim, yellowish lighting and the red and green glows of surrounding equipment. Before him seemed to be a workshop-like area where several people were busily working.
Model Merchant wasn't just a single ghoul, it might be an organization.
As his gaze moved, what he saw was a scene straight out of hell. Apart from the area where those few ghouls were working, the floor and ceiling were a tangle of wires, multi-socket extensions like a spider's web, and several screens clearly showing night vision surveillance feeds.
Throughout the workshop, several transparent cabinets were displayed, all powered on. Inside the cabinets, neatly arranged pieces of meat were placed.
Some were arms, some were legs, and some were simply internal organs and human heads hanging from iron hooks.
Cleaned intestines were strung up in rows.
Some were special. A woman's uterus along with the entire groin area had been dug out, the pubic hair preserved, the averted labia facing outward from the cabinet.
Seeing this scene suddenly, Kuri felt a wave of physiological nausea.
Kakyoin, noticing Kuri's pale face, quickly supported him.
However, Kuri did not sever the visual link. He continued observing.
Kuri needed to head to the vicinity through his connection with his stand, pinpoint the exact location, and then make a call to the CCG. Kuri noticed that the meat in those cabinets varied in color, with some showing obvious changes. One skin thigh, placed on the far right of a cabinet, had taken on a semi-transparent red hue, looking like a dark red crystal under the light.
Kuri seemed to recall hearing about this process from a rich guy in a group chat before his transmigration, when they were talking about steak. It was called aging.
In a sterile environment, the meat's own calpain enzymes activate, beginning to break down the myofibrils. Collagen starts to gelatinize. The overall purpose is to give the meat a texture more akin to the gelatinous rim of a soft-shelled turtle. And now, those Gundam parts displayed in the cabinets presented a flesh color resembling red slime.
Kuri began to understand why foreigners feared century eggs.
The two states were somewhat similar. Indeed, these ghouls seemed to have graded the meat pieces based on the production process. This was probably what they referred to as HG and RG and such. There were more in the cabinets further back. And what these ghouls were doing now was stuffing sausages with human casings, then tying them off with extracted human sinew and hanging them up. They even wore gloves and protective suits strictly, ensuring food safety. A sense of absurdity shot straight to Kuri's brain. Just then, one of the ghouls in protective gear stood up.
"Boss, I can't hold on anymore." Go ahead.
The cautious ghoul who had initially brought Miracle for You here nodded. He seemed to be the leader of these ghouls.
Kuri thought that ghoul was hungry and going to eat some meat.
Instead, he saw the other walk over to the table where Miracle for You was placed.
The ghoul gave the unblinking baby staring at him a greedy look but quickly retracted it.
Then, Kuri watched as the ghoul suddenly bit his own arm with his teeth until blood gushed out, then immediately released it, picked up a nearby syringe, and jabbed it into the wound on his wrist. Next, this guy revealed a somewhat crazed expression, his eyes turning white, his legs trembling uncontrollably.
Is this drugs? Kuri was stunned.
Looking at it this way, all these people here shared the same appearance as that cautious ghoul.
This is too strange.
At that moment, the cautious ghoul, who was still dripping wet, shook his head and spoke.
Damn it all, because of that incident, our expenses are too high. We could have saved more. Yeah, it's all my fault. That time I said I'd never eaten a black guy. We finally caught one. Humans always say black chickens from Rishin County are nourishing, right? I said for us, that's just black people. I wanted to share with everyone. Who knew that bastard from America was already marinated with mixed heroin? His meat was full of that stuff. I even praised the meat for its unique flavor at the time, and everyone ate it happily. Ended up getting the whole crew addicted. Alright, don't blame yourself. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't have thought about making more money at the time.
The leader seemed quite gentle with his subordinates. Hearing the man's self-reproach, he offered a word of comfort.
Damn it!
Outside, Curry felt the fury ignited by witnessing these bastards' actions, fighting with his sense of humor inside his head.
No wonder these ghouls risked capturing people to sell for money. Turns out they ran into an American biochemical freak, tried their best but couldn't win. In the realm of Breaking Bad. Though Curry thought they might as well rob the Yakuza's supply lines. The commotion might even be smaller than snatching people everywhere to sell Gundams.
Although Curry wasn't very familiar with the prices of human meat or drugs, he figured the price of human meat in the ghoul world shouldn't be low.
It shouldn't have left them looking so desperate for money now. He was still somewhat puzzled. But before Curry could think further, someone inside stood up and walked to the front table. "Oh right, boss. This baby is supposed to get a special process, right? Let me handle it first." Curry's heart skipped a beat. Damn, if the stand gets injured, he'll be hurt too. But if he deactivated it, and the baby directly turned into a phantom dog, even these dumb ghouls would know to run. All the previous effort would be wasted. Just as the others set their sights on Miracle for You, the guy who was already trembling from the drugs suddenly lost control and fell backward. Volume 1, 019 Supplements, ah. Hey, you, what's your dosage? The ghoul heading to the table didn't bother changing clothes and immediately went to help his companion.
As a result, the falling ghoul's feet got caught in the wires on the ground.
Zap! Several plugs were yanked from their sockets, trailing arcs of electricity.
Then, the sausage stuffing machine that had been running instantly stopped.
Hey! What are you doing? Clumsy fools! The ghoul doing the stuffing cursed.
Now, because the drugged one fell, several medicine bottles in his hands also crashed toward the ground.
This stuff was expensive.
His companion falling was one thing, but the ghoul helping immediately let go to catch those bottles. But because he hadn't taken off his protective suit, his gloves were slick with human grease. He actually couldn't grip the bottles properly, constantly catching them in the air only to have them slip from his hands, like a clown juggling balls. The one they called the boss finally couldn't stand watching anymore and walked over as well. He quickly reached out and caught several bottles. However, the situation had just stabilized when the fallen ghoul, having hit his head, let out a soft cry. He roughly kicked his ankle, which was tangled in the wire. The wire, pulled by the ghoul's monstrous strength, snapped with a crack. Several machines further back immediately powered down. Hey! Next time anyone can't hold on, go outside to deal with it. Seeing the aging cabinet lose power, the boss immediately crouched down anxiously, trying to separate the man's foot from the wire. But he, who had always been so cautious, overlooked one problem due to the current situation. That was, having just returned via the water route, his body was completely wet.
Water droplets, squeezed from his clothes by his movements, splattered onto the broken wire. The next moment, the three ghouls near the wire all convulsed together. Ugh, ack! What's happening? Curry could vaguely see electrical sparks from the drenched ghoul boss's body. And it wasn't over. Because of the electrical surge, all the lights in the workshop flickered. The other ghouls hurriedly got up in a panic. But several of them had a lot of grease on their hands and bodies. Originally, there were only oil stains dripping near the wires deformed by high heat. Then, fire spread through the room like a dancing sprite. Simultaneously, the entire building's electrical panel tripped completely. Human grease accompanied the flames like slithering spirit snakes.
Curry and Miracle for You, watching all this, were dumbfounded.
I thought Unlucky Bear went off the air?
How come his stand had just infiltrated disguised as goods, and now these ghouls were about to get themselves killed? Immediately after the power trip, there was only chaotic firelight. Miracle for You couldn't see clearly either, only hearing a series of curses and screams.
Don't you dare! That's the oil drum. Wah! Then, Miracle for You didn't even need to report the location anymore.
Because in the eyes of Curry and Kakyoin, who were heading in that direction following the sensation, a thick plume of black smoke billowed up, carrying flames that completely engulfed a riverside warehouse in the distance. Inside the entire workshop, only the platform where the baby lay remained unscathed.
Everywhere else was exploding and blazing fiercely. The goods. Take the goods. Put out the fire. The man's back split open, revealing his kaguni, a pair of wing-like ukaku. The tips of the wings each had 3 blood membrane spheres with openings, resembling alveoli.
Presumably, he used these to store air for prolonged underwater movement.
He was extremely anxious. This was terrible.
Forget the loss of so much merchandise, this time, he and his crew would be completely exposed, leading to endless trouble. But he still planned to take at least some of the goods and escape with his subordinates. He pushed aside a wall, preparing to signal his subordinates to flee.
And then...
Really, so careless over here. Good thing we all came to the warehouse today to move goods and can help put out the fire. A group of about 10 people stood in the distance, holding buckets. Some were dialing 119, Japan's unified emergency number for fire and ambulance. The buckets in their hands now dropped to the ground as they stared in horror at the scene inside, wires burned and hanging like vines, metal constantly popping and crackling, the man in the center with spread wings, and his ghoul underlings rushing out behind him, carrying the baby and various severed limbs. The leader ghoul's mind was already extremely agitated by the current events. He could escape via the water, but his subordinates couldn't. The yukaku on his back opened and vibrated like insect wing cases, moving as if a mantis were leaping between leaves.
He instantly lunged at the large group of people. At this point, these people who had seen his appearance definitely couldn't be left alive. He had to deal with them quickly. Killing this many would surely bring a manhunt. The next step should be fleeing the Kanto region. His thoughts ended there. He only felt a blur before his eyes. Suddenly, there was a disturbance in the night water beside him. He sharply turned his head. Ha! He couldn't help but be stunned. Because at that moment, a massive Wagyu cow with a red Kobe breeding bull tag on its ear was also peering out of the water, its big bovine eyes wide with confusion. The cow, startled by the sudden appearance of something, reared back. But being a breeding bull, it was large-framed and had a violent temperament. It lifted its hooves, lowered its head, and charged at the strange winged monkey in front of it. Moo! The ghoul swung his ukaku. This robust bull, standing over 1.6 meters tall at the shoulder, was directly split open from the chest, revealing the coveted marbling beneath the skin. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the cow's head tumbled to the ground. However, buying this much time was enough. Chapter 13. Kakyoin's charged emerald splash slammed directly into the man. Bang! Bang! The ghoul instinctively spread its wings to protect its front. The next moment, blood splattered as if it had been hit by the first shot of Abe. It was unclear if it was because Kakyoin had charged his attack this time, or if this guy's defense was inferior to Nishio's, but several holes were blasted into the man's kagun, and it didn't stop until his arm was also torn to shreds. A sorcerer is trying to hijack our hall. Retreat! He shouted back to his subordinates and turned to jump back into the still-burning building. Clearly, he knew more than Nishio and chose to retreat on the spot. Meanwhile, a little further back, Lord Curry, who was feeling heartbroken over his draft cattle, finally dialed the contact saved in his phone named Shinohara Yukinori, and quickly relayed the location and situation to him. The voice on the other end, which had seemed groggy as if woken from a deep sleep, instantly snapped to alertness. All right, we're coming right away. You are. Oh. Associate Investigator Curry, right?
Please evacuate the civilians, track the target, and if necessary, feel free to abandon the mission.
Curry glanced at the burning warehouse not far away and shook his head. Understood. Curry hung up the phone.
He then unhesitatingly called out to Kakyoin, who was still rushing forward, intending to tell him to give up, as he had already done everything he could. With the ghoul fleeing, the passers-by wouldn't be hurt, and the baby had been recovered. It would have been solved once he arrived to make the call, but who knew that the sudden explosions and fire would be completely unexpected? He and his poor, weak, and helpless miracle for you couldn't possibly defeat so many ghouls. However, just as Curry was about to speak, he saw a cold-faced monster emerge from the pitch-black river water not far from where they were hiding, revealing its scarlet Kakugan.
That guy. After running into a blind spot, it dove into the river and came back to see who was getting in its way. Curry's heart skipped a beat. Regardless of whether this guy had any connection to Teacher Deku before, he and Kakyoin were definitely going to be targeted now. This water monkey. Why don't you go find a furry lover like the heroine in Darwin's Game instead of pestering us? Volume 1, 020 Thunder God, help me. Attack the riverbank. The moment he spotted the thing, Curry shouted, simultaneously lunging forward 2 steps and pulling Kakyoin into a crouch behind him. Immediately after, Curry proved the correctness of his decision. Because the moment the opponent realized it had been spotted, it attacked. The Yukaku is known in the ghoul world for its poor stamina, but at the same time, it possesses a characteristic that other Kagun do not have. On the river, the opponent's fleshy wings spread, its flesh twisting as parts rapidly underwent keratinous crystallization. Then, with a powerful twist of its shoulders, the crystallized red keratin layers were flung out in 2 streams, scattering like icicles. The Yukaku has the characteristics of long-range attacks and agility. Kakyoin chose to believe Curry's words unconditionally and, without hesitation, turned to unleash Emerald Splash. Several sonic booms exploded in the night, as if high-speed missiles, too fast for the naked eye to see, were colliding in the evening breeze. Some of the emeralds collided in mid-air with the rapidly incoming feather shards. Several other attacks from both sides pierced through each other's barrages. Swish! The water surface was instantly splashed half a meter high by several scattered emeralds. The crystal shards grazed Kakyoin's body, tearing his linen clothes and cutting his skin, whereas not a single one hit Curry's position. But this wasn't a good thing. Because the opponent was nowhere to be seen by now. The ghoul, having dug underwater to avoid damage, clearly felt the force of the impact dissipate around it. A fierce glint flashed in its eyes. It seems they aren't the kind of sorcerers who can casually engage S-class ghouls in melee combat. While the opponent's invisible attacks are stronger than its Yukaku, they won't kill it in one hit. It wanted to silence the witnesses. Just as Curry had discovered it and knew the situation had become a fight to the death, it believed that Curry had also seen its silhouette, and if it fled, it would inevitably be pursued. However, it was still a bit uneasy and decided to test them one more time. Swish! With a flick of its wings underwater and treading water with its feet, it charged toward the surface like a dolphin, then immediately whipped one wing. Another barrage of feather shards was flung from the water surface. But this time, the target was. Those people who had come to the rescue without knowing what was happening had already started to flee about 20 meters from the riverbank, but they were still shouting and screaming in a panic, revealing their positions. Whoosh! It was that extremely fast sound again. Arg! Yoshida! Yoshida! Amidst the cries of grief and screams, the few workers running slowly at the back of the group had their bodies instantly pierced, blood spraying as inertia carried them to the ground. Ugh! Seeing this scene, Kakyoin's eyes were filled with rage, but Curry was quick-witted, covering his mouth and pulling him to move. The opponent was hiding in the water using the lighting, so they couldn't lock onto its position, but it also absolutely couldn't lock onto their positions by scent. Sound. If they suppressed the sound, they could still maintain a stalemate. However, seeing those people in the distance, some accelerating to flee, others trying to drag their companions who had been wounded and couldn't move on their own, Curry also realized that it was a stalemate on both sides. Those ordinary people would purely be slaughtered. Damn it!
It's been 2 days since I transmigrated, and I still haven't found the murderer of my predecessor, yet here I am, stuck in a standoff with ghouls. Though he complained like this in his heart, a nameless fire rose in Curry. The scene in the warehouse earlier had triggered his racial cleanliness obsession. For the first time, he agreed so strongly with the Emperor. Curry's gaze was sharp as lightning, sweeping across the riverbank, when suddenly his eyes lit up and he whispered urgently in Kakyoin's ear. In 3 seconds, Kakyoin, charge up and attack the utility pole by the river.
Kakyoin didn't say much, only giving a slight nod to indicate he understood.
Then, while Kakyoin's attention was entirely fixed on the riverbank, Curry raised his gaze toward a spot further away from where they were hiding and chose to deploy his reward, that specially made cane. Half a second later, the cane landed on the grass, making a sound not too light or too heavy, like a footstep.
It's making a move.
The ghoul, which had been keeping half an ear exposed on the water surface, precisely captured this faint, unusual sound mixed in with the screams and wails on the shore.
It dove and moved immediately.
It was extremely familiar with everything around the factory. In its memory, that was a lawn with cover, but from this angle, it could bypass the cover. It moved quickly, its wings breaking the water, but a sound of wind breaking reached its ears.
Oh no! The opponent predicted my position. It used something like a stone to distract me. Fortunately, I'm vigilant enough. What a fox! The ghoul dove instantly. Very good. This way, I can dodge.
A loud noise erupted on the shore, and it was stunned for a moment.
Did they miss? No. No. This position on the shore? Swish.
A broken utility pole toppled toward the water, and the ghoul accelerated in terror.
Tokyo Electric Power. Your product quality must. Before its inner plea could finish, it was clear that after locking onto Curry, its days were not going to be easy. The utility pole falling into the water kicked up a massive spray, and worst of all, it dragged down several high-voltage cables that hadn't lost power yet. BZZZT.
Azure electric sparks lit up, dazzling like a swarm of violent snakes on the water surface. As they surged, they covered an area over 10 meters wide and long in an instant, looking quite magnificent. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was the invisible current directly conducted underwater.
Arg! A wail echoed across the riverbank.
The ghoul's 2 wings and body twitched violently as it was blasted out of the water, along with 20 or 30 innocent river fish that were also electrocuted and flopping on the surface. The lead ghoul had unlocked a special CG, its whole body was twitching, rolling its eyes, mouth agape, and it couldn't help but spray from below. After a moment of shock, Kakyoin immediately aimed and charged his attack there.
Emerald Splash. Curry, on the other hand, sighed.
See, release high-voltage electricity, and you immediately get a feedback of 100 pounds of fish.
I told you farming merit is really useful. Bang!
The emerald splash instantly struck the ghoul's body, a flash of blood, and it tumbled into the river. Kakyoin wanted to land a finishing blow, but at this moment, because of Curry's underhanded tactic, the surrounding electrical facilities tripped, and everything went dark. Seeing this, Curry, who could remain calm in the face of ghouls, had his expression tighten. Damn, let's go quickly, before some cold storage warehouse with millions in goods has issues because of the power outage and comes looking for us for compensation. By now, the entire riverbank, except for the burning house, had gone dark. Curry also prepared to retrieve Miracle for You and go underwater to confirm the ghoul's fingerprints. He could only hope they hadn't been destroyed. However, just at this moment, Miracle for You sent back a message first. Boss, those ghouls put me down and turned back. Preparing to hide. Hearing this, Curry's scalp tightened. How could another problem arise just after solving one? Curry quickly told Kakyoin the situation. Kakyoin looked at the ordinary people in the darkness, his teeth clenched, his eyes reflecting the firelight. Volume 1, 021 Miracle for You is still sneaky, huh? Curry, didn't you contact the Ghoul Countermeasures Bureau? Why aren't they here yet? Kakyoin stood up with a headache. Curry calculated the time. It would take at least another 10 minutes for the Countermeasures Bureau to arrive, so he shook his head. Even Kakyoin, who rarely complained, couldn't help but say a word.
the government is too inefficient. Curry thought to himself, just be content.
Given the nature of capitalism, fewer people die a year than in car accidents.
If it weren't for the Washoe Plan's ulterior motivated sponsorship, do you think the politicians would even approve funding for secret police just for their own activity areas?
And that's even with hiring investigators who have deep-seated hatred for ghouls, otherwise, who knows what would happen. In the world he came from before, the Japanese government couldn't even handle a standoff with bears, let alone work that required organizational skills. Having a countermeasures bureau to fall back on was purely the Washoe clan doing a good deed with bad intentions. Looking at the burning house, Kakyoin's lips moved, and he took a step forward.
Kelly-kun, I'm really, very sorry. Hey.
Curry paused first, then made a slightly exaggerated sound.
That's 5 or 6 of them.
To protect those people with your range, your main body would at least have to go over, and it's hard to say if you could even last 10 minutes.
Curry realized that Kakyoin wanted to go protect those passers-by.
That's right, which is why I have to apologize to you.
Kakyoin clenched his fists.
I clearly promised to help you. There was a hint of loneliness in Kakyoin's words.
Curry suddenly felt choked up.
He clearly remembered that Kakyoin's character, before setting off for Egypt, wasn't some kind of hero. As a result, along the way, his personality had changed so much.
But if I don't go, who else can they count on? Maybe I can save 1 or 2 more. Kakyoin said this, not knowing if he was speaking to Curry or to himself.
Then, he pulled out some small change he had gotten from Curry from his pocket and placed it on the ground. It seemed he still had a lot to say. But time did not allow it. He stepped forward and rushed up.
#14 Section 14. Curry wanted to say, "You're not helping me. Have you even thought about your family and friends who don't even know you've come back from the dead?"
But watching him run all the way toward the burning warehouse, he felt that saying such things would only distract him, and it would be Curry himself who was being unreasonable.
Curry felt it was truly toxic.
The Kakyoin of the past didn't have this personality. He had changed like this after a single journey with a group of people. And Curry, having only spent 2 days with him, felt like he was about to be infected by that same poison. At this moment, he actually had a strong urge to rush up and pat him on the shoulder. Curry walked a few steps to the side, reached cover, picked up his specially made cane, but then stopped in his tracks.
Damn it, if I really go over there, won't I just become another target you have to be distracted to protect?
Curry thought to himself, pressing a finger against his temple. Inside the fire, several ghouls, realizing their boss hadn't returned and sensing something was wrong due to the power outage, came sprinting back.
"Boss! Boss!" they shouted.
They were clearly non-human monsters and couldn't escape via the waterway, yet at this moment, they showed a rare sense of loyalty by actually turning back to find him. Pairs of crimson eyes searched everywhere, but what flooded into their nostrils was,
"There's the scent of human blood."
Meanwhile, just behind a piece of cover outside the door, Kakyoin was hiding. He had already set up his trump card here, the Hierophant green barrier with a 20-meter radius. As soon as these ghouls came out, he would hit them with something big.
Even in a fight fueled by adrenaline, tactics and preparation were indispensable.
If he couldn't kill them in one blow, they would likely search for his position.
If they found him, then it would just be up to fate.
To say he wasn't afraid or didn't want to live would be impossible.
No one in the world wasn't afraid of death, and no one didn't want to live. If he could, he would even be afraid of getting hurt. Moreover, he was terrified of loneliness and terrified of having no friends.
At the end of the day, he was just a 17-year-old high school boy. Most of his peers were still enjoying their youth, dealing with angst, playing around, dating, or engaging in those love is war mind games. And, having died once, he really, truly cherished this hard-won second life, as well as a friend and benefactor who could understand him, even if his personality was a bit twisted and he liked to make tasteless jokes.
It's a real shame I couldn't see that guy Jotaro. Would he cry if he saw me resurrected?
Teasing himself in his heart, perhaps to mask his nervousness, Kakyoin suppressed his trembling hands and forced a smile, as if to encourage himself. But at this moment, footsteps came from behind him. He was startled and looked back. A red-eyed man with an ugly appearance and sunken eye sockets stood there, looking disheveled and still dripping with river water.
What? He didn't die? Kakyoin was terrified.
That was indeed the boss they spoke of.
Kakyoin almost couldn't help but stand up.
However, he suddenly saw that boss turn toward his direction and slightly raise a middle finger.
It was. Miracle for you. Kakyoin understood in an instant. Miracle for you was soaked to mask his scent. How had he not thought of a tactic like that?
The few ghouls, anxious to reach the door, saw Miracle for you and immediately shouted in excitement.
Boss! You're all right. Yeah. We were worried sick. Without you, us brothers can't do anything.
The excited voices rang out. And immediately after, Miracle for you, mimicking the ghoul, spoke in a vivid, lifelike voice. The long time before had been enough for it to collect data.
I'm fine. I took that guy out.
Let's take advantage of the power outage and clean up those bodies over there.
Don't go getting yourselves into trouble again. Is everyone here?
We're here. We're here.
Boss. You're amazing. You even managed to beat a sorcerer. Good, stand in a line first. Let's be orderly so we don't run into any more trouble, and let's keep things neat. Miracle for you continued. Ha? Is that necessary? Ha ha. Forget it, anyway, boss wouldn't hurt us.
The chaotic group stood in a line with grinning faces. It seemed that to them, seeing the boss was okay was more important than anything else.
Good, let's go. Miracle for you waved and walked first into the darkness where the firelight couldn't reach. The few ghouls followed along, and the next moment. Put. 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 The ghouls, lined up like Dalmatians, were surrounded by emerald splash from all angles, front, back, left, and right. Caught completely off guard, their bodies were instantly pierced one by one. Blood sprayed chaotically onto the building. The boss? Why?
One of the ghouls, whose head hadn't been hit, stared with blood-teared eyes at Miracle for you.
Because you guys have too many clues on you and are too much of a nuisance. You're getting in my way. Ha! You're not the boss at all.
Miracle for you frowned, looking at the ghoul who had breathed his last under Kakyoin's finishing blow, and shook its head.
It didn't expect its little bit of dark humor to actually fail. Volume 1, 022 do-do-do-da-da-da.
In the river, the male ghoul who had luckily survived opened his eyes. He no longer had the heart for revenge or anything else. As his thoughts shifted, the wound that had been threatening to tear him apart and kill him instantly stopped normally and ceased to grow. In fact, the nickname Model Merchant belonged solely to him, because he was the only one responsible for all fieldwork and contacting buyers. His body was severely damaged now, but fortunately, his brain wasn't damaged, and he wasn't dead yet. But in such a broken state, he couldn't fight anymore. He had to meet up with his brothers first. Covering his face with the only bubble from his tattered kagun, the man swam along the cold spring river water. There was no need to confirm the direction, the escape route had been confirmed several times. Swimming downstream from here for 2 minutes, he arrived at Narama Ward, where there was a huge sewer outlet. The depths of the sewer were the territory of other things, he just crawled into it along the pipe. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious. His brothers should have arrived long ago. Thinking this, he came to a sewer entrance. It had been slightly modified and had become a small tin shack. Using his kagun to open the special door lock, he could indeed hear the laughter of his brothers deep within the supplies.
Oh! There was even a cup of coffee in the hallway. These brats, they've grown up. Model Merchant raised the cup and gulped down the coffee.
Ugh, ghouls could drink coffee, but it seemed like his brothers were making it for the first time. The taste was a bit strange, and why was it cold? However, out of complete trust in them, he didn't pay much attention to it.
Then Model Merchant called out. Hey! Can't you hear me? I'm back. I've been seriously injured this time and can't move at all.
The room went quiet, and then a sound came. A familiar subordinate walked out with a chuckle.
Coming. Coming. Where are the others? Wait, why do I feel so uncomfortable?
Model merchant's expression changed as he clutched his stomach.
Uncomfortable? That's normal. Just hold on for a bit.
After all, I took the coffee you'd left here for a long time and added some rat poison I found nearby.
You. Who? Who are you? Already severely injured, model merchant's eyes widened in terror.
Before his eyes, his subordinate's face faded away little by little, turning into someone with a metal mask.
Oblada, who am I?
Miracle for you, wearing a trench coat, made a cheerful sound.
You. Then what happened to them? Model merchant tried to use his last bit of strength to resist, but his body was completely out of his control. Ha ha ha. That's a really good question.
Miracle for you stepped on the ghoul's legs, which were sprawled on the ground, walked up to him, took off his tattered gloves, examined them carefully, and shook its head with regret. It's a pity, I don't want to tell you, but if you can tell me what kind of relationship you have with that human named Curry, I might show some mercy.
Ugh, who is that? With his final unwillingness, model merchant still wanted to move, but he breathed his last.
Miracle for you was a bit surprised.
No way, is the rat poison that potent? Curry, who was synchronizing his vision, was furious. What are you cooing and quacking about? You played the guy to death. You aren't sent by the Riddler to annoy me, are you?
No, main body boss, this was truly outside my expectations. And without using this method, I really might not have been able to beat him.
Do you know how tired I was clinging to his body to follow him here, and then getting inside before him to prepare?
Miracle for you was helpless, shrugging like it was facing an unreasonable boss.
However, I found some good stuff.
Miracle for you spoke, returned to the room in the sewer, went intangible, and opened a locked box from the inside. When the box opened, bundles of yellow and green things were revealed. It was 23, and it would be another year before the person printed on the 10,000 yen note would change to Shibusawa Eiichi, the so-called father of Japanese capitalism. He didn't know how Japanese people could consider such a title a compliment.
When the neatly stacked rows of Fukuzawa Yukichis came into view, Curry couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Damn ghouls, to leave behind so much ill-gotten wealth. I must dispose of it safely. Spending it is safe disposal. Curry had already started fantasizing about how he would take this huge sum of money, move out of the crappy 3-flat pigeonhole, and go live the good life in a detached house. When the time came, he would look for a rental girlfriend app and just do a long-term rental of Mizuhara Chizuru. Not for any other reason. Curry had no interest in the girl, it was just to annoy Kinoshita Kanzuya. Just as Curry was lost in his fantasy, he suddenly felt his shoulder being hooked. He ended the synchronization and looked back, only to see Kakyoin's sharp-featured face. I was a bit willful. I really caused you trouble. Kakyoin spoke with a bit of embarrassment, scratching his cheek with his finger. It's fine. If you die, who's going to be my beast of burden? Curry waved his hand dismissively. Thanks. Kakyoin couldn't find the words to express his feelings at this moment, so he just excitedly patted Curry on the shoulder and then jogged away. Yes, vehicles were already approaching in the distance. Kakyoin couldn't explain his identity, so he had to avoid them. Drones and searchlights quickly surrounded the scene. The workers who had fallen to the ground were carried away by professional medical staff. It was unknown how many would survive. And the 20th Ward Mobile Unit, which had been prepared for a big battle, stared blankly at the pile of corpses. The Narama Ward Commander-in-Chief, Shinohara Yukinari, the round-headed, stubbled man capable of soloing an SS rank ghoul, jogged over and found Curry. Stepping forward to perform a strange salute, the man stared at Curry with wide eyes. Rank 3 Associate Curry, may I ask what happened here? Curry didn't want his stance power to be exposed to the high-ranking officials of the CCG, so he insisted that the enemy and a mysterious person had engaged in a great battle, which he knew nothing about. He claimed he had been fighting a ghoul by the river, and while he was running away, the enemy had knocked down a utility pole and died from electrocution. After investigating with his team members, Shinohara Yukinori found that what Curry said was likely true, because the injuries on these ghouls were indeed from some strange method, and the cause of death was very unusual. Curry hesitated for a moment,
then took the opportunity to bring out his investigation diary, indicating that he had been continuing his investigation today and had just happened to find their lair. Otherwise, it would be too hard to explain how he had managed to investigate such a secretive place in one go. As for the tailing, he claimed he had lost the trail, but then the factory caught fire, and that's when he noticed it.
After Curry's description, Shinohara Yukinori nodded. Next time you have intelligence, report it to the organization first.
I know you've been investigating the black dog that killed your parents, but this won't do.
Don't carry everything on your own. Chapter 15. Shinohara Yukinori's tone was stern at first, but it softened as he continued.
You have great talent and are a natural for investigative work. This group of ghouls has been operating in this area for a long time. Aside from constant reports of missing persons, we had absolutely no leads. It's thanks to you that we were finally able to crack the case today. Furthermore, your combat skills are impressive. To be able to grapple with a ghoul without using a quink, that's something I couldn't have done back in the day.
As he spoke, Shinohara Yukinori looked toward the corpses being transported in the distance, his face filled with indignation.
He looked at Curry with the expression of someone observing a talented but bitter junior, making Curry wonder if he was supposed to be Uchiha Sasuke.
However, I might have to take up some of your time today. We need to get some statements.
That evening, at the CCG Narama Ward branch, a tonkatsu bowl was placed in front of Curry.
We've checked the surrounding surveillance footage, and everything you said matches your statement.
You can head back once you've finished eating.
Oh, right, I've logged a merit for you.
Even though you haven't been issued a quinqua or officially joined yet, your rank is now officially third-class investigator. I helped you apply for a 100,000 yen bonus, which you'll receive next month.
It's a pity that the S-rated model merchant, who was electrocuted, is still at large. Shinohara Yukinori slapped an ID card onto the table in front of Curry, then took out his own tonkatsu bowl from a plastic bag, winking at Curry. You don't mind if I join you, do you?
The middle-aged man flashed a smile at Curry, leaving Curry with no room to refuse. Curry had only been questioned for a short while, and the rest of the time he was well supplied with tea and snacks. However, the middle-aged man in front of him had bloodshot eyes, clearly dragged out of bed in the middle of the night for overtime. The man across from him picked up his chopsticks, said "Itadakimasu," and began shoveling in his food. After a few bites, he shook his head with a sigh. According to the investigation into their identities in human society, 3 of the 6 ghouls in this organization came from a human orphanage, not local to here, called Mother's Home. They seem to have lived there since they were young. After they became independent, they helped the other 3 members, and they developed an attachment to that orphanage. Recently, the person in charge of that orphanage was diagnosed with a severe cerebrovascular blockage and requires a large amount of money for treatment. According to our investigation, that lady had no idea they were ghouls, and she has no connection to this incident. We found that they set up a donation website and donated money into it themselves, claiming it was a social donation to help that lady. This is likely the reason why they were obtaining money in such large quantities.
The organization is currently a bit strapped for cash, and there are many children at that orphanage.
If that lady were to collapse.
Upon hearing this, Curry stopped eating his tonkatsu bowl.
Well, my apologies. You know, in our line of work, it's inevitable to have some pressure. I shouldn't have told you about this, and you absolutely must not feel any empathy for ghouls because of it. By the time they grew up, the number of people they ate was, conservatively speaking, in the hundreds. They completely deserved their fate.
Of course. Curry nodded, seemingly helpless, and sighed in sync with Shinohara Yukinori across from him.
The next day, Mother's Home Orphanage encountered a strange event. Someone discovered a bag of cash and a letter placed on the windowsill of the director's residence.
Ah, my dream of being rich shattered so quickly.
Volume 1, 023. I decide to believe in occultism.
Early the next morning, it was instant noodles again. Since Kakyoin didn't have any money on him when he returned last night, there wasn't even any fish cutlet today. Japanese instant noodles are really meager and expensive, and the taste isn't as good as the braised beef noodles from the Eastern University.
Curry slurped his noodles, feeling that if he had to eat this stuff for a few more days, he wouldn't want to live before finding the killer.
Kakyoin also gave a bitter smile. There was no help for it, as even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Come to think of it, I admire your willingness to give the money away, but why not keep 10 or 20,000 for yourself? Even if you were afraid of the banknotes' serial numbers being tracked, you could have had your stand go somewhere further away to spend them and exchange them for small change, right? Because, well, I gave the bulk of it. If it turned out they were short by just 10 or 20,000 and couldn't get the treatment, and I found out later, wouldn't I feel terrible? I gave it all, so whatever happens later, at least I did my best. Curry, finding the meal completely tasteless, picked up his phone and opened the Asahi Shimbun, setting it on the table to watch while he ate. Boom boom. Curry couldn't hold back right from the start. He didn't know why Japan loved making news programs feel like variety shows, always blaring sound effects like a free sound library, with a bunch of cheering or cringy laughter. Last night, in Musashino City, by the Tamagawa Aqueduct, a gas explosion occurred in an area with thousands of warehouses. Several enthusiastic workers attempted to rescue and extinguish the fire but encountered a secondary explosion. Currently, Councilman Yasuda of Musashino Ward 3 is on site directing the rescue efforts. Curry couldn't keep a straight face. What kind of Fuyuki City standard excuse was this? The screen cut to a middle-aged man wearing a safety helmet, his clothes completely free of dust, posing for the camera with no intention of actually performing any rescue work. Kakyoin was somewhat puzzled. Isn't this the place from last night? Why don't they just report that it was the ghouls? If they actually reported that, the people living nearby would find out that ghouls could run human meat factories in the city. I don't think the CCG or the government wants that kind of thing to happen. That's definitely a failure to protect the public, isn't it? What's the use of covering it up? To make the public believe they are being protected. Curry replied to Kakyoin with a classic British civil servant answer, though he shook his head inwardly. After all, he knew that most CCG investigators were quite diligent because of their grudges against ghouls. They just failed to discover things because their intelligence-gathering capabilities were simply poor. In his memories, ghouls were always holding large gatherings and causing trouble everywhere, while the CCG would only move when poked, stuck in a passive defensive stance, only taking the initiative when the intelligence was laid right in front of them. The person in charge of the Hyogo North breeding farm claims that a mysterious thief stole a breeding bull last night. One bucket of the bull's semen is worth over 200,000 yen, with total losses exceeding 8 million yen. After finishing his noodles, Curry turned off the still-playing news on his phone and began preparing to head to school. Come to think of it, aside from fingerprints, there are no other clues left. Curry felt a headache coming on. After working so hard for so long and confirming the fingerprints of those ghouls yesterday, he still didn't know who killed Teacher Deco, and now he didn't even have a direction for the investigation. Uneasy Desu. However, he seemed to have heard something about a sorcerer from the ghouls yesterday. He didn't know if that power system was unified with Kagome's or separate. Lunch break arrived, and Hiratsuka Shizuka called out to Curry, who had taken out his instant noodle bento and was preparing to find a place to eat. Activity building, 2nd floor, room 202. It seems it belonged to the previous occult club. Remember to clean it up before you use it. Hiratsuka Shizuka said, dangling a key in front of Curry. Curry took the key and gave an OK sign. Clearly, this was the approved activity classroom for their Chaldea security organization. The thing was, Curry remembered seeing an occult club on the club activity board, and judging by Hiratsuka Shizuka's words, this old occult club and the new one were not the same. What, was the occult club like Bandori, needing to be divided into East, West, South, and North dynasties? So, Curry took the key. Although he only intended to use it to snag a reward, he still planned to go take a look. Maybe unlocking base number 2 would also give a reward. The achievement list was just too long, and Curry hadn't even seen 2/10 of it yet. When Curry arrived in front of the activity building carrying his lunchbox, he saw Katsuragi Kaima standing at the door with a small bag, playing a game. Hurry up, it's heavy as hell. I can't fit it all at home, so I brought some discs to store here. Katsuragi Kaima, you're still at Sundara, aren't you? Curry stepped forward and opened the door with the key. The activity building had sliding doors, and it seemed no one had used them during the spring break, so the doors were a bit stiff. After pushing the door open, Curry held his breath,
walked to the windowsill to open the windows, and then jogged back to the door. He then saw Katsuragi Kaima walk inside, not minding the smell of the sealed classroom at all.
Don't you think it smells bad? Smells bad?
I think it's quite familiar, my place smells like this too.
Curry waited until the air had cleared a bit before walking in.
While it was called an activity classroom, it wasn't as big as a normal classroom.
Curry scanned the room. The setup was actually quite substantial.
It seemed the previous occupants hadn't taken much with them when they left. In the center by the window was a medium-sized wooden desk, a long table for 6 people to sit around was in the middle, and there was a row of wooden antique shelves on the side, with some small props placed on them. Curry walked to the main desk, preparing to sit down and eat, but saw a strangely shaped statue on the desk, along with a piece of paper pressed underneath it. Curry picked up the dusty paper, flicked it, glanced at the content, and read it out loud.
Dear juniors, hello.
Welcome to inheriting this classroom.
These are some of our collections. If you like them, you can keep the items. If not, feel free to throw them away or sell them.
At this moment, Katsuragi Kaima happened to find a seat and sat down, starting to play a gal game with the sound on. These are, respectively, a company conference table left behind during the economic bubble period when all the employees jumped off the building. A chair left behind by a family of 5 who believed in the Aum Shinrikyo and committed suicide using gas. A desk thrown out by a company after more than 3 overworked corporate slaves died suddenly from staying up late at this spot. An antique shelf rescued from the Civic Center where 21 people died in '96. Listening to Curry read through these things one by one, Katsuragi Kaima stood up expressionlessly, picked up his bag, walked over to the antique shelf, and began stuffing the game discs he had just taken out back inside.
You stay here if you want, I'd like to live a few more years. I just noticed that under the table, it's all yellow stuff. I thought it was dirt-resistant cloth, but the way you put it, I realize it looks like exorcism charms from a shrine. Curry, knowing this wasn't a purely material world, also looked a bit troubled.
Now, looking at the room, he even suspected the small statue on the desk might belong to some Namo Raya Bodhisattva.
It should be fine, right?
After all, the seniors used this place for so long.
Curry took a final glance at the signature, Himuro Mafuyu.
He had no memory of her. At this moment, Curry suddenly noticed many people in the hallway and cast a curious gaze.
Katsuragi Kaima also frowned. It's that famous fortune teller from Class B, right? I think her name is Satori Ibatsu.
I heard the number of girls lining up to get their fortunes told by her every day is huge.
Close the door. I've seen her.
A fortune teller character shouldn't be a gyru, if not a big sister in a black robe. She should at least be that gloomy, big-breasted type.
That kind of gyru is definitely a fraud. Judging people by their appearance. However, after hearing this news, Curry was stunned. Satori Ebatsu in his memories, she was the real deal. Maybe he could ask her who killed Teacher Deku, though he'd have to be subtle about it. Since criminal investigation wasn't working, he'd have to look into occultism. Katsuragi Kaima watched speechlessly as Curry went out to join the queue.
Volume 1, 024. A dragon is the symbol of an emperor. While queuing, Curry saw Haruai Suzumiya walk out of the 203 Far East Magic Napping Society of the Summer, which was next door to their 202 Chaldea security organization.
Boring, she's actually delusional. What?
How dare you provoke me, the wielder of the wicked eye? A mysterious girl wearing an eye patch cried out in frustration from inside the room. I don't think you're any better, with your own mental issues.
Curry bluntly stated that Haruai Suzumiya was also a Chinibu. Hoof. Haruai Suzumiya tossed her new hairstyle for the day and glanced at the line Curry was in. Are you doing this time-wasting thing? I looked for that woman yesterday.
When we met, she admitted herself that she was a fraud. I said it didn't matter and asked her to just give me a reading, but she didn't dare. I see she can only use can lines to fool those idiots. She's afraid when she meets someone with a brain like me.
If you have time to queue, you'd be better off looking for aliens with me.
After saying that, seeing Curry ignoring her, she walked away. He loved the atmosphere between the students at this school so much. Everyone would stab at each other whenever they met, and use cold violence whenever something happened.
Everyone was like enemies, thumbs up.
After queuing for about 20 minutes, Kuri entered the classroom, where two people were still getting their fortunes told.
Sakurai Tomoki, is it, huh? How strange.
I foresee that you seem destined to encounter a sudden disaster from the sky in the near future, but it seems your misfortune was transferred to someone else by some power.
Alright, your love luck is very average right now. If nothing unexpected happens, you will remain a virgin until the end of high school. What do you mean I'm inaccurate? Get him out of here.
The screeching high school student was dragged out.
Next, Ito Makoto, right?
You seem to have been destined for a bloody disaster, but that too has been transferred.
Oh, you will also remain a virgin until the end of high school. Next. How strange, I've never seen such frequent changes in misfortune before. It's truly curious.
Satori Aibatsu had yellow-green hair. It felt poorly dyed, but it was suspected to be natural. Her skin was wheat-colored, and she had a pink heart sticker on the corner of her eye. Dressed like a delinquent Shibuya girl, she muttered to herself before speaking again in a professional business tone.
Chapter 16. What's your name? What do you want to divine? Finding people, finding things, love luck, wealth, career luck, anything is fine. It's paid. If you find it useful, pay a little. If not, you don't have to.
The other person rattled off a string of words that Kuri had previously heard her say to the two people before him.
Kuri looked over this fortune-telling booth set up in the clubroom, which was actually just a tent with a starry ceiling.
The crystal ball was even covered in the pink stickers that landmine girls loved so much. At this moment, seeing that Kuri remained silent, Satori Aibatsu looked up at him.
Ha! This isn't the Warring States period, is it? Why do you have that vibe of a feudal lord?
In ancient times, you could even be said to have the face of an emperor. The dragon-like features are fully displayed.
If you ever become prime minister, remember to pay me a little extra. I'll guarantee you won't end up like Abe.
Kuri was startled by her words.
What dragon features? She wasn't secretly insulting me by saying I look like some Kameji Satori cosplay meme, right? As for the imperial aura? Could it be a change brought about by the system?
He wasn't sure, but Kuri remembered that this girl really had some skills, the kind that could even predict the future. So Kuri looked down at her.
My name is Kuri. I want to find someone. Before Kuri could even vaguely express who he was looking for, she directly made an okay gesture. Okay. Satori Aibatsu nodded.
She could truly see some strange things. She had transferred to this school because she saw that it seemed to be the safest place in the world, and incidentally, she had also divined that she might find her romantic destiny here. Seeing someone with such a unique aura, she felt an itch to test her skills. Even though she had seen it in books before, this was her first time encountering it in person, and she really wanted to explore the future of such a person in every aspect.
Come. Let big sister explore yours.
Satori Aibatsu immediately started the prediction, and then...
Achoo!
A scene flashed before Satori Aibatsu's eyes, and the next moment, she sneezed.
What's going on? I'm not allergic to pollen. Achoo!
She sneezed again, her body uncontrollably falling backward. To avoid being refined into a graduate school admission pill, Kuri could have grabbed her, but he didn't reach out. She tipped over along with the chair behind her, hitting the tent directly, and then the whole tent was knocked over by her, leaving her sprawling on the ground. The two girls nearby immediately stepped forward to help her up, but one of them accidentally bumped into the table, causing the crystal ball on it to fall onto the wooden floor and shatter into several pieces.
Kuri looked at her in confusion, and then saw the purple panties tucked between her round, coffee milk-colored thighs under her skirt. Cough. Are you trying to stop me from telling him? Fate. I will not yield to you. Kuri-kun. Listen carefully, I saw you and a girl with pinkish silver hair and circle eyes, finding what you were looking for together in the port area. It turned out Satori Aibatsu was quite dedicated. She extended her manicured hand, still trying to convey the information to Kuri. Immediately after, she shuddered and sneezed again, and her head, which had just been lifted by someone, slammed back onto the floor and she passed out. Kuri was speechless, not knowing if this was an act or real.
After thinking for a while, he took out a 500 yen coin, placed it on the table, and got up to leave. Before long, Satori Aibatsu was carried off to the infirmary, and Kuri took his bento and returned to the classroom.
Kuri racked his brain for a long time, but regarding her description, let alone knowing someone, Kuri couldn't even associate it with anyone.
White hair and circle eyes? I do know someone with a white mask and circle eyes, though. When school ended in the afternoon, he decided to ask Satori Aibatsu for details, but he couldn't find her. However, the two female classmates who were around her at noon were still in that classroom.
It's you? Seeing Kuri, the two of them shrank their necks in fear, leaving Kuri bewildered. Lady Aibatsu told us to pass on a message to you.
She said she completely gives up and asks you not to contact her in the future, even if you become Prime Minister. This afternoon, she was diagnosed with hay fever, a cold, found out she was allergic to cold medicine. The school doctor wanted to give her an injection for a skin test, but she was allergic, and on the way home, she ordered a peanut milk to calm her nerves, only to discover she was allergic to nuts and lactose intolerant. Kuri looked at the two girls who were staring at him in terror, feeling greatly wronged.
No, what does this have to do with me?
Maybe he should consider if he had offended Haruai Suzumiya earlier and was being subconsciously retaliated against by her. He was just an ordinary stand user, and his stand wasn't even nearby.
Who could curse someone remotely when their stand wasn't even present? Kuri went home, speechless.
As he turned the corner on the road and met Kakyoin, who had come to pick him up, he was surprised to see him holding a box.
Oh? What's this?
Kuri curiously stepped forward to take a look, and saw a dog's head poke out of the box in Kakyoin's arms.
Didn't I tell you before? I thought we could raise a dog to take over the guard duty. It just so happens I found it on the side of the road today.
It seems to have been abandoned by someone, left in a box with vaccination records and documents.
Oh. Kuri curiously opened the box and looked inside. It was a small Shiba Inu the size of a cat.
If it had 3 red marks, Kuri might have suspected it was Watanuki Kimihiro, but it just looked like an ordinary puppy.
Let's go. Kuri nodded.
Since his stand had already found a job, having an extra dog didn't really matter, as long as it wasn't one of those teddy dogs that start with zero-frame attacks and mercilessly torture their owner's fingers.
By the way, what job does Miracle for you have? Hostess. Put. Kuri almost choked. A delivery worker at the store. Kuri looked at Kakyoin's straight face and realized that this guy was actually quite reserved and could make jokes like that.
Meanwhile, Kagome, who was in the same class as Kuri and was preparing to take the train, looked back with some confusion at the direction where Kuri had just been standing. She seemed to have felt a hint of the cursed aura that her grandfather, who managed the shrine at home, had taught her about.
Volume 1, 025 The Noisy Puppy. Speaking of this dog, Kuri, what are you planning to name it? Nyanko-sensei. I feel like that's weird. The Shiba Inu in the cardboard box, temporarily named Nyanko-sensei, squinted its eyes while watching the two tall figures discuss the name, finding it quite interesting. It was not an ordinary dog. If one were to use human terminology, it should be called a cursed spirit, or if one were to be more archaic, it could also be crowned with names like yokai or evil spirits. Anyway, they were all the same type of thing. The causes of their origin were diverse, transformed from humans, spirits formed after death, or born from human emotions. It was the third type, a spirit born from human fear of a certain situation. If Kuri knew about this, he would at least have to ask if there was a Chainsaw Man, or if Japan hadn't given birth to a nuclear bomb cursed spirit because the users of atomic bombs had 0 negative reviews. And it was not that powerful, it was born from the fear and curses humans held toward pet dogs. However, it felt quite lucky, because it had just been born and was still getting familiar with this world when it unexpectedly encountered a guy who could see cursed spirits with the naked eye but had little cursed energy in his body. He even brought it home, Usually, the scent of people with such unique talents would be extremely delicious. And there was another strange human here with absolutely no cursed energy on him. Drooling continuously, the dog cursed spirit was ready to start eating after tasting enough fear. The red-haired one said he went out to grab half-price food, so let's start with this black-haired one. First, let's scare him with a little Scarispia SS. Curry went to the restroom.
As soon as he came out, he saw the Shiba Inu that Kakyoin had brought home today. It had jumped out of the cardboard box at some point and was on the bathroom sink, washing its two paws under the faucet. Hearing the sound, it turned its head, and a pair of dog eyes looked at him.
How about this? This strange uncanny valley effect?
The puppy pulled back its lips, revealing sharp, interlocking teeth, looking as if a person was grinning, which was extremely eerie.
Curry did react, and the cursed spirit saw Curry dash into the living room, then pick up his phone. Don't move. Keep that pose. Time to film a pet video and start a channel. Curry was overjoyed. Such a smart dog, how could he not exploit this to get a ton of traffic? Here comes the people's money-making technique. As for the dog's strange behavior, it really wasn't strange to Curry.
In Curry's perception, it was normal for animals in this world to have high intelligence.
Hadn't he seen that Seiki Kusuwa had a cat whose intelligence was no less than Nendu Riki's, constantly messing with him? Curry had even seen a dog with his own eyes that would snatch a pineapple bun from a red-haired underclassman on the way to school every day. He had previously watched an anime called something like Dog and Scissors, where the protagonist in the original light novel was still a dachshund at the end. As a result, when Curry looked up, he saw the dog had come down, and he was greatly disappointed. The people's money-making technique had failed. Frowning, he turned off the faucet, plugged in his phone to charge, and closed his eyes, preparing to study the system. The cursed spirit was numb. You guy, at least act a little surprised. For a creature like a cursed spirit, fear was also a necessary food source. Seeing Curry close his eyes to rest, it couldn't take it anymore. Forget it. Let's just do it directly. Its canine teeth protruded bit by bit, and multiple holes appeared on its body with what looked like pus rolling inside. Various features of human fear toward pet dogs, such as carrying viruses, noise, sudden biting, etc., all appeared on its body, concretized into disgusting, terrifying elements. Flesh was right before its eyes. It opened its massive, stringy mouth, and then, it suddenly felt a burst of uncontrollable chaos in its cursed energy. What did he do? This eerie situation left it at a loss, and the pain in its soul made it revert to its original form, rolling on the ground. The sound of rolling woke Curry, who had been resting with his eyes closed. Oh, do you not have a bed? I'll go get some old clothes to make you one. Curry got up and walked toward the closet. The Shiba Inu felt the rioting cursed energy in its body slightly subside and relaxed again. Seeing Curry turn his back, a fierce glint flashed in its eyes. It transformed again, preparing to be a sneaky ass and learn from its African relatives to give Curry's but a hard hit, and was ready to activate some innate curse abilities. Then, the cursed energy in its body went haywire, the curse activation failed, and it suffered a severe backlash. Awah! Awah! It rolled on the floor in pain. If you're this noisy, we can't keep you. Curry scolded without turning his head. The dog cursed spirit rolling on the floor heard these words and suddenly felt its mind turn. Could it be? It's this guy, he attacked me with a method I don't understand at all. The dog cursed spirit stopped its thought of attacking due to the terror in its heart and discovered, the chaotic power had calmed down. As a spirit that brings fear to life, it felt a trace of fear for no reason. Could it be that this guy could even understand its thoughts, and that bringing it here wasn't out of ignorance, but because he wanted a plaything? His lack of cursed energy was also an illusion, it was just that it had no way to detect him. No. This won't do, I can't be like this in the future, I must resist him. In the instant the thought arose, the dog cursed spirit suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. It looked up abruptly and saw something extremely terrifying flying past the window. That thing was incomparably huge, like a whale floating in the air, its body covered in pale baleen shaped like human arms, and 6 giant red eyes on its side looking into the room simultaneously. Oh my! Scared me to death. The dog cursed spirit trembled all over. It was now certain that the human could monitor its thoughts, and its everything, including life and death, was in the other person's control. What a perverted hobby. No, I can't think of things detrimental to him. Hurry up and scream to dilute the thoughts. Oh ho 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 ho! What kind of bee sound is that? Is this something a dog should make?
At this moment, Curry turned his head abruptly and also saw a strange light flash past his window.
What the heck? Curry's whole body tensed up in shock, wondering if he had been targeted by some kind of evil spirit in this world. After all, Miko Yatsuya was in his class. The worldviews of Seiki, Baki, and even Katsuragi Kaima all had ghost-like things. Curry deeply suspected that the reason he hadn't seen one yet was because he was too close to Haruhi Suzumiya.
Curry didn't waste any words. He scooped up the puppy from the floor and started running outside like crazy.
It wasn't that Curry had developed feelings for the dog in such a short time, it was mainly because Curry felt that if he were about to die, he could throw this thing out to take a hit for him. He even began to consider whether he should shout to wake up the neighbors and run together. As it turned out, when Curry ran downstairs making quite a commotion, causing a chorus of blessings from the neighbors in the building who were already asleep, he didn't find the strange thing he had caught a glimpse of earlier. No manners, huh? Doing parkour in the building in the middle of the night?
When the neighbors opened their doors to see who was being so scum, Curry pretended to be an innocent bystander, holding the dog and waving his fist while cursing along with them, clearing himself of suspicion. But then he thought again, what if that thing was here cosplaying Gillis de Rice with him, just waiting for him to think it was safe before dealing him a big blow? That would be bad. So, holding the shivering dog cursed spirit, which thought it was being taken out for execution, he dashed off to find Kakyoin. After Curry ran away, not far away, a white-haired man with his eyes covered struck out with his elbow, killing the huge cursed spirit on the spot.
What a pain, seriously. When can I get some time off?
I heard there's a brat in Sendai who ate Sukuna's finger, and I have to go check it out.
Forget it, there are still a few more here to deal with before I go. The man did a gymnastics-like movement, and then vanished with a flicker.
The dog-cursed spirit didn't know that if it had continued its attack, the white-haired man who happened to be passing by would have sensed it on the spot. Volume 1, 026 Cold Noodles.
Alright, that thing should be gone now, right? Chapter 17.
At this moment, Kakyoin, having returned from the supermarket with groceries, spoke up to comfort Curry, who was still acting suspicious. The two had already returned to the house, but saw no further abnormalities. The little Shiba Inu lay on the balcony, having already resigned itself to its fate. That person named Curry was definitely a terrifying sorcerer beyond its imagination.
Sob. He must want to see the miserable state of me dying of hunger every day, yet not daring to eat humans. It didn't dare to run, nor did it dare to fight. The other party seemed to want it to pretend to be a normal dog, so it would pretend. If they wanted to walk the dog, it would just manifest a little bit of cursed energy for ordinary people to see every day. After all, it was better than dying. The dog evil spirit thought about how it had been a free soul during the day, and now it had become a human's plaything. Tears flowed down. At this time, Curry still felt uneasy, pulling the curtains shut until only a slit remained, one eye peering through the gap at the window outside, his eyeball darting around. Maybe that thing is hiding in some corner of the apartment right now. Alright. I'll have Hierophant Green take a look around the apartment. Kakyoin had his stand turn intangible to pass through the wall and head downstairs.
Ma'am, look, you're afraid your husband will find out, which means your husband minds that you're having an affair, but I don't even mind that you have a husband. Clearly, I love you more.
Ah. What's going on?
As it turned out, just as Kakyoin went downstairs, he saw a cringeworthy scene. He had knocked over some boiling water, pouring it onto a blonde guy's crotch, and then proceeded to phase through everything in the vicinity to investigate. It looks like new neighbors are moving into 401, and 405 seems to be moving out. I saw that the things inside have all been cleared out. After walking through the third floor and the current floor, Kakyoin didn't really want to pry into other people's privacy, so he basically just took a glance and moved to the next room. Until he scanned 201, where Kakyoin discovered that Hashimoto Idai was on the phone.
You've seen the news, right? What more do you want? Give them back. I want to hear my wife and child on a video call.
Hierophant Green, which had been preparing to leave, stopped its drifting motion. At this moment, Hashimoto Idai's tall and sturdy frame was curled up on the bed in pajamas, his expression twisted. Clearly, he had tried his best to keep his voice low, but it was still hard to hide that mania.
It seems something had happened to the other party's family?
Kakyoin was somewhat concerned about this. In his heart, this middle-aged man had a warm heart and was a rare good person in this cold era. So he had his stand shrink a little and leaned in closer. But from the other end of the phone came a very arrogant female voice.
Oh my, is it because your wife isn't by your side that you're lonely?
Fat uncle, if you want, you can come to Adabashi ward to find me to vent.
We are very dissatisfied with your attitude. Only if you delete those things you filmed will we return them to you. Bastard! Do you take me for a fool? If I return the photos to you, you will just kill us without any hesitation.
Hashimoto Idai, who usually looked like an exceptionally calm person, was now growling emotionally at the other end of the phone.
It seems your attitude isn't very good.
As the frivolous voice on the other end turned slightly cold, a suppressed scream immediately came from the other side.
Ugh! Ah!
Upon hearing this sound, Hashimoto's face became pained, yet he turned on the speakerphone and recording, covering his head with a quilt, as if he wanted to discern something from those noisy screams. It wasn't until 5 or 6 seconds later that he turned off the speakerphone and spoke again.
Wait! I know, I will continue to do as you say. Please don't hurt them. That's more like it.
Upstairs, Kakyoin put down the kitchen knife he had been using to chop things and spoke to Curry with a worried expression about what he had heard.
Should we help him?
Curry felt his scalp tingle.
Was this a joke? He hadn't even had a few peaceful days since arriving, and now he didn't even know what that thing he saw earlier was, or who had killed him.
When I play Souls, I'm the fat guy who stays at a low level with a small scythe to camp on the bridge at the high wall of Lothric and spam down point, not a sunbro.
How could I have the energy to help others?
But hearing what Kakyoin said, he was also a bit worried. He just felt he couldn't ignore it. However, at this moment, a remark from the other end of the phone made Kakyoin stop his conversation with Curry.
And his face sank bit by bit. By the way, that orphan raised by the CCG upstairs, is he not dead yet? You said earlier you leaked some information about the model merchant to him. Wasn't the plan this time to have him die in this capacity on the way to investigate the model merchant, attacked by a ghoul, to provoke the CCG's rage and wipe them out in one go, freeing up space for us? How come it's been several times now, and that kid is still alive?
I don't know either, but I did see him go out at the time, and he even brought a red-haired helper. Besides, there was also someone wearing glasses. I investigated a bit. It seems his surname is Katsuragi, and he's a classmate of his. Katsuragi, the one encountered that time, was the one mimicked by the miracle for you. This guy definitely set up surveillance at the stairwell or the door. Also, come to think of it, whether it was Nishio or the model merchant, this guy gave a clue, and then everyone found out. Hierophant Green used those yellow, light bulb-like eyes to look at the man right in front of him, the man whom he had just urged Curry to take a risk and help because he seemed like a nice guy. For no reason, Kakyoin felt a sense of oppression that he had never even felt when facing Dio.
The human heart is truly unpredictable.
Wait, come to think of it, the other party even knows that Curry has a CCG identity.
Then, in essence, the person with the greatest suspicion of attacking Curry should be Hashimoto Idai and the unknown person threatening him.
In that case, whether it was him observing Curry's room, discovering Nishio's actions, or coming up to talk twice, it all made sense.
Kakyoin knitted his brows, took a deep breath, and told Curry all the intelligence he had heard.
Hearing this, Curry raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected this twist.
This is strange. Hashimoto Idai said he gave the intelligence to teacher Deku.
But clearly, when the two met for the first time and he came up to talk, the first thing he said was about moving in years ago. It didn't look like they were acquaintances at all.
And what is this, ghost communication?
However, Kakyoin wouldn't lie to him, so this guy was indeed suspicious. It should be like how police usually solve cases with a certain level of intensity, but if an officer dies during an investigation, the intensity becomes different. The other party's original intention was to use teacher Deku's status as a CCG-funded investigator candidate to get rid of the model merchant, so then who is the other party? Opposite him, Kakyoin thought for a while and offered his idea.
I'll catch that Hashimoto and ask him.
No, that would alert the enemy. The other party will definitely still be watching us, and Hashimoto, concerned for his family, will most likely not say anything. Upon hearing Kuri's reasoning, Kakyoin pondered for a moment and offered another method.
Then what if we expose our stand abilities, contact Hashimoto, and promise to save his family, asking him to give us the information?
Kuri thought it had some feasibility, but setting aside the fact that Kuri didn't want to be a sucker, he also didn't want to proactively expose that they knew the other party's intelligence, because Kuri wasn't sure how the other party was monitoring Hashimoto to ensure he hadn't betrayed them. Approaching rashly might instead raise alarm, or even place the two of them who were just people the other party wanted to use directly onto the table as opponents. No rush, wait until I find someone to consult tomorrow.
Volume 1, 027 Hagi Kuri, you guy.
The next day, during lunch break, in the clubroom, because he found it quieter here than playing games in the classroom, and since those Soul Ring furniture pieces hadn't caused any trouble, Katsuragi Kaima, who had taken root here, was bowing his head playing gal games.
Akawa Ayumu had also borrowed a PFP from him and was playing happily on the side.
The two occasionally exchanged plot points, but Katsuragi Kaima's experience was too vast. He had basically played everything Akawa Ayumu was playing, which led to Akawa Ayumu becoming a bit withdrawn as they chatted.
Haruai Suzumiya had occupied Kuri's main seat and seemed to be writing something. Get out and sit in someone else's chair, the sofa that I can lean on is my throne. Kuri greeted Haruai Suzumiya first, then took a snack pudding he had spent a fortune of 1,200 yen to purchase and placed it in front of Katsuragi Kaima.
I don't know why these little Japanese desserts are expensive as hell, especially the Swiss rolls that Japanese girls like. That price is just treating customers like Japanese people. They are indeed Japanese, so never mind. Kuri used to not understand why Seiki Kusuo was so calculating when eating coffee jelly, but now, seeing it again, he was already a person inside the painting.
Katsuragi Kaima looked up and glanced at the little pudding on the table.
I don't like this brand, although it's cheap, it's too sweet.
You're even being picky.
Kuri reached out to take it, but Katsuragi Kaima snatched it away with the hand speed of someone who had cleared tens of thousands of gal games.
However, I am also happy to make you, who eats raw instant noodles every noon, spend money.
Katsuragi Kaima laid the game console flat, showing the terrifying ability to press buttons on both sides with one hand, while his other hand opened the pudding lid with one hand, took out the small spoon, and perfectly removed it after turning it upside down.
Speak, what is it?
Kuri really couldn't stand this guy like this, but he still sat directly on the table where Haruai Suzumiya was ignoring him and continuing to write things, and looked at Katsuragi Kaima.
It's just that an outside school's game production department set a plot where the female protagonist is broken into and raped by a mysterious masked man on a night she returns home. Kuri made an analogy, comparing himself to the investigator female protagonist and Hashimoto to the villainous good friend in the same organization who appeared to be very nice, then tricked the female protagonist twice, wanting her to investigate the evil forces. At the same time, if the female protagonist triggered a defeat CG again, it would strengthen the organization's vigilance, and now it was the plot of preparing to investigate the forces behind the friend. The premise is like this: the setting for the evil forces this time is already done, the vigilance is very high, and they have forcibly hijacked the friend's family. The female protagonist's main goal is to investigate who exactly the guy who raped her is. The female protagonist has a kind of ability to silently infiltrate and investigate intelligence, and the friend knows part of the situation of the female protagonist being raped. We need to design a route that can achieve a virgin clear. It needs to be logical, show the female protagonist's intelligence is online, and have as little contact with the evil forces as possible. Being raped from the beginning, where would a virgin clear come from? Katsuragi Kaima asked immediately.
Then just assume there are supernatural elements. The female protagonist left a stand mold at home and was raped then. Anyway, the setting hasn't been finalized.
Kuri didn't want to nitpick on such trivial details. I see. Katsuragi Kaima pushed up his glasses. Then, will the friend be a character that needs to be saved?
It doesn't matter, 2 routes will be designed, and her triggering a CG instead will also be a highlight.
You know a lot, although I rarely play these HRPGs where you play as a female protagonist getting raped everywhere. It's generally about the same as working wife anatba. Can you guys not talk about such disgusting topics? Haruai Suzumiya protested behind Kuri. If you can't stand it, go out, it's very spacious outside. Kuri directly shut her up and continued to look at Katsuragi Kaima.
To improve the quality of the script and highlight the character's intelligence, then privately contacting the friend to confess is absolutely not okay. Not doing any surveillance on the coerced target is also too unlike a villain organization. Then the female protagonist should actually first monitor the friend, wait for his actions, see if he will contact the organization, and then use the ability you mentioned to go in and collect the first wave of intelligence. If possible, provide feedback to the protagonist's organization on a small scale, or take action to rescue the person being threatened, or at least make the friend believe the target is safe, and then ask for what she knows. As for what's next, whether it's a big revenge battle with the organization or if there are subsequent chapters, it depends on how long the game is intended to be designed.
It seems the God of Conquest isn't that impressive, the plan is very ordinary and conservative.
Curry shrugged.
The premise of pursuing rationality is being conservative.
The more steps a plan has, the more likely it is to have loopholes.
Intellectual battles in games are the same, the more complicated the steps, the more plot bugs that can be found.
Referring to Katsuragi Kaima's advice, Curry, this club president, still slapped his keys down and prepared to leave school directly after class. However, just when he hadn't walked far from the school gate, Curry was unexpectedly called out to by someone.
Curry-san.
Curry turned back and saw the person coming, a head of beautiful, jet-black hair draped over her shoulders, with a few strands playfully puffed up on one side, not knowing if it was natural or intentionally done. The other party's cheeks, soft like porcelain with a bit of baby fat, glowed with a delicate luster like the inner wall of a pearl shell, and a pair of large eyes under long eyelashes were looking at Curry.
Kagome-san, what is it?
It was actually his classmate Kagome. Curry was a bit curious about why she was talking to him.
It couldn't be that Teacher Deku had a connection with her, and he hadn't followed up on it, right? The result was somewhat different from what Curry guessed. She took out a small embroidered blue cloth bag from the pocket of her school uniform skirt. Curry-san, haven't you encountered anything strange lately? Curry raised an eyebrow. He had encountered plenty of strange things lately. Chapter 18.
Seeing Curry's expression change slightly, but without him saying anything explicitly, Kagome breathed a sigh of relief.
That's great, this way you won't misunderstand.
This is an amulet from our family's Higurashi shrine, it should be able to help you. Kagome shook the small pouch in her hand, and Curry reached out to take it, looking somewhat puzzled.
Phew.
It seemed that suddenly approaching a classmate to talk was quite a difficult thing for her, and she breathed a sigh of relief.
Then she turned around and ran toward the activity building, waving and calling out over her shoulder.
If you have any more questions, you can come find me at the archery club or Higurashi shrine. Seeing her run off full of energy, Curry tucked the amulet into his pocket.
What was that about? Was he being pitted by a female classmate? Evening.
We'll head out directly to make him lower his guard. You go monitor him, and when you have to go to work, we'll come back, and then have Kakyoin monitor him.
Curry issued the highest priority order to Miracle for you.
The little stand was speechless.
Was that job really non-negotiable?
He felt he could exercise a little subjective initiative himself.
Since the boss didn't really like certain people anyway, maybe he could just change his face and borrow some money from them. So he asked a question he was somewhat concerned about. Then, boss, what are you two going to do? Going to investigate the truth. Seeing his stand's suspicious gaze, Curry shook his head.
It really wasn't good to have someone who understood him too well.
Isn't your pay daily?
I'm going to stroll through the second-hand shops in Itabashi Ward.
You bastard.
A few minutes later, in room 201 downstairs, Hashimoto Idai, having discovered Curry and Kakyoin leaving via a monitor placed at the bottom of the steel staircase, had an uncertain expression on his face. These two were strong, definitely not the ordinary CCG reserves described in the intelligence. He had seen with his own eyes how they dealt with that Nishio.
Moreover, he highly suspected that the model merchant was killed directly by them.
But, the monsters he had provoked were completely different from the small-time stuff from before.
I'm sorry, Curry-kun, I really have no choice. When forced to choose between family and neighbors, I can only choose this. And, what if? Ow.
Halfway through his thought, the electric light above suddenly fell, cracking Hashimoto Idai's head open and making him gasp in pain. Miracle-free. You look down at Hashimoto-Idai, who was clutching his head, its illusory form gradually changing into his appearance.
Boss, the backup plan you mentioned in your head is actually more feasible than what we're doing now.
As long as we leak some information that only this guy knows to the CCG, or if I do something while wearing his face, he will naturally break with the organization behind him.
Once his family is executed and he realizes the ghoul organization just made up an excuse to get rid of him, if we save him, we can naturally ask him anything.
Boss, your first reaction was clearly to do exactly that, right?
Since that was the only solution in your mind, every other plan you came up with just leaned toward it, yet you still asked Katsuragi Kaima for other options? Protecting someone with principles is much harder than protecting someone who acts recklessly. Volume 1, 028. Are you challenging me in the domain of an internet troll?
At night, on the streets of Tokyo, in Itabashi Ward. This was between Naruma Ward and the North Ward.
Curry would pass through the outskirts of this area every day on his way to and from school.
But this was his first time coming to the city center here. Because when Kakyoin was eavesdropping, he heard the woman on the other end of the phone mention she was in this area. Curry felt that even though he might not have such good luck, it was worth wandering around here. Arriving at the fairly famous Shimura One-Shome shopping street, Curry peered around. It was just different from the cyberpunk-style night scene Curry had imagined. This place, was also quite cyberpunk. Large, illuminated signs featuring scantily clad women were set up on both sides of the not-so-tall shopping street. Large screens looped photos of highly abstract-looking hosts and hostesses. Keywords like mature, married woman, pantyhose, cosplay, maid, appeared every 5 meters. It made Curry think he'd unlocked a hidden level and had stumbled into Tokyo's red light district, so he asked the local, Kakyoin.
Kakyoin looked surprised. Don't you usually go out at night? Aren't all the busy districts in Tokyo pretty much like this at night?
Very well, Curry realized he had misunderstood. It wasn't that he had stumbled into a red light district. The entire Tokyo metropolis was a red light district.
They didn't even bother pretending otherwise.
However, what Curry didn't know was that not long after he entered the city center, at the front desk of a Royal Road Journey Soapland, the woman who had spoken to Hashimoto yesterday received the news. The woman, or rather the female ghoul, known in the circle by the nickname Nutcracker. This nickname didn't have anything to do with the magical girl middle schooler Akemi Hamura. It was mainly because, although her strength was only A rank, she was quite famous among ghouls who didn't hunt in isolation but participated in social activities.
Many underground ghoul events would ask her to host.
Furthermore, because she was a picky eater and especially liked to eat on the street, luring men in and crushing their demon balls to eat, she earned that nickname. As the head of an organization subordinate to the large ghoul organization, Madam, they kept records of every investigator whose identity was public, and their people on the street would report immediately upon seeing them. Seeing Curry appear on her turf, she was immediately alert.
She was very certain that the fat guy named Hashimoto wouldn't dare betray them.
So, why was the other party appearing here?
Could it be that because of the recent case of breaking the model merchant ring, that kid who relied entirely on information leaked from their side was considered by the investigation bureau to have investigative capabilities? And had they left some clue that caused him to be sent here to investigate? Sister Mayu, how should we handle this? Should we?
The female ghoul who came to report to her made a gesture of eliminating them. What she got in return was Nutcracker shaking her finger. No, if he dies on our turf, it will still cause trouble. Besides, dealing with 2 male high school students doesn't require using ghoul weapons. As she spoke, she reached out and pinched her female subordinate's slightly perky breasts, causing the already tight uniform to slide into an alluring curve.
We need to learn to use a woman's weapons. Besides, this kid should be quite prominent over there. After we get some dirt on him, it would be better to build him up and have him eliminate our competitors, just like last time. For guys like the model merchant who dump massive amounts of stock and drive down prices, if there's one, there's bound to be a second.
We might as well have an inside man. Don't you think if we take photos of him being ridden by us with our Kakugan activated and him looking comfortable, he'll have a hard time explaining it? Just like in Japanese politics, where one method of controlling retainers and assembly members is to take photos of them with Korean women, and if the other party resists, they can bring it out to accuse them of accepting bribery. Nutcracker thought this could be done the same way. I prefer the black-haired one, that red-haired muscular hunk is all yours. She giggled, looking at her subordinate who was blushing from her touch. Because women are often easier to sell than men, she was quite skilled at dealing with women too. Then the two stood up. They each picked up their phones.
Kohinata-chan, can you cover my shift?
Yes, I'll return the shift next month.
I'm really sorry to trouble you. Mizuki, please.
I'll treat you to a strawberry parfait tomorrow. No choice, ghouls also need human identities with legal income, otherwise they wouldn't dare spend money even if they had it. After plotting for half a day, the two still had to obediently find colleagues to trade shifts with before they could go out.
Half an hour later, at the entrance of an arcade.
Because Curry heard that Miracle for You had switched to a daily paid job with decent income and he didn't need to be so frugal, he dragged Kakio in here to play.
So, why don't we go to a pachinko parlor and use the stand to flick the steel balls directly into the 50x multiplier hole? Curry complained to Kakioin while operating the joystick. Those machines have back-end probability settings.
Once or twice is fine, but more than that, and they'll notice something is wrong. Besides, you need proof of adulthood to get in.
Kakioin was also playing.
However, because both were beginners, they were quickly crushed. Watching the opponent's old saber on the FGO arcade screen auto-attacking back and forth like a fingertap after his own death, Curry nearly turned red with rage.
How did I end up with you bunch of useless teammates? Kakioin was stunned. Weren't we playing in a free-for-all mode? Where did the teammates come from? This joystick of yours is slippery as hell. And you, Buttons, I clearly pressed dash just now, why didn't you move? And finally, you, Screen, don't think you're playing that well either. When someone comes up from behind, you don't even know how to turn around. And those few inside, with your imperial privilege, you just got hacked to death in 2 hits? Don't bother trying to seize the Holy Grail anymore, no wonder the Senate says you're an enemy of the Empire. While Curry was raging at the machine, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. Wow! Mister! Your play just now was amazing. It's all your teammates' fault that you lost. Behind them, Nutcracker, with her subordinate, arrived behind Curry and the other. The two had just arrived and hadn't seen the situation clearly. However, she knew best young boys all like to be complimented on their gaming skills. And seeing him so angry, he must have been disgusted by his teammates. Curry turned his head abruptly. Where did this stinking woman come from? Daring to troll me, huh? I've been posting outrageous threads on NGA, then reposting them to Tieba, and after getting lots of comments, turning them into videos to post on Bilibili to earn money from Uncle Bayu weren't even born yet when I started doing that. When the two turned around, they saw Nutcracker, who had her black-purple hair styled in a Heimcut, and her subordinate, who had a single ponytail and used the human name Lianhua. Seeing that the two noticed them, Nutcracker put on a very happy look and raised her hands to her chest. Mister, the character you were just playing was King Arthur, right? I know her too. Nutcracker thought to herself, it's a good thing the street is always plastered with those big posters for that game about messing with historical figures. Now she had a topic to chat about. That's Nero. Ha! Volume 102 Defeat. Very well, Nutcracker started to hate this game. With so many characters looking the same, who could tell them apart? Curry looked coldly at the two women behind him. He had to admit, they were both quite good-looking. But don't think that just because you're good-looking and have an Enma AI style, I won't transform into Set and send you flying into the air, never to come down, just like your old man Foam and Amiya Kiritsuga's mom. You two, actually we've always wanted to learn about this game. After all, a lot of people around us are playing it. Could you teach us? Curry tugged on Kakioin, not wanting to deal with these two trolls, and prepared to leave. If you guys aren't willing to teach us, we won't be able to spend all these tokens we exchanged. I was going to say if you were willing, we'd give them all to you. What a pity. 2 minutes later. Kurikuan, right? You can call me Mayu. Kakioin looked speechless at Curry, who was sitting in front of the arcade machine teaching the women how to play, and cast a questioning glance at him. Cory noticed his gaze and returned a look. Didn't you notice these two women have a lot of tokens?
Once we get rid of them, we'll take them to grab figures or dolls, then list whatever we grab on Yahoo auctions.
We can make a killing. Cory had been eating instant noodles for days. He was truly terrified of being broke.
Because Kakyoin said that eating dry instant noodles without anything else would cause intestinal blockage, he had even started considering imitating Ryo-senpai and nibbling on green belts when bored. Anyway, if he dipped it in a little kimchi sauce, he could comfort himself by thinking he was having a state banquet in Korea. Kakyoin, unable to read so much meaning in Cory's eyes, was a bit bewildered, but since Cory had decided, he followed along and started teaching. Nutcracker, seeing that Cory had kept her, sneered inwardly. Ha, a little fledgling boy, still manipulated by me in the palm of my hand.
Just said a few words and he kept me here.
In order to deal with Cory, she had specifically changed into black pantyhose and an OL outfit. She knew that students these days were most into that. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but pretend that her clothes were affecting her gameplay, stretched her wrists, and unbuttoned her collar.
Her lustrous skin seemed unable to bear the restraint any longer. As she unbuttoned it, it bounced, revealing the full, soft jade-like southern hemisphere that felt like it would indent if touched with a finger.
Under the translucence, one could even see the faint veins beneath, as if wisps of heat were radiating from the warm Mariana Trench, roasting Cory's chin above. Then Cory didn't look at her at all, but stared at the screen. How could she know that Cory wasn't interested in her, but was interested in her tokens? According to the usual pickup scenarios Nutcracker had experienced, the two would stay here for a while, then she could suggest going to eat, and after eating, say she was tired and wanted to find a nearby hotel to rest, and finally, it would be a done deal. But, although Cory was unscrupulous, since he had accepted the tokens, he intended to teach them properly. Although he was also a novice, he was still better than these newbies who clearly had never even touched the game. And so, after half an hour of teaching, Cory was still gently lecturing her. No, are you human? What kind of play is this? Dodge, mana burst, then buster card. Where's your noble phantasm? Can't you see the gauge is full? If you don't need your corneas, you can donate them to Fujino Asagami who hasn't been implemented yet. Use your skills. Why are you just auto-attacking? If you're going to play Archer like this, you don't need to guard the door. You might as well go into the room and have a 3P with your female classmate in the heroic spirit, and get hacked to death by Heracles' axe, ending up just like Frenda. Chapter 19. Move aside, you can't even manage to farm the bond points properly. Let me show you how a miracle-working male god plays. First, Nutcracker, who was being viciously insulted, was getting furious. Seriously, weren't we just going through the motions here? And who can understand all that jargon you're spouting? Damage multiplier, noble phantasm effective against X, who wants to know that stuff? Nutcracker's chest heaved with anger. She couldn't take it anymore. Even when hunting, she'd never been scolded like a granddaughter and had to hold her temper. She didn't want to cultivate any informants anymore. This was just an ordinary investigator anyway, she could find another one later. She might as just cripple him and send him off to the auction. Her resentful gaze, full of fire, fixed on Cory who had pushed her aside and taken over the controls himself. Just you wait. Later, when I get you out of my territory, I'll use your demon balls as plectrums to play a shamisen. Angry. So angry. The instant after this malicious thought arose, she suddenly felt someone step on her foot. It was inexplicably very painful, as if her toenail had been stomped and flipped over. Nutcracker turned her head in fury and heard the apology from the waitress beside her. I'm so sorry. She still wanted to vent her anger at the waitress, but Cory turned around and saw her staring blankly instead of watching the screen. What are you looking at me for? Can you learn the controls by staring at me? Watch the screen. If you still can't figure this out by tonight, I'll personally award you a certificate of intellectual disability. Hearing another reprimand, Nutcracker immediately clenched her fists, her face flushing red with suppressed rage. I will. I'll definitely learn. Damn it. The subordinate next to her glanced over at them, a troubled expression on her face.
Boss, didn't you swear up and down that a woman's weapons are more effective in situations like this? I'm not seeing it.
After 3 blissful hours of playing FGO, Nutcracker discovered that this guy, who for some reason loved using familial seniority to insult people, had already progressed from being her grandfather to being her family's founding ancestor, and had successfully provided sexual services to every direct female relative of hers from her mother to her great-grandmother. She was starting to feel like if this continued, she might develop a new fetish. It was the first time she'd discovered that being cursed out like this could actually feel kind of good. Seeing that their playtime was up, Curry rubbed his stomach.
Damn Japanese people and their claims of serving sparrow stomach portions. It was just a clever excuse for skimpy, cut-corner instant noodle servings taking effect. He was a bit hungry. That's all for today's lesson. There won't be a next time.
Teaching you is genuinely challenging my blood pressure.
Curry poured all the tokens into his pocket, filling it up, planning to come back tomorrow and slowly win his money back at the claw machines. You're actually disliking me now? Nutcracker was furious.
But she still mustered her last shred of patience, forcing her voice into a cute, high-pitched tone as she squeezed out a playful smile.
It's all my fault for being so silly. How about this, next time I'll treat you, sensei, to some yakiniku.
Although the gender war in Japan had generally stopped on a large scale, it wasn't that it had ended. It was just that after decades of fighting, both sides realized they had little effect on each other. Men simply went all out spending at brothels instead. Actually, after work, they'd still continue the fight within their own communities. So, while dating was generally AA overall, there were still often stupid suggestions from male colleagues to pay for their female colleagues' share just rotten behavior.
Nutcracker thought to herself, this guy should really tone it down now. Then, Curry nodded. Oh, that's good. No need for next time. I'm just right hungry. You should treat me. The mental damage I've suffered is too great. Damn it. Is this mother asterisk Curry even human? Suppressing her rage with great effort, she led Curry out of the organization's territory. Then she saw Curry head straight for the most luxuriously decorated yakiniku restaurant. Curry-kun, the two of us just ate before we met you, you two can eat. That won't do. It's not good for you to just watch. Have some dessert. Curry still had a shred of social etiquette left, thinking it wasn't good to have the person treating them wait outside. He doesn't suspect us, does he? How did he find out?
No good, definitely not here, too many people.
Then we can only eat some human food to dispel suspicion. Oh, right.
You and your friend, since you're free, can help the two of us grill the meat.
You.
Volume 1, 030. I'll fight you to the death. Inside a charcoal grill yakiniku restaurant in Tokyo, Kakuin looked at Curry with a troubled gaze.
Hey. Even though the other party agreed to treat you, aren't you going a bit too far?
And I remember Tokyo fire regulations are very strict. A charcoal grill place like this probably has connections and will be more than just a little pricier than an electric grill place.
Curry seemed to understand the meaning in that gaze and shook his head slightly. He had controlled himself quite well, okay? At least he hadn't ordered any A5 Wagyu beef. Although that was the truth, the two ghouls opposite still gritted their teeth secretly when they saw the long receipt the waiter brought after Curry placed the order on his phone. Endure until we get somewhere less crowded later. Curry rubbed his hands together. Ever since transmigrating, he'd only eaten a pork cutlet bowl yesterday and instant noodles the rest of the time. He was practically starving. Today, he was really going to eat his fill. Oh, right, did I order too much? If it's too expensive, forget it. As he spoke, Curry looked at the two of them. The Nutcracker opposite was almost unable to suppress her fire. This guy. You could have said that earlier. You insist wait until the waiter came to confirm the order, called the kitchen over the headset to start cutting, and then waited another dozen seconds before putting on this little act? It's fine. It's all thanks to the careful teaching of Curry-kun and Kakuin-kun that we were able to learn FGO smoothly. Good that you know. I'm going to the restroom. Nutcracker felt she really couldn't take it anymore.
Just being within a 5-meter radius of this guy made her wanna kill. And the killing intent was so pure, not for hunting, just wanting to end this bastard. She needed to find an empty spot to catch her breath. But as soon as she stepped out of the private room, she ran into a server carrying a charcoal brazier. She didn't pay it much mind. But as she passed by, she suddenly realized something was wrong. A flicker of panic appeared on the server's face, and the red-hot charcoal brazier, firmly held by iron tongs and radiating heat that warped the air, suddenly tipped towards her. She suddenly shifted backward a step. Unfortunately, while ghouls had decent stats in other areas, nerve reaction speed was their weak point. Trained human investigators could keep up with the movements of average ghouls. She had already retreated to the side of a nearby table, but the iron basin slammed to the ground, bouncing on the marble tiles filled with gold seams. The charcoal inside showered towards her like rain. Ugh! Nutcracker felt an intense, searing heat shoot through her legs, a reaction similar to the beef on the table next to her. The intense high temperature, coming from someone who usually enjoyed a bit of wax play and was an S&M expert at roasting, brought tears welling up in her eyes. She almost blurted out the safe word she often set for her slaves. But she suddenly realized there were so many people here. If she exposure her regenerative abilities, it would all be over. She wouldn't be able to use her human identity anymore. So, even though she was "It's so hot I can't take it anymore," she had pretended nothing was wrong, kicked the charcoal pieces away, and moved behind the table to block her body. Looking down, she saw her tights had caught fire. She quickly crouched and used her hands to fan out the flames. Wah! The child at the next table was scared by the scene and started wailing, flinging his fork outwards. Ugh! She tilting head, only to find the fork was thrown into the air. She sighed in relief. Then she saw the crystal chandelier, theoretically sturdy enough for an installer to grab and swing on, struck by the child's fork, beginning to sway. Bam! The sound of countless glass lamp shards scattering rang out. What kind of performance are they putting on outside? So lively? Curry listened in surprise to the commotion in the main hall, somewhat puzzled. Probably someone's birthday. The waitstaff all coming out for some ceremonial thing. That earlier noise might have been a party popper. Nutcracker's subordinate said with a smile. She didn't feel much about it. Her target was Kakyoin anyway. Kakyoin still carried an air of gentlemanly demeanor. It would be so cute when such a demeanor man was getting a blowjob from her and she revealed her Kakugan, threatening to bite off the head of his. The servers one after another brought the dishes. They started grilling here too. After waiting over 10 minutes, Nutcracker returned in agony, her makeup completely ruined and her clothes slightly damp. After dodging the chandelier, she subsequently encountered splattering oil droplets, slipped and fell in the restroom hitting a stone table corner, had a flash of inspiration upon seeing rubber gloves, thinking she could stuff them down her throat to avoid eating human food later, got halfway through stuffing one when a cleaner asked where the glove for cleaning the sink drain filter went, and finally, upon returning to the main hall, triggered the fire alarm due to excessive smoky. A true combo. And then, to avoid exposure her identity, she had to pretend everything was fine, waving off the apologizing manager and acting magnanimous. The only good news was, I fell, and my tights got torn by something in their shop. They compensated me 500,000 yen. They also waived our meal fee. If you can still eat, you can order more wagyu. This shop is quite generous. Curry couldn't help but exclaim. Humph. Snorting inwardly and blaming all the misfortune on the person before her, Nutcracker took a deep breath. But I sprained my ankle. Could I trouble Curry-kun to take me to a hotel after you finish eating? No problem. Seeing the lady was quite unlucky, Curry nodded. Oh, here's the fruit sorbet I ordered for you. Have some. Curry pushed the sorbet towards the two of them. At this, neither of them smiled anymore. Nutcracker was on the verge of an emotional breakdown. The subordinate looked pleadingly at Nutcracker. Do I have to eat it too? Nutcracker told her with her eyes. Yes. Fortunately, sorbet was mostly water. It was just the fruit on top that, to a ghoul's taste system, was like eating snow, and it caused intense nausea, even making the ghoul's body feel weak. But it was fine, most ghouls learn to fake eat to cope with human society. Wearing a strained, a forced smile, Nutcracker Force swallowed the food. Her whole body twitched uncomfortably, but she had squeezed out a few sweet, weird exclamations unique to Sakura Girl from between her teeth. Ooh, so cold. So cold. My head hurts. Good. Putting in so much effort to control her expression like this should earn their trust. She looked up and saw the two opposite weren't even looking at her, busy devouring the barbecue. Since it was free, Kakyoin also stopped pretending to be a gentleman and started eating heartily. Damn it! An hour and a half later, the two ghouls, tortured by the human food and having run to the bathroom twice but unable to make themselves throw up no matter how they gagged, watched with pale faces as Curry, rubbing his full belly, started stuffing canned drinks into his pockets. Amidst the manager's repeated apologies, the four left the restaurant. Following Nutcracker, who claimed to know the area well, they soon to switch a small alley. Finally. We can make our move. The two ghouls exchanged a glance, both eyes revealing a look of ecstasy. They had had enough. It was time for payback. Forget the hotel. Prepare to die. But just then, the two walking behind suddenly stopped. I say, that's enough pretending. Curry raised an eyebrow and spoke. What? How were we exposed? Was our acting not good enough? No. Alarm bells screamed in the two ghouls' hearts. But, you're looking down on us too much. A mere third-class investigator we helped promote. Even weakened as we are now, you can't confrontation us at such close range. The two monsters suddenly turned back, revealing their crimson Kakugan. You were willing to spend so much money just to lure us to a hotel, then have a bunch of thugs jump out, force us to jerk off, smear it all over women's underwear, take photos, and threaten us with a rape charge to hand over our monthly salaries, right? Curry declared righteously. Then the air instantly solidification. For Kakugan met the eyes of Curry and the other man. This. Volume 1, 031 Strictly Investigate Ghouls Delivering Themselves. Curry wasn't an idiot. No matter how dense, he could tell these two were up to something. If not after their dicks, then after their money. Actually, Curry wasn't even sure if it was a honey trap. But even if they were just looking for a tall, handsome guy for a one-night stand, he wasn't planning to agree anyway, so he might as well ruin it. Although this older sister was completely within Curry's acceptable range looks-wise. But if someone who randomly striking up a conversation on the street was this forward, wouldn't that tunnel have long been developed enough to hide an abyssal lurker? Don't tell me even Ojihara Sayu would be considered lightly used by female owner, like Nu in comparison. Even the female lead from that Dragon Turtle vs. Renekton story, Shirakawa Tsukii, was maintaining a clean and virtuous life compared to this. What if they went all out doing the deed here today, and tomorrow a bull's head directly activate the top 3 Flower Ox Hook 5 Chi? Go to the hospital and the doctor says there are too many types of bacterial infect, they need to study it carefully. Playing the biochemistry mode classic map the hotel that sprays water here, is that it? Chapter 20. Waking up in the morning, I discovered I had become a Terminator. Upon seeing two Kakugan, Curry felt relieved. Wait, no. Why was he so unlucky? Meeting a ghoul all day long, if he had to meet something, couldn't it be a different kind of monster? Even if it were Hanako-san of the toilet, Hakushaka-sama, a succubus, a fox spirit, or a vampire dragging him off to drain him dry every day, as long as they paid him 200,000 yen a month, he'd be willing. Curry really hadn't expected this beforehand. After all, if he had known they were ghouls, he would never have gotten so close to confront them. He immediately pulled Kakyoin in front of him, ready to bolt at any moment. Kakyoin also just realized the situation and immediately manifested Hierophant Green to prepare for the upcoming surprise attack. After all, the previous two encounters with ghouls had been brutal battles, and this time as well. Die! The two ghouls opposite them directly released their tail-type Kagun, which dragged limply on the ground, unable to be lifted. They stumbled forward, their legs devoid of any remaining strength. Before they could even touch Hierophant Green, the two ghouls lunged forward and flopped onto the ground together.
Curry and Kakyoin stared blankly at the scene.
Wait, are these two ladies playing us?
Curry didn't care why, immediately speaking to Kakyoin. Whip them.
Kakyoin understood upon hearing this, immediately having Hierophant Green turn into a whip, simultaneously lashing them and binding their hands and feet, so even if they were acting, they couldn't escape.
Ugh. NGH.
To prevent them from faking it, Kakyoin went all out, whipping them frantically at maximum speed. The whip was moving so fast it left afterimages, a direct throwback to American Plantation's log in and get 100 pulls.
However, the situation was clearly a bit different from what Curry and Kakyoin had imagined. As the whip landed, the two ghouls were lashed until their skin split and flesh tore, wailing weakly.
Ha! Curry realized something, his expression turning strange.
I heard that ghouls become weak for a period after eating human food. Could they be? Curry wore an expression as if looking at someone with an intellectual disability.
The two ghouls on the ground heard Curry's words and raised their faces in frustration.
That's not it. Although they had eaten a little fruit, it shouldn't usually be like this.
And it's not like they hadn't seen it before. When they tortured their own kind, they would force-feed them human food. Eating that would only lower their strength by one level, then weaken their recovery ability and make them a bit faint.
It shouldn't have made them so weak they couldn't even run.
It made it look like they were intentionally delivering a defeat CG.
And damn it, you told us these were unhired investigators? How they were beating us, we couldn't even see. Hashimoto Idai.
Just because we kidnapped his wife and child and tortured them, he tricked us.
How shameless. Bastard. I'll kill you.
Nutcracker struggled to pull herself up by grabbing onto Hierophant Green. By now, there wasn't a single patch of intact skin on her back, though her clothes, due to their inherent properties, hadn't completely disintegrated, hanging loosely over the pulped flesh, soaked deep red with blood.
Kakyoin lashed out with another whip strike. Put.
She spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed back onto the ground.
Why were you targeting us? Kakyoin asked coldly. Gah! If you want to kill us, then do it. We won't say anything.
Seeing that the two ghouls were truly harmless, Curry stepped out from behind Kakyoin.
Don't worry, this is the time for a gal game expert like me. Ha! Kakyoin paused. Wait, you're going to romance them?
Wait for me to buy a cordless drill and then head to the Chinese grocery store for some Sichuan chili peppers.
Later, I'll just jam them into them, and they'll definitely behave. Bro, what kind of gal games do you usually play? Hearing such terrifying things, the two ghouls thought about how they usually tortured humans.
There was also a ghoul named Jason who used to be a pretty famous, good guy, but after being caught by the CCG, he escaped with his brain scrambled, asking people math problems every day.
Both female ghouls were trembling in terror.
The more one usually tortures others, the more one fears being tortured, because they knew deeply how those people would treat them. Using their last bit of strength, both raised their tail-type kagun, thinking they were going to fight back.
But... thud.
The sound of tails crushing something echoed. Kakyoin and Curry watched in astonishment as the two ghouls used their kagun to snap their own necks, then rolled their eyes back, gasping for air. 15 minutes later, even in death, the ghouls' bodies were still slowly healing until only a few bruises remained. Curry decided to just find a steel pipe nearby and hold it in his hand, pretending he had beaten them with it. To make it look more convincing, Curry even dabbed some blood onto his clothes and face, putting on a cold, indifferent expression. Several CCG personnel jumped out of a white van.
This wasn't Naruma Ward, and the person who arrived wasn't Shinohara Yukinori, but an old acquaintance currently interning in the logistics team, Mato Akira, whom they had met before.
The others went up to examine the bodies, while Mato Akira, wearing pantyhose, walked over to Curry with a troubled expression. So you mean, after being hit on by them, you keenly realized they were ghouls, then tricked them into eating human food in public, finally defeated two ghouls with an ordinary weapon, and in the end, they chose to commit suicide to avoid exposing intelligence, is that right?
Yes. Curry nodded solemnly. Anyway, since the ghouls had led the way, it was definitely far from any cameras, so there was nothing to fear. Mato Akira's lips trembled, and she nodded with difficulty.
She felt she had been a bit too harsh before. Just a few days ago, she had scolded this junior for being degenerate, failing to notice the ghouls living in the vicinity. Yet, not even 3 days later, he had first tracked down a cross-regional mid-sized ghoul criminal organization and fought ghouls by the river. Then, on the street, he had taken on 2 by himself and killed 2 ghouls who wanted to prey on him. This kind of combat achievement would be a month's worth of performance for many rank 2 investigators at her level. The female superior, who was cold on the surface but soft-hearted inside, guiltily looked at Curry, who was pretending to be indifferent but actually worried about being exposed. Fearing that her previous words had caused this junior to become so wild, she coughed.
Ahem.
Please don't take what I said before to heart. At your age, studying hard and relaxing are also important things.
Rank 2 motto, identity verification complete. One of them is an A-rank target we've been tracking in District 19 at the nightclubs, Nutcracker.
At this moment, the subordinate who had finished examining the bodies handed over a tablet displaying the ghoul's information, then looked at Curry twice with the gaze one would use for a monster.
Cough, cough, cough. Mato Akira coughed even more violently, causing Curry to take 2 steps back in disgust. Wait, even if an A-rank ate human food, they should still have the combat power of around B rank, right? And you just cleared it with a steel pipe? Could this kid be a monster like Arima Kishu or some kind of martial artist?
She had heard before that the Shinshinkai Karate Dojo in Akasaka, run by the master Orochi Dappo, relied on his exceptional skills to illegally capture ghouls and bring them back as practice punching bags for his students.
Volume 1, 032. Wow. Resource recovery is possible. In any case, although you aren't officially hired yet, sometimes you can report more. For things like this, you can file a report in advance. Your direct superior, Special Class Shinohara, is too busy, so you can send it to me instead. I'm in Logistics Division 1. For things like this, just send me a text message, and we will send support quickly. Mato Akira took out a business card and handed it to Curry, then her eyes drifted away.
By the way, I shouldn't really have disclosed this to you in advance, but you've been too active, and your investigative talent is indeed very high. Special Class Shinohara filed a report for you, specially approving permission for a quinqua, but it won't use a particularly large amount of materials. I heard you are particularly skilled at using staff-type weapons. They should be able to use part of this ghoul's tail-type kagun and its kakuho to make one for you.
However, in return, the organization might assign you some less dangerous, purely investigative tasks. But this should be a good thing for you, right? Wow! Refining corpses into treasures.
Soul Land didn't lie to us, there really are spirit bones to extract.
Curry glanced at what Mato Akira was pointing at. It was Nutcracker's corpse.
Only when these people said it did Curry realize that this was actually that perverted woman. Mostly because in the 2D world, this woman basically always appeared wearing lingerie, and she also liked to imitate 2B by covering her eyes like Gojo Satoru. Once she put on clothes, he couldn't recognize her at all. When Mato Akira said this, a faint smile inadvertently appeared on her face as she stared at the steel pipe in Curry's hand.
In a way, she could actually understand Curry quite well.
Her parents had joined the organization because they had a vendetta against ghouls. Her mother was killed by the famous one-eyed owl, and her father, Mato Curio, had been crazy all day long after seeing his wife chewed into an unrecognizable state. After graduating and working in the logistics division for a year, she had already seen the corpses of over 30 colleagues who had been tortured and abused by ghouls. On the point of wishing for ghouls to go extinct, all frontline investigators were the same. Actually, Curry really wanted to say that he wasn't that much of a battle maniac, it was just for self-preservation before, and this time he was really targeted for no reason. However, hearing that it was an investigative task, Curry felt slightly relieved. Having the miracle for you complete such tasks was faster than these people.
Take care. Mato Akira revealing the news about the quinqua was actually because she wanted Curry to behave himself before getting that item.
Unfortunately, the wind blew through the cherry blossoms illuminated by the moonlight at night, kicking up a shower of petals. The trees want to be still, but the wind will not cease.
After finishing the report late at night, Cory returned home to find that Kakyoin hadn't slept yet and had even prepared a bowl of hot soup for him. The little Shiba Inu was sitting quietly at Kakyoin's feet, and upon seeing Cory, it hopped up and pounced a couple of times. Then it was almost purified by the amulet Kagome had given him, scrambling away in a panic. There's no need for that much trouble, the CCG does provide meals.
It's nothing. Your stand went to work, and I'm still substituting for it to monitor that Hashimoto in room 201, I'm idle anyway.
By the way, didn't you say you have the afternoon off tomorrow to attend Sato classmate's funeral?
Usually, one needs to dress seriously at such times.
I see you don't have clothesto you need to prepare in advance? Hearing Kakyoin say this, Cory finally remembered.
All right, because school started on a fixed date instead of Monday, tomorrow was already Friday, and the whole class had to go to Sato Kazuma's funeral in the afternoon.
Cory glanced at the formal wear in his system inventory and nodded. It's fine, I have a set in my gym locker at school. Kakyoin didn't ask why Cory would keep formal wear at school, holding the soup made from instant soup packets, and even gave some to the dog. It's too salty, you can't drink too much. The cursed spirit dog thought to itself, you two are truly perverts. Do you think I don't see you two summoning those two Shikigami you call stands every day?
You spend all day grabbing me, a cursed spirit, here to play master-servant roleplay, ha!
Then, suddenly remembering that Cory could even monitor its inner thoughts, it immediately shook away those thoughts and barked happily. Woof! That Hashimoto didn't make any moves today either, but he might have lost his job.
I've seen that he hasn't left his room for several days, and he's been searching for old news about Itabashi Ward online these past few days.
Oh. Cory, having taken a sip of soup, nodded upon hearing Kakyoin's words, then suddenly froze.
Because he initially thought he had encountered a honey trap, which suddenly reversed into ghouls, there was no investigative phase.
Cory only suddenly thought of something just now.
His expression changed bit by bit. Seeing Cory's expression change, Kakyoin was puzzled.
What's wrong? Ghouls all have fixed territories. Cory only said this one sentence, and Kakyoin's expression also changed.
Both of them realized only then that the two women who came to attack them today were in Itabashi Ward, and they were very likely from the organization threatening Hashimoto Idai. First, this meant that for some reason, that organization already wanted them dead.
Second, the news that they had killed the two ghouls in retaliation today would probably reach that organization very soon.
The two looked at each other in silence. Only Kakyoin spoke up, a bit uncertain.
His family, they wouldn't be killed because of us, right?
Even if something happens, it will be the ghouls who killed them, we were just protecting ourselves.
Cory shook his head, rejecting Kakyoin's thought. However, this news also dampened the warm atmosphere of the evening, and both felt a bit uncomfortable.
Furthermore, except for Cory, who guessed the behind-the-scenes organization should be Madam because he had watched the show before, the two were completely ignorant about where that organization was, its specific configuration, or why it was targeting them, making it difficult to take any action. The main thing was that Cory hadn't expected that the other side didn't intend to kill him at the very beginning, it was entirely because they were angered by him. The next day, Miracle for You returned in the morning.
It brought back its daily wage, 5,000 yen.
Although a convenience store cashier or a dishwasher in Japan working for a day would earn around this wage level, Cory was still surprised as he looked at the 5 notes placed in his hand.
You didn't go and sell your ass, did you?
After all, Miracle for You couldn't prove its identity, so it was purely illegal labor.
No, it's just that I was a bit more diligent in moving things. Chapter 21. Cory nodded upon hearing this explanation, it did make sense.
At that moment, Cory's phone, which was playing news on the table, broadcast, last night, citizens in Baika town reported that they had lost 2 million yen. During the police investigation into the source of the funds, it was discovered that the person who filed the report was actually part of a drug trafficking ring.
Currently, all 15 members of the reporting persons group have been arrested, and the prosecutor's office will file.
Miracle for You was somewhat stunned.
How could those people from last night even think of calling the police? What's wrong? Cory noticed that his stand seemed a bit off and voiced his question. It's nothing.
Although the stand had exercised a bit of initiative, it currently didn't want to tell its user because that would surely mean being sent off to work again. To protect its user, it was currently taking advantage of spare time every day, using a phone borrowed from the drug dealers to leech Wi-Fi at McDonald's and teach itself physics and mechanical engineering. It also planned to sign up for Aikido lessons when possible, all while managing several violent group organizations. As for the violent groups and how to evade legal sanctions and avoid being liquidated by its user,
Miracle for You's plan was to simply not break the law.
It would recruit those kids wanting to join the Yakuza into the organization, pretending it was the real deal, but actually tricking them into earning money by grinding in online games for others every day.
Alright, I'm finished eating. Off to school. There's not much to say about the morning classes.
By noon, since they had to be at the location in the afternoon, no one really had time for club activities.
Curry found a place to change into his formal attire.
He discovered it was a coat with a long hem, somewhat between a suit and a tailcoat, even adorned with gemstone buttons. It was paired with a Gothic-style, intricately detailed V-neck inner shirt, black pants with a self-tied corset belt, long pointed toe boots, and a Rilakuma hat. It did have a bit of a medieval flavor, probably because some medieval royal families avoided red, and some nobles avoided purple. To avoid clashing with colors reserved for royalty and high nobility, black was chosen. One can only say it's a good thing the Qin dynasty wasn't considered part of the medieval period.
Curry found a reference video and struggled a bit to put on the formal attire by himself.
He then followed the crowd, reluctantly topping up his Suica card a bit, and took the train together to the Sato household. Volume 1, 033 Selling Tapes at the Funeral Parlor. In Mitaka City, Tokyo, in front of a suburban detached house, cars were unusually packed around the small yard. Students, pretending to be solemn in black suits or long black dresses, gathered reluctantly under Hiratsuka Shizuka's call. That style of black stockings paired with a black kimono, often seen in indecent films set before ancestral altars with portraits of the deceased, is only worn by immediate family members.
Everyone was dressed relatively properly, no one imitated Misaka Makoto wearing QQ lingerie at a funeral.
This was the farewell ceremony.
The preceding wake and the subsequent interment of the ashes were not occasions for classmates to attend.
At that moment, the Sato family's front door opened. A large black and white portrait of Sato Kazuma, similar to Kita Ikuyo's, was already hung on the wall.
Here, the homeroom teacher, Hiratsuka Shizuka, also wore a black stocking suit dress.
She walked to the front to speak with Mrs. Sato. What was hard to bear was that when the conversation turned to how Kazuma died, Hiratsuka Shizuka kept a straight face, but Mrs. Sato couldn't hold it in and actually burst out laughing. Sato Kazuma also had a younger brother, who showed no sign of sadness on his face. Instead, he looked somewhat pleased.
Ah, this wave.
This wave is just how the struggle for succession has always been.
When the line moved to the entrance, Cory was surprised to see Kagome inside.
She was dressed in a white top and scarlet hakama, the attire of a shrine maiden, holding a gohei in her hand, rhythmically waving it from time to time.
It was unclear what she was doing. It seemed Kazuma's funeral followed Shinto rites.
In Japan, due to diverse beliefs, funerals follow various procedures. However, the majority are the poor, who simply get a basic burial at a funeral home, 70% of which are run by people from the neighboring Eastern University and are then placed in coffins, 80% of which are manufactured and shipped from Dongdachao County. A few years ago, due to a certain pandemic, a large number of elderly passing away, combined with outrageously expensive land prices around Tokyo and annual cemetery maintenance fees, they even came up with shared graves. 5 or 6 completely unrelated people's ashes would share one burial plot, just to have some company.
Cory stood next to Katsuragi Kaima.
Today, he noticed that Kaima, for once, wasn't playing on his handheld console here, showing a bit of conscience.
Damn Hiratsuka Shizuka, she confiscated all 5 PSPs I brought and won't let me play. Katsuragi Kaima was indignant. Cory realized he was wrong, this guy really was a piece of work. Right after, he saw Haruhi Suzumiya arrive as well, lining up behind him. Cory didn't want to engage with her, but Katsuragi Kaima, bored out of his mind, asked her a question. You didn't join our class this year, right? You never even met Sato, did you? You came to the funeral too? It's nothing.
I heard the one who died was a gloomy guy who often skipped school.
Don't horror movies always have that plot where a bullied classmate dies and curses the whole class?
I came to get myself cursed, to see if I can meet a ghost. Later, after I go in, I'll curse him a few times in my heart, see if I can provoke him to come.
This one is even more of a heartless bastard. Curry felt that being in this damn class was the experience of a lifetime. Curry couldn't help but utter a few words of blessing.
I hope you get haunted by an evil spirit and get killed quickly.
Haruhi Suzumiya, however, was taken aback upon hearing this. She reached out a finger and poked her own cheek. A blessing? Then I'll accept it. You're not as boring as I thought you were. I'll go back and set things up.
I've heard ghosts who die in white clothes are more powerful.
After I become a ghost too, go under my bed and take the money I've saved. Kill a few more chicks and ducklings near my grave. After I become big and strong in the underworld, when you die, I'll appoint you as. Curry didn't want to talk to this crazy woman anymore, it was a pure waste of his time.
At that moment, a car completely Atasha-styled with a white multi-section dragon pattern rudely pulled up beside the crowd.
A man in sunglasses jogged out to open the car door.
A man with chestnut hair, wearing what seemed like a skeleton-supported trench coat, stepped out.
Young Master Kaiba, you have about 30 minutes, afterwards, you need to return to KC headquarters. Enough. Even if it's a waste of time, etiquette is necessary. Sito Kaiba, carrying a briefcase, lined up behind Haruhi Suzumiya.
It seemed this perpetually absent student had also come today.
Curry couldn't help but glance back a couple more times at this man, who was suspected of setting up traps for Dark Magician in deck building. Here, Haruhi, who seemed to want to ask everyone a couple of questions, started her interrogation again. Oh? Perpetually absent guy, do you believe ghosts exist in the world? Boring. Everything in the world can be explained by science. Spirits and such simply don't exist. Curry was both angry and amused by this son of a bitch.
Truly a godly man who, while trying to dig a tunnel from reality to the underworld and using spiritual power, also tells himself it's all an illusion.
His mouth is as hard as Tsench's. Oh, another boring guy. Upon hearing this answer, Haruhi Suzumiya turned her head back.
Noticing Curry suddenly smile at him, Sito Kaiba frowned.
Are you a duelist too? Curry didn't understand the logic behind the other's question. However, seeing the other ask him, Curry thought about it.
When Fountain of the Runic still had 3 counters, since he usually had no one to play with at the card shop, he went everywhere looking for tournaments in neighboring cities. Using the fact that opponents in tournaments had to duel him, he ruthlessly banished their family members.
That should count as being a duelist. So Curry nodded.
Seeing Curry nod, Sito Kaiba casually flicked his hand, producing a card from who knows where and tossing it towards Curry.
Humph. I didn't expect there'd be an interesting guy in this class after all. Take this. If one day, you can look down upon everyone, use it to challenge me. Curry caught the card with 2 fingers. Wow. Speaking of which, although the Yu-Gi-Oh! System doesn't enhance people much, if he could have a dual spirit partner or something, that would be like having an extra protective charm. Back in the day, the winged Kuribo Yugi Muto gave to Judai Yuki had a spirit. This Kaiba guy might have sensed some card spirit wanting to get close to him and found a random reason to give him a card. Not expecting something like Visa's Starfrost, Tiara, or Dingursu that can destroy stars or single universes, but even getting a Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion or Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring would be like finding a lowly mom. Who would have thought Sato Kazuma's death would net him a treasure? Thank you, Kazuma. Curry eagerly turned over the card in his fingers.
A familiar, powerful card illustration came into view.
Max C. Ah. Scared the hell out of me.
Seeing the card illustration of cockroaches swarming under a cabinet, Curry almost flung the card away.
Maybe you should find someone else, some insect fetish player. You'd better not have a card spirit after all. Curry painfully put the card into his pocket.
Although he didn't know what stage dueling had developed to now, this card's effect was definitely still useful. His mind was filled with the thought of going home and listing this thing on Yahoo auctions for a high price.
Fortunately, on Curry's side, thanks to the presence of a certain godly woman, The entire memorial ceremony proceeded normally. Curry also went to the front to pay his respects to this classmate he had never met. I know you really disliked Konosuba. I wish for you to choose a different world, picking between black souls and dark souls. However, while things were normal on Curry's side, Miracle for You, who was monitoring Hashimoto, discovered an abnormal situation. What did you say? She's dead? And died at the hands of that kid living upstairs from me? I really didn't know. I wouldn't give up my family just to kill her. We know. But such a dangerous guy living right next to our territory. It's hard for us to handle if someone dies here without an explanation. My informant says he's about to obtain a quinqua. We must eliminate him before he becomes combat ready. You know what to do, right? Bring him to us. Volume 1, 034. Could my ability be? We'll prepare a trap in Naruma to capture this kid. As for the rest. Hashimoto Idai heard the other's words, and a trace of conflict appeared on his expression. His beard trembled, and large beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He opened a social app, typing the key points of what he had to do one by one into the input box. Unbeknownst to him, right next to his face, the stand with a metal visor, its goggle-like eyes glowing red, tilted its head and listened. Okay. I'll do it. After Hashimoto Idai hung up the phone, he shakily got up, his eyes darting around, wanting to climb out of bed. Kelly Kuan. He softly murmured the name of the person he was about to harm. But before he could do anything, the support wood on the side of his wooden bed, which he had used for several years, unexpectedly broke uncontrollably. Ah! He cried out as he directly rolled off the bed, his head hitting the corner of the wardrobe. A sensation of wetness and pain came. He removed his hand covering his head and saw the crimson blood on it. He clenched his fist, gritted his teeth, and punched the floor. It seemed this stroke of misfortune became the last straw that broke the already crumbling emotions within him. Ugh, ha ha. While punching, he let out a hoarse roar to the empty room, finally stopping only when he curled up beside the cabinet, clutching his head. On the other side, Curry, waiting outside the Sato house for Kakyoin to pick him up, pressed his fingers together, synchronizing with Miracle for You's vision. More misfortune. Curry had already noted the general situation and sighed inwardly. Then Curry felt something was off. Misfortune. Come to think of it, haven't there been too many unexpected incidents lately? From that time Nishio suddenly getting hit by a doorplate, to the warehouse catching fire, what Satori Ibatsu said, and on his side, he and Kakyoin couldn't find the culprit but kept getting dragged into danger one after another. Curry thought about how Miracle for You had said he still had one ability that was constantly running out of control. Could it be? The guess gradually became clearer, but it was too elusive because Curry couldn't determine if it was just a coincidence formed by a series of accidents, or if it was real. Could his still uncontrollable ability be to drag people around him into misfortune? Thinking about it, it really seemed possible. And it seemed the degree of involvement was determined by how closely they were connected to him. Kakyoin was by his side every day, so he encountered life-threatening misfortunes daily. When others had misfortunes, either he or Miracle for You was at least nearby. However, Curry had never heard of an ability that could be activated by the user himself. He wasn't sure if it was being near him or near Miracle for You. The slightly better place was school, but that place had Haruai Suzumiya. It would be strange if weird things didn't happen there. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed true. Curry's heart grew heavy. Now he had no choice but to join the Japanese Self-X party, endure hardships, and make the whole faction suffer terrible luck under the cabinet resignation ray. Damn it, so I'm Curry, and my ability is like Euclid Wood Hellsides. But if that's the case? After telling his stand his thoughts, Curry lowered his fingers and looked at Kakyoin. If this was really true, for his safety, he should make him stay away. But then he would lose his protection. Curry also didn't know the exact nature of this misfortune, or if it would even affect himself. Then he would be. Listen, Tenmei, I think I've discovered what my stand's ability is. Although I'm not entirely sure yet, it seems to be bringing misfortune to people around me, and I can't control it. You should move out. If you want to thank me, remember to transfer your salary to my account every month. Yes, what was there to agonize over?
After spending this time together, Curry was certain that as long as he instructed, Kakyoin would never betray his information to anyone, no matter what.
Curry could accept using others to survive, but he couldn't accept dragging others' lives into danger to that extent. Chapter 22. I see.
Kakyoin heard what Curry said, paused for a moment, and then looked as if he had suddenly realized something.
That explains it. Alright, that's enough.
Anyway, Miracle for You pays daily wages now, and I have subsidies next month. I'll go to the second-hand shop to buy a used microwave, and I'll be able to eat half-price bento every day. Stop leeching off the fruits of my stand's labor every day.
Curry said, shifting to the side. That won't do.
If I don't follow the stand's abilities, who knows if I'll die all over again. As it turned out, that guy Kakyoin followed Curry for 2 steps.
It won't happen. I've already confirmed it. You can go back in peace. That won't do either.
Kakyoin continued to walk closer, smiling.
I'm not joking with you.
Curry put away his playful tone and pulled a long face, looking even worse than finding out his family had washed his cup and left it on the balcony to dry after he returned from a trip.
I'm telling you, just by staying at home, I see inexplicable things flying past the window.
Seeing Curry get serious, Kakyoin didn't stop smiling.
So what?
He shoved his hands into the medieval linen clothes he had taken the time to wash a few days ago.
I want to return your words from that time to you. A trace of smugness actually appeared on Kakyoin's face. What kind of person do you take me for? You were just talking to Miracle for You, right? Something happened with Hashimoto again, didn't it? Me.
I can risk my life for those workers at the docks, and of course, I can do it for you too. He raised a thumb toward his own chest and poked it hard.
Curry's face darkened after hearing this. Who are you throwing boomerangs at?
Normal bad luck is fine, but be careful that the bad luck doesn't leave you paralyzed with intellectual problems. You'll end up with the physical fitness of Hawking and the IQ of a border collie, pushing your wheelchair around, sprinting.
Kakyoin, acting as if he hadn't heard Curry's nonsense, continued his spiel.
And it's not just me saying this, your stand is indeed very strange, but without me and Hierophant Green, a reckless guy like you might have died long ago. Even if you drive me away, I will secretly watch over you and protect you.
It's just bad luck. Aren't I still living perfectly fine?
Curry looked at the guy who was suddenly acting so brazenly, creating such a strong contrast, and immediately felt a sense of powerlessness.
Do whatever you want if you want to die. Curry picked up the phone, found the contact Madoakara who he had only added yesterday, and started drafting a text message.
He didn't want to take risks with this kind of trap-type situation.
Doesn't the CCG always say they don't report things? Well, here's a report for you.
He carefully considered his wording, needing to hide the stand element and replace it with something like a listening device.
He could only hope that the CCG wouldn't check his purchase history for listening devices. The text message was sent, and it was marked as read almost in a second. About half a minute later, the phone rang. Hello? It's me, Madoakara. Curry third-class investigator, are you sure the situation you described is true?
It is true, and I heard them mention that their organization seems to have an informant inside the CCG. Curry brought out that cold tone again, looking cool and unwilling to talk, even intentionally adding a sense of resentment.
I see. It's a pity you didn't keep any audio evidence, otherwise we could have started an internal investigation.
I will arrange this matter through a special channel separately. Watching Curry intentionally quicken his pace while on the phone, Kakyoin also sped up to follow him. Volume 1, 035 Mysterious Assistant.
Not long after the first call ended, presumably because the CCG held an internal operational meeting, Curry received a callback from Madoakara just as he arrived home. Curry third-class investigator, the situation this time is somewhat urgent.
After our investigation, we discovered that the organization you are involved with is likely the large ghoul organization, Madam, which is entrenched in the North Ward and Itabashi Ward. This organization involves vast influence and manpower behind it, and the CCG has previously organized operations against this group. However, in the end, all their main leaders escaped and disappeared, and only this year have there been signs of resurgence.
Your information is the first key clue we have mastered that can make contact with the inside of this organization.
According to the guidance from our Logistics Division, Countermeasures Department, and Yuruka Kyoko Special Class Investigator, we hope you can assist in this operation to help us root out the organization behind it. To this end, the organization has specially approved you to use the identity of an official investigator during the operation, and will allow you to access some files.
Hearing this, Curry didn't want to listen anymore. No, sister. Weren't you always saying you didn't want me to take risks? Telling me to file more reports for the organization and let the organization handle it. How did it end up that I still have to go?
You guys are watching, and it's not good for me to bring Kakyoin along.
You guys? This mission is severe.
For the sake of confidentiality, we will dispatch a special investigator who has never appeared on the battlefield to protect your safety and act with you. You only need to cooperate with the operation.
Combat and intelligence gathering will be completed by us.
You should prioritize your own safety as the primary task.
Okay. I understand.
In order to carry out the operation, I also need to make some preparations.
Can you pay me next month's bonus in advance? Curry climbed up the pole. The organization doesn't allow it, but I can give it to you personally, and you can pay me back next month. If you have any equipment needs, you can actually apply for them. Okay. Curry hung up the phone, feeling a bit of a headache.
Today is Friday, and it's rare to have the weekend off, but now I have to deal with this.
But cooperating is still the optimal solution.
Obviously, that organization that coerced Hashimoto has already targeted him.
Cooperating allows him to find a group of people to protect him and eliminate those freaks. The difference between this organized group and the wild ones like Nishio is like the difference between Epstein and Hannibal. Hannibal is just an amateur who can't make it to the big leagues and can only eat frozen meat at home.
Kakyoin, who had listened to the whole thing, stood up.
I'll tidy up the room and avoid them. The person meeting you will be here in a while, right?
Curry thought about his bad luck, looked at the 100,000 yen that had arrived on his phone, and called out to Kakyoin.
By the way, since I'm not that short of money right now, and I don't know how long the contact person will be staying, I noticed that 405 moved out because of the ghoul incident last time, right? I might as well rent it. How about you live there?
Kakyoin could see that Curry was still brooding over the bad luck, but since Stans can pass through walls, and given his physical fitness, he could also climb over from the balcony. Being separated by a wall wouldn't be troublesome.
Okay.
Then, Curry went downstairs to find the contact information for the real estate company for the building and witnessed the embodiment of the damn Tokyo/line. Renting an apartment requires half a year's deposit.
Half-month deduction.
After Curry and the other party had a heated argument over the phone, the other party eventually changed it to a 3-month deposit.
The salesperson arrived quite quickly, wearing a suit, bowing and flattering as soon as he came up.
After Curry paid the money, signed the contract, and determined on which day of the month the money would be automatically deducted from the card, he suddenly remembered at this point, damn, he didn't know Teacher Deku's bank card password.
Mato Akara's money was also deposited into the bank card.
Fortunately, 404, where Curry lived, was also contracted with this real estate company, so it could be deducted directly from the bank card.
After Curry opened the door with the key to 405, he was horrified to discover.
Damn it, this room was cleaner than if Leon Kennedy had gone through it. Never mind a kettle, coffee table, or sofa, there wasn't even a light bulb on the ceiling. Before, when watching GBC, he didn't know why the little girl rented a house and had to find someone to install lights.
So, renting a house in Japan really just means they give you a room?
After the person left, Kakyoin came up, and the two of them started working together. First, they removed the light from Curry's balcony and installed it in Kakyoin's room, then moved the extra mattress over, and divided up the daily necessities. As for the rest, Kakyoin said they would go to the supermarket to buy them together after the person they were meeting tonight left. The Shiba Inu watched these two throughout the whole process with indifference.
Just keep pretending.
Every day you act like you're terrified and anxious about dealing with weak creatures like ghouls. I don't know who you're putting on this show for. When the time was about right, Curry sent the Shiba Inu to the room next door so it wouldn't scare the guest who was coming, and then he waited. The Data Live Kurumi collaboration wall clock left by teacher Deku was ticking away. Curry took out the proliferating G he had obtained from the president during the day, inserted it into his Suica card holder, watched videos, and occasionally chatted with Kakyoin through the balcony wall. The balconies of old Japanese apartments serve as emergency escape routes and are made very thin. An adult can knock them open with their body. Of course, soundproofing is not taken into consideration. Ding dong. A while later, the doorbell rang at the door. All right, the person is here. Curry clapped his hands, checked through the peephole, and then opened the door. At this moment, Curry couldn't help but laugh, because the person appearing in front of him wasn't that Mato Akira, who had changed into casual clothes and put on light makeup. No, on the phone you said something about a special confidential investigator. I thought it was someone else. It feels like a Naruto mobile game intelligence conference, where they show a silhouette that you can identify at a glance and insist it's an upcoming mysterious ninja. Besides, both times you handled the aftermath of ghoul incidents, didn't you get out of the car directly? Can't others' intelligence networks take pictures of you? Seeing Curry's questioning gaze, Mato Akira, who also felt a bit awkward, forced a straight face and spoke in a low voice. Curry third. Kelly-kun, let me in first, don't arouse suspicion. Curry opened the door and let Mato Akira in. The other party glanced at the small apartment that had nowhere to sit, so she simply stood there. We analyzed that since the other party already knows you are an investigator, it is normal to contact an investigator. The important thing is to keep your strength a secret. Don't look at the fact that I am currently only a second-class investigator working in logistics. That's just because I don't have enough battle achievements. In group competitions, I won't lose to a first-class investigator. Actually, Mato Akira felt that from intelligence analysis, Curry's actions were extreme and had some out-of-line aspects. Sending someone else would likely lead to them filing reports against Curry. She didn't want such a talented newcomer to be blocked by regulations, which would lead to the newcomer not being valued and having negative feelings toward the organization, so she voluntarily applied to come. However, she wouldn't tell Curry this. We'd better pretend to be teaming up to investigate other ghoul matters. We'll tentatively set it as investigating the missing model merchant, so it's reasonable for you, as the primary intelligence source, to participate. Then, usually when we at the CCG investigate, we create a disguised identity. My disguised identity this time is your aunt. Curry thought to himself that he was now someone with a blonde aunt. Curry sorted out what Mato Akira said, that is, they are pretending to be an aunt and nephew investigating the model merchant, but in fact, this is all done for that organization with the letter M to C. Then, when Hashimoto contacts him, she will be able to be drawn in logically. Volume 1, 036 I am not resigned. In my shoulder bag, I have 2 small A-grade special quinquas carried for this time. If we encounter infiltration situations that require checking the bags, we might need to cooperate to provide cover. To ensure authenticity, you need to get used to how you address me. This is the operations headset. Because your hairstyle currently cannot hide the headset, I will carry it. If necessary, we will distribute it for use. Listening to the other parties chanting like introduction, Curry didn't feel annoyed. After all, everything related to his survival probability, so Curry nodded continuously and noted it down in his heart. After explanationing what needed to be explanationed, the two practiced for more than 20 minutes on the process of Curry calling his aunt Mato Akira and her agreeing. The scene suddenly fell into silence. Curry was pretending to be cold, and the person opposite was truly cold. The two stared at each other. Curry looked at Mato Akira at this moment. Her pair of peach blossom eyes, with a hint of light purple in the emerald, looked coldly straight ahead. Her golden hair shouldn't be short, but it was braided, perhaps to be different from her usual style, and coiled at the back of her head, leaving only the impression of ear-length short hair, reminding people of Type Moon's saber, King Arthur. She was wearing a white breathable shirt with a small jacket, and on her lower body, she wore neat, slim-fitting pants that were convenient for action, making her look very upright. However, her height, which was 14 centimeters shorter than Curry's, reduced that sharpness a lot. Curry vaguely remembered that a year later, in Nishio Nishiki's sophomore year, this female investigator should have been transferred from Arima Kishu's elite squad to take over the position of her father, who had died in battle at that time. He didn't know why she was still working in the logistics division now.
Kelly-kun, actually, I can understand you very well. Unexpectedly, it was Mato Akira who took the initiative to break the silence.
From the time I learned of my mother's death when I was young, I thought about avenging her, not just killing the owl who killed her, but also killing all ghouls without leaving a single one. I also know that letting a ghoul live means someone will die, but sometimes we don't kill them immediately, also to find the whereabouts of more ghouls. Curry was wondering what this fake aunt wanted to say. It turned out she was just persuading him not to be impulsive again. Curry found it strange, in the impression of these people, was he Zhang Xinzhong or Huang Chao? Just during the conversation, Curry saw a head poke out from the floor. You scared me. Releasing ninjutsu. Curry complained in his heart about the appearance method of Miracle for You and glanced at it. Miracle for You pointed to the door, signaling that Hashimoto Idai had gone out, possibly preparing to carry out a mission.
Section 23. AI Model, Gemini 3.1 Flashlight. Curry nodded. Let's go. Based on the timing, Hashimoto should be leaving now. All right. Mato Akira packed up the equipment and slung her bag back over her shoulder. Curry hesitated for a moment, then put the proliferating G he had taken out into his pocket. When President Kaiba fights, he can even use a card to jam the firing pin of someone's gun without damaging it. It's nothing like the cards from Konami back home, which I have to keep in a card brick just to worry about them getting damp. This evening, it rained a little in Tokyo, and the ground was still damp. Many cherry blossoms, which only bloomed for a few days, had been knocked down by the rain. The municipal workers were avoiding the rain and hadn't had time to clean them up yet, so they lay scattered on the roadside, mixed with the mud and grime, looking both dirty and vibrant. The scent of grass and trees after the rain drifted into his nostrils, carrying the smell of the shampoo used by the young lady in front. The two of them put on an act of going out for a stroll, and just happened to bump into Hashimoto Idai, who had been waiting at the bicycle parking spot on their usual route. He had gauze on his head, having calculated that Curry and Kakyoin often went to the convenience store at this time to grab half-price items. He had his back turned, his phone screen glowing as he talked to someone. Please, I beg you, let them go. If you ghouls are short on food, just eat me instead. These words, which were sure to attract the attention of any ghoul investigator, came from his throat, seemed to be suppressing his voice, but the volume was still quite high. He repeated the pleading content a few more times, then hung up the phone, turned around, and acted as if he had just noticed the people behind him, turning those bloodshot eyes toward them. If he hadn't known beforehand, Curry probably would have been truly fooled by him. Hashimoto paused when he saw that it wasn't Kakyoin beside Curry. Kelly-kun. He seemed to want to explain a few things. And Curry, as if prepared, went up to strike up a conversation. Mr. Hashimoto, what's wrong? I think I just heard something about ghouls. Are you in some kind of trouble? Maybe I can help you. As he spoke, Curry pulled out his investigator badge from his pocket and flashed it in front of him. A short while later, in a private room at a dessert shop, Curry took a spoonful of matcha parfait and completely lost interest in the treat. Hashimoto Idai told a story that was highly likely to be true. He was originally a TV station cameraman, currently filming a documentary with his partner introducing rural customs and local cuisine from various places, and the filming was already complete. They stopped to rest in a village near Tokyo, and the director suggested shooting an opening sequence there. He arranged for him to use a drone to film a scene starting from the mountain behind the village, moving into the village, and then to the household he planned to film as they made breakfast in the morning. That was where the trouble started. After they finished filming, checked the footage, and packed up the drone, they returned to Tokyo. Perhaps because many villagers were watching during the filming that day, nothing happened. The director asked him to upload all the videos to the cloud that night and edit them when they returned to the TV station the next day, while the director himself went out to socialize. As a subordinate, he had no choice but to agree. However, that night, he received a call from the director. I heard Director Shimizu's voice. He was very anxious,
telling me to bring the master tape to him right now, but he kept gasping for air. I felt something was wrong because the address he gave wasn't his home or the company, but a patch of wasteland.
I didn't rush over.
I bypassed him and asked our TV station leader if the station needed me to deliver it.
The leader said no. After that day, Director Shimizu went missing. If you investigate, you should still be able to find out about this matter.
Kuri had already guessed the rest. It was nothing more than Hashimoto being sharp enough to set up some kind of pre-release, or entrusting the videotape to a friend the ghouls didn't know about for safekeeping.
He had successfully reached a stalemate with the ghouls threatening him. As a result, the ghouls kidnapped his family, and he quit his job.
The facts were much as Kuri had guessed.
That's how it is.
They demanded that I bring the original footage to a designated place and hand it over to them.
I don't know if I should do it. And my family. Kelly-kun, I really don't know what to do. Most of what Hashimoto Idai said was verifiable. It was an almost perfect scam, 9 truths to 1 lie, as they say. Facing his scam, the two exchanged a glance. And said the words he theoretically wanted to hear most. According to what you said, the other side consists of about 2 to 3 ghouls, right? Then let's report and record the location. You give us the videotape, we'll investigate what exactly was filmed, and then we'll go with you. This will make it easier to rescue your family. Next time you encounter something like this, you can trust us at the CCG. Never try to solve it yourself. But after hearing this, Hashimoto's expression seemed to flicker again.
It felt like unwillingness. Volume 1, 037. Kuri the Lord fakes a 3-way standoff, a real explosion lights up the sky at the dump. Late at night, 12:10 a.m., at the border of Narama Ward and Nakano Ward, the Higashi Nakano Arai waste incineration site. Today was Friday, the day for collecting non-burnable trash, and the site was already closed for the day. The surveillance cameras that should have been monitoring the trash collection trucks had gone dark for some unknown reason. Only the oily green tower lights and pale spotlights shone on this pitch-black place. Suddenly, lights appeared in the distance, and a sedan slowly drove up to the entrance of the factory building. Hashimoto Idai was in the front, gripping the steering wheel tightly with both hands, trying his best to control his legs, which were trembling from extreme nervousness.
To avoid being discovered by the enemy, Kuri and Mato Akira had sprayed plenty of car air freshener on themselves to mask their scents.
They were huddled in the back seat of the car. Because the space was too cramped and they needed to be ready to act, they had to tuck their feet in, pressing against each other's toes. Kuri endured the slightly pungent scent of the air freshener, his eyes observing the surroundings through the miracle for you on the car roof. Meanwhile, he watched Mato Akira across from him slowly take out a case containing a small quinqua from her bag, while making a gesture to him. The meaning was that the radio in their earpieces was being interfered with. There must be signal jamming equipment installed here.
Kuri nodded to show he understood and took one of the 2 small quinquas from her. This was Kuri's first time handling this kind of weapon.
After being released from the special case, this weapon, made from fragments of a ghoul hero, turned into writhing flesh just like a kagun, and finally fully extended into the shape of a small katana. Honestly, Kuri felt that the CCG's plan was very unreliable, but fortunately, the other side was just as unreliable. The ghouls' plan was to lure Kuri over in this way, thinking that Kuri would call for a few investigators to support him based on the information he obtained. They would then send out a larger number of ghouls to annihilate them and pin the whole thing on the missing model merchant. The investigators' plan was to send more personnel, set up a perimeter in advance, feign an evenly matched battle, and then follow the enemy's retreating vehicle to find their hideout. Kuri didn't know why 2 major organizations were playing this kind of rural-level mind game against each other, but he had other plans. He had already ordered Miracle for You to disguise itself as one of the ghouls later and blend in. At the same time, Kakyoin should have already followed them to the outside of the CCG's perimeter. If it weren't for the need for tracking, Kuri would definitely have let Miracle for You complete the mission in his stead. At the same time, Kuri realized that Hashimoto seemed to have his own agenda as well.
Kuri let out a soft breath. He didn't know whose plan would succeed, only hoping that his bad luck wouldn't lead to him and the female investigator ending up in a defeat CG scenario.
Hashimoto parked the car, picked up the videotape that was clearly not the real one he had sent to the CCG, and walked out of the car. A Kakugan lit up in the dark night, red blood vessels twitching, accompanied by a questioning voice coming from the darkness. "Did you bring the person?" A ghoul in a suit wearing a birdbeak mask stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at Hashimoto in front of him. "I brought them," Hashimoto replied in a dry voice. "Good, give me the keys." The suit-wearing ghoul pointed to the car keys in his hand. "Why? What about my car? You don't really think you can still live in the human world after doing something like this, do you? The CCG will definitely arrest you later. Instead of that, why don't you come over to our side? We'll give you a job tending to the livestock." The ghoul in the suit with the birdbeak mask had a playful look on his face, as if he were watching an amusing clown. Hashimoto's face changed as well. That was right, the other side had planned this all along. A human who dared to threaten them certainly couldn't be allowed to exist for long. They would push him back step by step, and once he was inside the organization, it would only be a matter of time before they found out where he kept the real video footage. "All right." When Hashimoto remained motionless, the ghoul snatched the car keys from his hand and waved to his subordinates behind him. Instantly, the previously quiet parking lot became lively. The side doors of the trash processing trucks opened, and ghoul after ghoul walked out silently. With this many, let alone just a talented kid and a rank 2 investigator, even a special class investigator wouldn't have an easy time. Once the men were ready, the birdbeak man pressed the car lock button and then waved his hand. Several ghouls instantly accelerated and charged toward the car. At almost the same time, outside, beams of light hit the parking lot, and drones circled and flew overhead. A team of investigators, guns raised and holding quinquas, tore through the steel mesh on the side of the dump and charged in. This side also seemed prepared, and a large number of ghouls charged toward them. The instantly quiet dump became lively. Footsteps, gunfire, and shouts echoed in the empty parking lot. Now it was just a matter of. However, neither side expected that an accident would occur right from the very beginning of the plan. Sensing enemies approaching, Mato Akira immediately took out her quinqua dagger and cut the car door lock. "Give me your hand." Then she grabbed Curry, and the two rushed out of the car. Several ghouls responsible for dealing with them extended their tail-type kagun and plunged them into the vehicle. Seeing their strike miss, they combined their strength to flick their kagun, flipping the car onto its side and slamming it against the roller shutter, creating a small dent. Meanwhile, the supporting investigators outside, in order to gain the advantage of light, rushed to the power switch of the processing station, opened the electrical box, and since they weren't familiar with it, simply pushed all the switches inside up. Instantly, every light turned on, and the entire processing station was as bright as day. The investigators, who had taken precautions in advance, were not much affected. However, the few ghouls who had their Kakugan fixed on their target, Curry, were momentarily dazzled by the bright light. Afraid that Mato Akira would take the opportunity to counterattack, they all swung their kagun wildly. But in fact, Mato Akira hadn't taken any precautions either. She just shielded Curry behind her and raised her blade to block in front of him. Then, inside the waste processing station, the sound of the incinerator starting up accompanied the sound of the roller shutter being pulled up by the electric control. However, the main door was blocked by the vehicle that had just been thrown there. It kept trying to lift but couldn't succeed, and soon sparks began to fly. Little embers entered the car from the fuel tank that had been cracked by the ghouls just moments ago. Boom! A huge roar instantly stole the attention of both sides that had just been fighting. Ha! The rank 1 investigator leading the main attack outside was stunned. He had received training and knew that modern vehicle technology rarely resulted in explosions like in American movies for no reason. Basically, even if they were burned, they would just catch fire. Wait, no? The ghouls were playing for such high stakes? The ghouls were also stunned at this moment. What? Had the site been tampered with by the investigators in advance? Then, before anyone could react, fragments of the fuel tank, burning with sparks and carrying bits of gasoline, were propelled by the force of the explosion straight toward the entrance of the underground incinerator in the middle. Boom! A secondary explosion occurred, like thunder striking at close range. Several ghouls who had been about to attack Curry were instantly turned into hedgehogs by the red-hot debris and fell to the ground wailing.
Quick! Go grab that guy as a hostage and prepare to retreat. Go!
Prioritize protecting our investigators. The lead investigator and the ghouls made their decisions almost instantly. Now both sides had their eyes fixed on the two of them, and the ghouls were clearly closer.
7 or 8 ghouls of unknown rank surrounded them all at once. Mato Akira instantly felt the pressure increase significantly. She was clearly unable to hold them off and was beaten back repeatedly. She was anxious. She had told Curry that this time would be relatively safe, but now she was going to break her word. She could clearly see ghouls approaching from behind her as well. Bang! Bang!
She swung her quinqua in a few hurried slashes, forcing back the incoming Kagun, and turned back to shout anxiously.
Curry, are you okay?
Then Mato Akira saw 3 ghouls all lying on the ground, and the quinqua in Curry's hand was still dripping with blood. Just a moment ago, while Curry was stunned, he saw an explosion occur, and then one of these 3, as if it had aimed perfectly, ran right into the edge of his blade. The remaining 2 were also instantly beaten half to death by high-temperature iron shards flying out from the waste processing plant behind them.
Mato Akira's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? This strong? Volume 1, 038. Where are you? You're not even in Tokyo.
At the same time, in Itabashi Ward, at the Madam Organization headquarters, in a luxurious room located underground, the organization's current leader, the SS-ranked ghoul Big Madam, was lying on a huge chaise longue. His figure was extremely bloated, yet his skin was unexpectedly good.
A pair of huge breasts rolled along with his turning, together with the lacy lingerie draped over them. Chapter 24.
A voice full of feminine power came from her mouth.
Oh, how did things go with Bird Sniper tonight? Didn't you say you were going to capture Hashimoto and that human kid together? Why is there no movement at all?
I'll go check. A ghoul next to him nodded in understanding and walked out, only to run back in a panic a short while later.
He anxiously approached Madam. Madam, something has happened. Oh? Did that sly fellow play some trick?
No, the entire junkyard where they were preparing for the operation is experiencing a series of explosions.
Our informants can't contact anyone inside anymore. Ah? Madam suddenly sat up. No? It can't be that bad, can it? Doesn't the CCG have to answer to the government? If this causes fires in the surrounding residential areas, they wouldn't be able to handle it, would they? At this moment, the battlefield had completely fallen into chaos. As the intensity of the explosions increased, neither side had the heart to fight, and everyone was retreating. Several sanitation trucks were burning fiercely, and the entire waste treatment plant seemed to have turned into a palace engulfed in flames. Exclamations spread along with the painful wails of ghouls being scorched, and the ground was covered with ghouls who were on fire but not yet dead. The high temperature licked Curry's skin through the air. Everywhere he looked, there were either flames or explosions. This was the first time Curry had a direct understanding of the destructive power of his abilities. This really killed his dam. A pun on Daba meaning dam and Daba meaning father. No wonder his teacher Deku's parents both died in this world, all exchanged for stats, right? Although he couldn't figure out whether this ability would remain after the rampage, the visual impact of such indiscriminate destruction was truly significant. In the midst of the chaos, retreating ghouls occasionally clashed with investigators, then collectively pressed towards Curry, turning everything into a complete mess. Because the signal jammer was still active, the investigators inside couldn't receive orders from outside command and had to rely entirely on shouting. At this moment, the bird mask man in the field was completely numb. The CCG's offensive wasn't actually that strong, at least, it wasn't overwhelming. On the contrary, their ghouls were more resilient and should have had an advantage in this situation. But why did he send out several waves of people to capture the target, only to see his subordinates force the 2 targets into the incinerator, just waiting to catch them and flee? It wasn't that Curry was so important, it was mainly that if he came out on this trip, lost troops and generals, and didn't even bring back the target, he would likely be labeled as incompetent. But his subordinates were like money spent in a mobile game, they went in but never came back.
Due to the fire, he couldn't see clearly, and finally, he gritted his teeth.
You all continue to be ready to retreat. I'll go see what's going on. So many people went in, and not one came back. They didn't all run away in the chaos, did they?
Filled with anger, the bird mask's cocoon tore through his suit from behind, and he plunged into the other side of the sea of fire. Then he saw a scene like a painting of hell. His subordinates, who had just been dispatched, were now scattered across the ground. And in the center of the battlefield, there was only Anum Kuri and Mato Akira, who seemed to have transformed into a different person after fighting the ghouls.
Ha!
After finishing off the still-breathing ghoul in front of her with a single strike, Mato Akira's face showed an exaggerated expression that even Judge Malik could give 5 points for, with one eye wide and the other narrowed.
Die! Die! Die!
You low-level creatures who eat humans. As she spoke, she licked her lips and asked Kuri behind her.
You feel the same way, right, Kuri? This feeling of killing these things is really exhilarating. Kuri, being called out, found it very hard to bear. He really didn't know what was wrong with this sister.
Although he remembered that this woman had a condition where she would become like her father when fighting, he didn't expect her to be so crazy. Just now, they were separated by the pursuing ghouls, and he watched helplessly as she fought a ghoul to the death, chasing and slashing without any protection. If the ghoul hadn't constantly been affected by the explosion's AoE, it would probably be lying on the ground by now. And she got more excited the more she fought, initially having a cold face, but now she was chatting with him and trash-talking the ghoul at the same time.
I remember the world I transmigrated to wasn't Lady Rock and Roll, right? So Kuri could only perfunctorily respond to this fake aunt. It's somewhat interesting.
As a result, upon hearing Kuri's unconvincing reply, Mato Akira's mouth curved even more wildly upwards.
That's the taste. Another one. Let's go together. This time, we'll tear off this beast's skin.
Mato Akira caught sight of the still confused bird mask over there, picked up her swift blade, and dragged Kuri with her. Bird Mask inwardly cried out that he had been tricked.
What the hell was the organization's intelligence network doing?
You told me these were a third class and a second class, but where did you find two lunatics?
Mato Akira was truly enjoying the fight today.
She had harbored immense hatred for ghouls, and after starting work, she had been suppressing it, accumulating anger from dealing with the aftermath every day with nowhere to vent. And for some reason today, she felt as if she had divine assistance fighting alongside Kuri. In the past, she could never have dealt with so many ghouls, but today she was cutting them down with a few slashes, like playing Fruit Ninja. She had never fought such a satisfying battle in her life. Seeing the two mission targets, who should have been running away from them, not only didn't run but charged at him, Bird Mask immediately suppressed his surprise, spread his wings, and pushed off with his legs, rushing towards the two like a phantom.
Humans, watch closely. I am not like those C-class and B-class guys.
I, Bird Priest, am no stepping stone. But Bird Mask clearly didn't realize that confronting Kuri in this hellish place full of dangerous high-temperature explosives was no different from fighting Jackie Chan in a furniture store. Before the two in the middle could react, a burst of white smoke suddenly spewed from the wall next to Bird Mask.
Steam?
This temperature might harm other ghouls, but it can't harm me.
Ugh. Black.
Bird Mask, who had inhaled several mouthfuls of mechanical exhaust, convulsed in pain, his eyes bulging. His body momentarily froze, and Mato Akira seized the opportunity to deliver a kesajiri, a diagonal cut from shoulder to hip.
Yes.
This is the feeling, as if the ghouls, who are usually very fast, have slowed down, standing there letting me chop them. And with Kuri behind me, I can fight with complete peace of mind, without any worries.
Perhaps this is the feeling of finding a rival.
I feel like the ghoul's recovery speed has slowed down in my sight. His wounds, exposed to a gust of hot wind, couldn't heal. Bird Mask slowly and laboriously raised his wings, attempting to retaliate, but Mato Akira dodged sideways and delivered another strike.
My feeling was indeed correct, even my footwork has become faster. At this point, the ghouls finally fell into a total rout.
The leading investigator rushed into this area.
Mato second class. Kuri third class. Don't be afraid. We've come to save you. Then he and the team he brought looked down at the corpses scattered everywhere, then looked at Mato Akira, who only had a large cut on her calf and some scrapes on her shoulder, and Curry, who was completely unharmed and seemed out of place in the messy surroundings. Suddenly, he was puzzled. Did they really need protection? On the other side, from the other side of the sea of fire, the voice of Bird Mask came out. You take the goods Madam wants and go first. Then a person resembling Curry ran a few steps in a disheveled manner and fell to the ground, looking as if he had been thrown out of the sea of fire. Several ghouls, ready to retreat at any moment, exchanged glances. Boss told us to retreat. Good. Take this guy and retreat. This Curry showed an unwilling expression after being captured, and the ghouls immediately looked ferocious. Very good, hand him over to Madam. We'll have an explanation. Retreat. An hour and a half later, several ghouls helplessly explained to the enraged ghouls who had come to rendezvous. That's how it is. We really put him in the car. And he was in this cage. We even checked before we got off. How could he be gone? Miracle for you adjusted his tie. Alright, investigate, then follow the main body's boss's instructions, take the tracker from Miss Mato's bag, and run through the route they came from. Volume 1, 039 A Great Victory. Miracle for you got out of the car and watched a group of ghouls, who claimed to have captured the main body, being brutally beaten by a ghoul wearing a clown mask and over 2 meters tall. But he unexpectedly saw another person standing behind the crowd, looking relieved. Hashimoto Idai. At this point, Miracle for you already felt that what the main body said was correct. Anyone who came into contact with them would basically suffer misfortune, and the closer and deeper the contact, the more they would encounter crazy beatings of bad luck. After all, the junkyard battle just now was too authoritative, but this made him a little puzzled. Why hasn't Hashimoto, who also had contact with the main body, died on the ground like those ghouls? Never mind, let's go in and see first. Yaoling Chi Ba CF Chi Wu Baiyui. At this time, the CCG, who had all evacuated from the waste treatment plant, were regrouping at the temporary command post not far away. What do you mean, you lost them? Once the ghouls left, Mato Akira reverted to her usual self, like switching forms, but her expression was a bit hard to control now. Then didn't we just stir up trouble for nothing? Mato second class, calm down, calm down. The first-class investigator in charge of command also covered his forehead, soothing the emotions of the task executor. Our colleagues have also done their best. Without deploying helicopters and drones for overt tracking to alert them, the tracking team really didn't expect that their retreat vehicle parked outside was just a decoy. The real vehicles had already been arranged inside, and it was too chaotic inside at the time. I understand. Mato Akira said this, but her chest was still heaving. She was clearly very upset that she had been dragging a high school student, fighting ghouls to the death inside, while her teammates took a long time to come to her rescue, and when they did, the plan completely collapsed. She didn't even know how to explain this to Curry. She hadn't fulfilled any of her promises at the time. How could others trust the organization? However, at this moment, Curry also came over. After saying a word to the personnel blocking unauthorized individuals, he was allowed in. Curry third class, you said you installed a tracker on the car they were protecting? The investigator in charge of command was dumbfounded. No, just now I saw a ground full of ghouls next to you. Where did you find the time for this? Mato Akira was also stunned, then remembered that when the two of them were forced into the incinerator, they were indeed separated for a while. At that time, she had long forgotten about her satchel. It must have been Curry who picked up the satchel then, fought his way into the enemy's interior alone, installed it when no one was paying attention, and then came out. No wonder, when she found him, she saw him hiding in a corner. She had thought he was avoiding battle to recover his stamina, but it turned out he had completed the mission and was avoiding detection. This guy is truly a monster. Actually, Curry just wanted to hide at the time. Sure enough, when everyone at the command tent switched to Mato Akira's tracker channel, they saw a trajectory and the final destination. Good. Oh. Suddenly, the entire command center erupted in cheers like a mountain roaring and a tsunami. A group of investigators immediately surrounded Curry and tossed him into the air. Curry was a bit at a loss. No, why are they so excited? Curry, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Good, now it shouldn't be my business anymore. You CCG go fight the ghouls to the death. I don't have to worry about moral dilemmas like hostages. I want to go back and enjoy a ghoul-free weekend. But at the moment he was tossed up, Curry saw at the edge of the distant battlefield several haggard people carrying out two bodies covered in white sheets, and many injured people, hearing the cheers from this side, gritted their teeth and endured the pain to wave their fists vigorously towards them. Yes, even if ghouls seemed to be suffering misfortune, such an operation could not be without casualties. Curry's relaxed mood suddenly became heavy again. All right. Stop messing around. Curry, who was bewildered, was put down amidst the captain's stern but smiling reprimand. The number of ghouls killed this time exceeds 20. That means at least 20 fewer people will die in a month. However, we cannot relax. Our next step is to launch a general offensive against Madam. Good. A chorus of responses came from below. Mato Akira's peripheral vision caught Curry leaving the crowd during the reports, and she followed him in small steps. Here, Dr. Pepper. I wonder if you'll like it. Chapter 25. Mato Akira stood on tiptoe and pressed a bottle against Curry's head. Curry turned around, puzzled, and looked at her mangled, bloody foot. Even in such a state, she had come to chat with him as if nothing were wrong. Curry took it, pulled out a tissue from his pocket to wipe the rim of the can, and then popped it open to take a drink. It tastes awful. Curry couldn't quite understand why the protagonists in those novels about going to Tokyo that he used to read so often liked to drink this stuff. Are the Hautuinia Chordata soda fans here now? So, you can make that kind of face too, kid. It seemed that after fighting together, Mato Akira's opinion of Curry had changed significantly. Her tone lacked the icy coldness it had at the beginning. She turned her head and casually cracked open a can for herself as well. As the liquid flowed down her fair neck, it traced a clear path. Then, her entire heroic face scrunched up, looking utterly disgusted. It really does taste awful. Curry thought to himself, so this bitch hasn't even tried it and used me as a guinea pig? After recovering from the shock of the Dr. Pepper, Mato Akira lifted her chin and looked toward the command center. In ghoul society, Madame frequently hosts large-scale events. Ghouls with status and influence in the human world, in particular, are very eager to appear at such gatherings to use their money to acquire things they wouldn't normally be able to get. It's not just for consumption, it's for pleasure. For example, your ward's investigator has an adopted son named Suzuya Juzu. He was once a pet kept by the head of the Madame organization. When he was just a few years old, he suffered from their abuse, his male physiological features were completely destroyed, and even his Adam's apple was removed, leaving him with severe physiological ailments. And such examples are very common among them. For instance, our commander today, after an extermination operation 10 years ago, their intelligence was sold out by a mole. His wife was captured by the Madame organization for auction. By the time we rescued her, her female reproductive system had been completely cut open and replaced with transparent soft plastic, so that the ghouls violating her could watch the entire process. So, after we obtained intelligence on Madame, we might be able to round up these monsters the next time they hold a large-scale event. That's why they're so happy. After saying this, Mato Akira took another gulp of Dr. Pepper, her eyes becoming somewhat unfocused. Actually, sometimes, it's quite helpless. When I read the files from the last operation against Madame, I discovered that there were actually some humans among the clients. But while we can kill ghouls, we can only watch as humans are sent to court, where, under the defense of their lawyers, they are sentenced to 15 years with an 8-year suspended sentence. Is that so? Which prison were they locked up in? Curry asked in a teasing tone. Don't you go getting impulsive, kid. I'll bandage your wound in a bit and send you home. Mato Akira stood up from the railing she was leaning on and walked toward the medical vehicle nearby. Curry was surprised. How did she know he was planning to have Miracle for you dig through CCG files, cosplay as Light Yagami, and sneak into the prison to quietly kill those animals?
Curry looked down and realized that, at some point, he had crushed the aluminum Dr. Pepper can in his hand.
Volume 1, 040. What if I could do something about it?
In the early morning, inside Curry's apartment.
To reward Curry for staying up all night, Kakyoin had bought 2 bags of instant curry and was simmering them. The Shiba Inu was lying at Curry's feet, gently wagging its tail. The scent of industrial flavoring spread through the room in the middle of the night, making it feel somewhat warm. Curry opened Teacher Dekozi, found a friend request, and glanced at the note. I am Mato Akara. Curry glanced at the username. It was spelled out in 2 words. The profile picture was a teddy bear doll. He guessed this was a private account, as a work account would likely just be a standard headshot. Curry clicked accept, waited a few minutes, and since the other person didn't send a message, he left it at that. Curry hesitated for a moment, pressed his fingers together to share vision with his stand, and then disconnected. Then Curry slumped over the table like a pile of mud. Come to think of it, I haven't heard the details of what happened this time. What's wrong? Kakyoin asked while scooping a little soup into a bowl with a ladle, taking a sip, and judging whether to add more seasoning. Because there's a follow-up. And it's a follow-up that, if I told you about, a warm-hearted guy like you would definitely want to help with. First, you'd be in danger, then I'd end up following along for various reasons, and in the end, I'd get unlucky and get a whole bunch of people killed. Curry lay on the table, a corpse just like how people often use Sun Xiaochuan to describe him. As it turned out, Kakyoin rarely ignored Curry's words. After making a judgment, he put the instant noodle block into the curry pot. Then, the room fell silent. It wasn't until Kakyoin brought the large pot of curry noodles to the small table that Curry reluctantly got up. Kakyoin sat opposite Curry, absent-mindedly patted the dog's head, and then looked at Curry somewhat solemnly. I see. You can't stand it, and you want to help, but you don't even know why you want to do it yourself, so you're looking for a reason from me. Help with what? I'm struggling to survive here myself. Where would I have the energy to help others? Besides, with my unlucky ability, it's better if I don't get involved. Curry rested his face in his hands, staring at the fine grain on the table. Kakyoin watched Curry and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. You only said you couldn't, but you didn't deny that you wanted to, did you? Caught me in a verbal loophole, huh? Sister Kakyoin. The CCG takes high salaries to do dangerous work, and I take risks for them, and all they do is give me empty promises. Why should I worry about them? You said you were going out to find a job on Wednesday. Why are you still just hanging around here? Can you please hurry up and become financially independent, and then pay me back the cost of reviving you? Do you know that to revive you, I gave up Kobe Bryant and Little Pudding? In a bit, the Lord, will use the Yamato, unleash the 9-headed dragon flash to slash 9 times in a row, kick you into another world, and save Sato Kazuma to be my chef. If it were him, he would definitely suggest that the two of us save more money, mind our own business, and go to the next street to cosplay a brothel, let the sex workers play female knights, and we'll play goblins to start a grand showdown. Kakyoin kept that half-smiling face from beginning to end, staring at Curry. Curry's voice grew quieter and quieter until it finally stopped. What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and serve the noodles, I'm starving. If you want to help, then help. I'll go with you, and we'll fight those things to the death. Fight your... Curry's words cut off halfway, and he finally took a deep breath. Damn it, this bunch of cannibalistic freaks, if they could just do a little less anti-human stuff, I could pretend I didn't see it. Why do they all have to be so damn deserving of death? How come every time I share my stand senses, all I see is them sticking tubes into minors to extract blood and bile to use as drinks, or them holding a plate of sashimi, placing it under a pregnant woman about to give birth, and discussing how they'll eat the male infants raw, and maybe try raising the female infants to 16 months to use as cups? I really want to send their boss to meet Eren Yeager's mother. Are those sorcerers and powerful guys so busy that they can't help wipe these things out? Aren't you the person who has the power and also wants to deal with them? Kakyoin finished his sentence, which earned him a fixed stare from Curry. The other thing Kakyoin didn't say was, even if those guys weren't so cruel, you would still want to help, because I can feel your heart is still beating, and your blood hasn't turned cold yet. Curry stared for a while, then let out a sigh. Kill them.
At this moment, Curry's mindset underwent a small change because he had witnessed the strength of his own ability. The world is so terrible, I need to protect myself, I am powerless against many things, but what if I could do something about it? Miracle for You, which was already investigating the underground organization, paused. Curry had just issued new instructions for it to find the load-bearing columns, ventilation ducts, and escape routes of this underground facility. At the same time, Curry dug out paper and pen, and following the search vision of Miracle for You, began to draw a floor plan of the entire underground building.
The next day, Saturday, the students had mostly gathered, hanging out in groups of 2 or 3 as they headed to bustling places like Shimokitazawa, Shinjuku, and Ikebukuro to have fun.
Kirikawa apartment, however, welcomed a team of investigators once again. This time, the neighbors peeked out again and discovered that the Hashimoto family in 201 was being raided by investigators. Many investigators, after picking the lock, immediately started rummaging through everything inside. A few minutes later, there was a knock on Curry's door. Curry, sporting dark circles under his eyes, puzzled, had his stand check who it was before going to open the door. It was Mado Akira again. She didn't say why, just squeezed inside and shut the door with practiced ease. A situation has arisen. We found a note at the Hashimoto residence. After we broke in, we discovered it was also a tracker ID, and the place where the signal last disappeared points to the same location as the one you installed. What? Curry was stunned when he heard this. In other words, that Hashimoto who contacted us probably anticipated that the capture would fail, and then intentionally retreated with the ghouls so he could report the location back to us at the CCG. We think this is a bit strange, because how did he determine their capture operation would fail? Did you contact him beforehand to act as an informant? To serve as a backup plan? Curry thought to yourself, your CCG has quite the imagination. Am I imitating the oldest human SNM scene, Joyu beating Huang Gai, and performing a bitter meat scheme with Hashimoto Idai? However, this was really a bit outside of Curry's expectations. That Hashimoto actually made this kind of preparation? Wasn't he afraid of being discovered by the ghouls? Afraid? How could he not be afraid? It's just that if he didn't gamble, he knew that no matter the outcome, his family would be in grave danger. And only by gambling, by putting himself in danger, was there a possibility for his family to be rescued as victims. Hashimoto Idai, beaten black and blue and tossed into a cage like a piece of trash, stared blankly at the closed door. From outside the door came the strange laughter of the ghouls. He, anyway, this guy's family is in our hands, so he won't dare to resist. Now we can finally vent. It seems his body type is called something like a white sock bear in the circle. There are a few in the circle who are into this. Tomorrow, call the brothers who are into this over to have some fun. Volume 1, 041 April Rain. Inside Curry's apartment, Mado Akira still wanted to go in and sit for a while, but she was stopped by Curry. It was mainly because Kakyoin was still inside, and explaining it would be troublesome, but this seemed to be understood by Mado Akira as something else. By the way, according to our informant's intelligence, the Madam organization seems to have a large-scale event next Wednesday. I expect to go and execute the reconnaissance mission after today. Curry was a bit surprised to hear this news. They just suffered heavy losses, are they still holding an event now? Curry felt that since 20 or so had died at the junkyard, that was a big loss compared to the total ghoul population. And since there were captives, weren't they afraid of being interrogated for information and then being wiped out in one go? Probably not. Precisely because you mentioned earlier that there was a mole inside the CCG, our last operation wasn't exposed, which means the mole wasn't within the scope of that operation. Our current attack arrangements are absolutely confidential. We are directly mobilizing other regional branches to execute it, even the people at the Itabashi Ward headquarters don't know. In their intelligence, we should be having a headache because we haven't found any clues. And, even if Madam is holding an event, it needs to be notified in advance. Many ghouls have to travel from far away. If they show cowardice and fear of the CCG by changing the time, their clients likely won't trust them anymore in the future. Honestly, Curry couldn't understand the logic in Mado Akira's words. Theoretically speaking, any ghoul organization, except for the Washa clan, cannot withstand a full-scale assault by the CCG if they dare to gather. It's really a bit bizarre to gamble one's life just for some clients.
Corey actually overlooked one problem: ghouls are also human.
They need more than just food and survival, just like how even if he can survive by eating instant noodles every day, he still tries various ways to change his life. And as one of the few ghoul organizations currently with influence on a national scale, what Madam needs more is the ability to rally and the right to speak within the ghoul community. If they were to casually bail on all invited clients just because they might be threatened in the future, those wealthy ghouls would naturally think their gatherings are risky and choose not to come anymore. And the investigation by Miracle for You confirmed this point. It was still that luxurious room. Despite being underground, there was not a hint of moldy smell. The patterns on the velvet wallpaper presented a texture like golden relief. Several young boys and girls, wearing collars and nothing else, were pouring crimson drinks for the high-ranking members of the Madam organization present. The boys' lower parts had all been excised. It was unknown what technique had been used to restore the skin to be as smooth as a doll that had never grown anything there, leaving only a slit for excretion. The young girls, however, all had obvious surgical scars on their lower abdomens. This was to tell the users they could rest assured their uteruses had all been dug out, so they wouldn't accidentally give birth to half-ghoul offspring and have to consider whether to raise them.
What do you think? Should we change the time, maybe move it up or delay it by a day?
I'm not sure if the CCG left any survivors from the last operation, but apart from Torso, those peripheral trash don't know our true location, nor do they know the time of the gathering.
No.
At the end of the day, if it weren't for the explosion, dealing with one investigator would just be a small matter.
Indeed.
On the contrary, because we encountered trouble, we need to connect more closely with our clients.
As long as we have their connections, we can just change locations next time. Go to Osaka, go to Shikoku. As long as there are people supporting us, it's convenient to build as many such venues as we want. Listening to the opinions of the other high-ranking members, Madam nodded. However, let's strengthen the security forces. I heard that an organization called Ayajirai Tree has been very active recently, and some of their members accept outside employment. Let's find some of their people to come over and help with security. But, damn it, humans. I don't know how much money we'll lose again.
Yes, we are the ones who deserve to die. We, these lowly food, shouldn't be disrespectful to our predators. When the children heard this, they all shuddered immediately and blurted out the lines they had been trained to say long ago.
Don't forget to like and subscribe to KUMO-AUDIOBOOK, okay?